Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. Oration 7. Panegyric on his brother, St. Caesarius. The date of this oration is probably the spring of A.D. 369. It is placed by St. Jerome first among St. Gregory's orations. Caesarius, the saint's younger brother, was born probably about A.D. 330. Educated in his early years at home, he studied later in the schools of Alexandria, where he attained great proficiency in mathematics, astronomy, and especially in medicine. On his return from Alexandria, he was offered by the Emperor Constantius, in response to a public petition, an honorable and lucrative post at Byzantium, but was prevailed upon by Gregory to return with him to Nazianzus. After a while he went back to Byzantium, and, on the accession of Julian, was pressed to retain his appointment at court, and did so, in spite of Gregory's reproaches, until Julian, who had long been trying to win him from Christianity, at last invited him to a public discussion. Caesarius, in spite of the specious arguments of the emperor, gained the day, but, having now distinctly declared himself a Christian, could no longer remain at court. On the death of Julian, he was esteemed and promoted by successive emperors, until he received from Valens the office of treasurer of Bithynia. The exact character of this office and its rank are still undecided by historical writers, some of whom attribute to him other offices not mentioned by St. Gregory, which most probably were filled by a namesake. On the 11th of October, A.D. 368, the city of Nicaea was almost entirely destroyed by an earthquake, and Caesarius miraculously escaped with his life. Impressed by his escape, he received holy baptism, and formed plans for retiring from office, and, as it seems, devoting himself to a life of ascetic discipline, which were dissipated by his early and sudden death. Panegyric on St. Caesarius. It may be, my friends, my brethren, my fathers, ye who are dear to me in reality as well as in name, that you think I, who am about to pay the sad tribute of lamentation to him who has departed, am eager to undertake the task, and shall, as most men delight to do, speak at great length and in eloquent style. And so some of you, who have had like sorrows to bear, are prepared to join in my mourning and lamentation, in order to bewail your own griefs in mine, and learn to feel pain at the afflictions of a friend, while others are looking to feast their ears in the enjoyment of my words. For they suppose that I must needs make my misfortune an occasion for display, as was once my wont, when possessed of a superabundance of earthly things, and ambitious, above all, of rhetorical renown, before I looked up to him, who is the true and highest word, and gave all up to God, from whom all things come, and took God for all in all. Now, pray do not think this of me, if you wish to think of me aright. For I am neither going to lament for him who is gone more than is good, as I should not approve of such conduct even in others, nor am I going to praise him above due measure, albeit that language is a dear and especially proper tribute to one gifted with it, and eulogy to one who was exceedingly fond of my words, I, not only a tribute, but a debt, the most just of all debts. But even in my tears and admiration I must respect the law which regards such matters. Nor is this alien to our philosophy. For he says, the memory of the just is accompanied with eulogies, and also, let tears fall down over the dead, and begin to lament, as if thou hadst suffered great harm thyself, removing us equally from insensibility and immoderation. I shall proceed then, not only to exhibit the weakness of human nature, but also to put you in mind of the dignity of the soul, and giving such consolation as is due to those who are in sorrow, transfer our grief from that which concerns the flesh and temporal things to those things which are spiritual and eternal. The parents of Caesarius, to take first the point which best becomes me, are known to you all. Their excellence you are eager to notice, and hear of with admiration, and share in the task of setting it forth to any, if there be such, who know it not. For no single man is able to do so entirely, and the task is one beyond the powers of a single tongue, however laborious, however zealous. Among the many and great points for which they are to be celebrated, I trust I may not seem extravagant in praising my own family. The greatest of all, which more than any other stamps their character, is piety. By their hoar hairs they lay claim to reverence, but they are no less venerable for their virtue than for their age. For while their bodies are bent beneath the burden of their years, their souls renew their youth in God. His father was well grafted out of the wild olive tree into the good one, and so far partook of its fatness as to be entrusted with the engrafting of others, and charged with the culture of souls, presiding in a manner becoming his high office over this people, like a second Aaron or Moses, bidden himself to draw near to God, and to convey the divine voice to the others who stand afar off. Gentle, meek, calm, and mean, fervent in spirit, a fine man in external appearance, but richer still in that which is out of sight. But why should I describe him whom you know? For I could not even by speaking at great length say as much as he deserves, or as much as each of you knows and expects to be said of him. It is then better to leave your own fancy to picture him, than mutilate by my words the object of your admiration. His mother was consecrated to God by virtue of her descent from a saintly family, and was possessed of piety as a necessary inheritance, not only for herself, but also for her children, being indeed a holy lump from a holy first fruits. And this she so far increased and amplified that some, bold though the statement be, I will utter it, have both believed and said that even her husband's perfection has been the work of none other than herself. And, oh how wonderful! She herself, as the reward of her piety, has received a greater and more perfect piety. Lovers of their children and of Christ, as they both were, what is most extraordinary, they were far greater lovers of Christ than of their children. Yea, even their one enjoyment of their children was that they should be acknowledged and named by Christ. And their one measure of their blessedness in their children was their virtue and close association with the chief good. Compassionate, sympathetic, snatching many a treasure from moths and robbers, and from the prince of this world, to transfer it from their sojourn here to the true habitation, laying up in store for their children the heavenly splendor as their greatest inheritance. Thus have they reached a fair old age, equally reverend both for virtue and for years, and full of days, alike of those which abide and those which pass away, each one failing to secure the first prize here below only so far as equalled by the other. Yea, they have fulfilled the measure of every happiness with the exception of this last trial, or discipline, whichever any one may think we ought to call it. I mean, their having to send before them the child who was, owing to his age, in greater danger of falling, and so to close their life in safety, and be translated with all their family to the realms above. I have entered into these details not from a desire to eulogize them, for this, I know well, it would be difficult worthily to do, if I made their praise the subject of my whole oration, but to set forth the excellence inherited from his parents by Caesarius, and so prevent you from being surprised or incredulous, that one sprung from such progenitors should have deserved such praise as himself. Nay, strange indeed would it have been, had he looked to others and disregarded the examples of his kinsfolk at home. His early life was such as becomes those really well born and destined for a good life. I say little of his qualities evident to all, his beauty, his stature, his manifold gracefulness, and harmonious disposition, as shown in the tones of his voice. For it is not my office to laud qualities of this kind, however important they may seem to others, and proceed with what I have to say of the points which, even if I wished, I could with difficulty pass by. Bred and reared under such influences, we were fully trained in the education afforded here, in which none could say how far he excelled most of us from the quickness and extent of his abilities. And how can I recall those days without my tears showing that, contrary to my promises, my feelings have overcome my philosophic restraint? The time came when it was decided that we should leave home, and then for the first time we were separated, for I studied rhetoric in the then flourishing schools of Palestine. He went to Alexandria, esteemed both then and now the home of every branch of learning. Which of his qualities shall I place first and foremost, or which can I omit with least injury to my description? Who was more faithful to his teacher than he? Who more kindly to his classmates? Who more carefully avoided the society and companionship of the depraved? Who attached himself more closely to that of the most excellent, and among others, of the most esteemed and illustrious of his countrymen? For he knew that we are strongly influenced to virtue or vice by our companions. And in consequence of all this, who was more honored by the authorities than he? And whom did the whole city, though all individuals are concealed in it because of its size, esteem more highly for his discretion, or deem more illustrious for his intelligence? What branch of learning did he not master, or rather, in what branch of study did he not surpass those who had made it their sole study? Whom did he allow even to approach him, not only of his own time and age, but even of his elders, who had devoted many more years to study? All subjects he studied as one, and each as thoroughly as if he knew no other. The brilliant in intellect he surpassed in industry, the devoted students in quickness of perception, nay, rather he outstripped in rapidity those who were rapid, in application those who were laborious, and in both respects those who were distinguished in both. From geometry and astronomy, that science so dangerous to any one else, he gathered all that was helpful. I mean that he was led by the harmony and order of the heavenly bodies to reverence their Maker, and avoided what is injurious, not attributing all things that are or happen to the influence of the stars, like those who rage their own fellow servant, the creation, in rebellion against the Creator, but referring, as is reasonable, the motion of these bodies, and all other things besides, to God. In arithmetic and mathematics, and in the wonderful art of medicine, in so far as it treats of physiology and temperament, and the causes of disease, in order to remove the roots and so destroy their offspring with them, who is there so ignorant or contentious as to think him inferior to himself, and not to be glad to be reckoned next to him, and carry off the second prize? This indeed is no unsupported assertion, but East and West alike, and every place which he afterward visited, are as pillars inscribed with the record of his learning. But when, after gathering into his single soul every kind of excellence and knowledge, as a mighty merchantman gathers every sort of ware, he was voyaging to his own city, in order to communicate to others the fair cargo of his culture, there befell a wondrous thing, which I must, as its mention is most cheering to me, and may delight you, briefly set forth. Our mother, in her motherly love for her children, had offered up a prayer that, as she had sent us forth together, she might see us together return home. For we seemed, to our mother at least, if not to others, to form a pair worthy of her prayers and glances, if seen together, though now, alas, our connection has been severed. And God, who hears a righteous prayer, and honours the love of parents for well-disposed children, so ordered that, without any design or agreement on our part, the one from Alexandria, the other from Greece, the one by sea, the other by land, we arrived at the same city at the same time. This city was Byzantium, which now presides over Europe, in which Caesarius, after a lapse of a short time, gained such a repute that public honours, an alliance with an illustrious family, and a seat in the council of state were offered him. And a mission was dispatched to the emperor by public decision, to beg that the first of cities be adorned and honoured by the first of scholars, if he cared at all for its being indeed the first, and worthy of its name. And that to all its other titles to distinction this further one be added, that it was embellished by having Caesarius as its physician and its inhabitant, although its brilliancy was already assured by its throngs of great men, both in philosophy and other branches of learning. But enough of this. At this time there happened what seemed to others a chance without reason or cause, such as frequently occurs of its own accord in our day, but was more than sufficiently manifest to devout minds as the result of the prayers to God-fearing parents, which were answered by the united arrival of their sons, by land and sea. Well, among the noble traits of Caesarius's character, we must not fail to note one, which perhaps is in others' eyes slight and unworthy of mention, but seemed to me, both at the time and since, of the highest import, if indeed brotherly love be a praiseworthy quality. Nor shall I ever cease to place it in the first rank, in relating the story of his life. Although the metropolis strove to retain him by the honours I have mentioned, and declared that it would under no circumstances let him go, my influence, which he valued most highly on all occasions, prevailed upon him to listen to the prayer of his parents, to supply his country's need, and to grant me my own desire. And when he had thus returned home in my company, he preferred me not only to cities and people, not only to honours and revenues, which had in part already flowed to him in abundance from many sources, and in part were within his reach, but even to the emperor himself and his imperial commands. From this time then, having shaken off all ambition, as a hard master and a painful disorder, I resolved to practice philosophy and adapt myself to the higher life. Or rather, the desire was earlier born, the life came later. But my brother, who had dedicated to his country the first fruits of his learning, and gained an admiration worthy of his efforts, was afterwards led by the desire of fame, and, as he persuaded me, of being the guardian of the city, to betake himself to court, not indeed according to my own wishes or judgment. For I will confess to you, that I think it a better and grander thing to be in the lowest rank with God, than to win the first place with an earthly king. Nevertheless, I cannot blame him, for inasmuch as philosophy is the greatest, so is it the most difficult of professions, which can be taken in hand by but few, and only by those who have been called forth by the divine magnanimity, which gives its hand to those who are honoured by its preference. Yet it is no small thing if one, who has chosen the lower form of life, follows after goodness, and sets greater store on God and his own salvation than on earthly lustre, using it as a stage, or a manifold ephemeral mask, while playing in the drama of this world, but himself living unto God, with that image which he knows that he has received from him, and must render to him who gave it. That this was certainly the purpose of Caesarius, we know full well. Among physicians he gained the foremost place with no great trouble, by merely exhibiting his capacity, or rather some slight specimen of his capacity, and was forthwith numbered among the friends of the Emperor, and enjoyed the highest honours. But he placed the humane functions of his art at the disposal of the authorities free of cost, knowing that nothing leads to further advancement than virtue and renown for honourable deeds, so that he far surpassed in fame those to whom he was inferior in rank. By his modesty he so won the love of all that they entrusted their precious charges to his care, without requiring him to be sworn by Hippocrates, since the simplicity of Crates was nothing to his own, winning in general a respect beyond his rank. For besides the present repute he was ever thought to have justly won, a still greater one was anticipated for him, both by the emperors themselves and by all who occupied the nearest positions to them. But most important, neither by his fame, nor by the luxury which surrounded him, was his nobility of soul corrupted. For amidst his many claims to honour, he himself cared most for being, and being known to be, a Christian. And, compared with this, all other things were to him but trifling toys. For they belong to the part we play before others on a stage, which is very quickly set up, and taken down again, perhaps indeed more quickly destroyed than put together, as we may see from the manifold changes of life and fluctuations of prosperity, while the only real and securely abiding good thing is godliness. Such was the philosophy of Caesarius, even at court. These were the ideas amidst which he lived and died, discovering and presenting to God, in the hidden man, a still deeper godliness than was publicly visible. And if I must pass by all else, his protection of his kinsmen in distress, his contempt for arrogance, his freedom from assumption towards friends, his boldness towards men in power, the numerous contests and arguments in which he engaged with many on behalf of the truth, not merely for the sake of argument, but with deep piety and fervour, I must speak of one point at least as especially worthy of note. The emperor of unhappy memory was raging against us, whose madness in rejecting Christ, after making himself its first victim, had now rendered him intolerable to others, though he did not, like other fighters against Christ, grandly enlist himself on the side of impiety, but veiled his persecution under the form of equity, and ruled by the crooked serpent which possessed his soul, dragged down into his own pit his wretched victims by manifold devices. His first artifice and contrivance was, to deprive us of the honour of our conflicts, for, noble man as he was, he grudged this to Christians, by causing us, who suffered for being Christians, to be punished as evildoers. The second was, to call this process persuasion, and not tyranny, so that the disgrace of those who chose to side with impiety might be greater than their danger. Some he won over by money, some by dignities, some by promises, some by various honours, which he bestowed, not royally, but in right servile style, in the sight of all, while every one was influenced by the witchery of his words, and his own example. At last he assailed Caesarius. How utter was the derangement and folly which could hope to take for his prey a man like Caesarius, my brother, the son of parents like ours. However, that I may dwell a while upon this point, and luxuriate in my story as men do who are eye-witnesses in some marvellous event, that noble man, fortified with the sign of Christ, and defending himself with his mighty word, entered the lists against an adversary experienced in arms and strong in his skill in argument, in no wise abashed at the sight, nor shrinking at all from his high purpose through flattery. He was an athlete ready, both in word and deed, to meet a rival of equal power. Such then was the arena, and so equipped the champion of godliness. The judge on one side was Christ, arming the athlete with his own sufferings, and on the other a dreadful tyrant, persuasive by his skill in argument, and overawing him by the weight of his authority. And as spectators, on either hand, both those who were still left on the side of godliness and those who had been snatched away by him, watching whether victory inclined to their side or to the other, and more anxious as to which would gain the day than the combatants themselves. Didst thou not fear for Caesarius, lest aught unworthy of his zeal should befall him? Nay, be ye of good courage, for the victory is with Christ, who overcame the world. Now, for my part, be well assured, I should be highly interested in setting forth the details of the arguments and allegations used on that occasion, for indeed the discussion contains certain feats and elegances, which I dwell on with no slight pleasure, but this would be quite foreign to an occasion and discourse like the present. And when, after having torn to shreds all his opponent's sophistries, and thrust aside as mere child's play every assault, veiled or open, Caesarius in a loud clear voice declared that he was and remained a Christian, not even thus was he finally dismissed. For indeed the Emperor was possessed by an eager desire to enjoy and be distinguished by his culture, and then uttered in the hearing of all his famous saying, "O happy father, O unhappy sons," thus deigning to honour me, whose culture and godliness he had known at Athens, with a share in the dishonour of Caesarius, who was remanded for a further trial, since justice was fitly arming the Emperor against the Persians, and welcomed by us after his happy escape and bloodless victory, as more illustrious for his dishonour than for his celebrity. This victory I esteem far more sublime and honourable than the Emperor's mighty power and splendid purple and costly diadem. I am more elated in describing it than if he had won from him the half of his empire. During the evil days he lived in retirement, obedient herein to our Christian law, which bids us, when occasion offers, to make ventures on behalf of the truth, and not be traitors to our religion from cowardice, yet refrain as long as may be from rushing into danger, either in fear for our own souls, or to spare those who bring the danger upon us. But when the gloom had been dispersed, and the righteous sentence had been pronounced in a foreign land, and the glittering sword had struck down the ungodly, and power had returned to the hands of Christians, what boots it to say with what glory and honour, with how many and great testimonies, as if bestowing rather than receiving a favour, he was welcomed again at the court, his new honour succeeding to that of former days. While time changed its emperors, the repute and commanding influence of Caesarius with them was undisturbed, nay, they vied with each other in striving to attach him most closely to themselves, and be known as his special friends and acquaintances. Such was the godliness of Caesarius, such its results. Let all men, young and old, give ear, and press on through the same virtue to the same distinction, for glorious is the fruit of good labours, if they suppose this to be worth striving after, and a part of true happiness. Again, another wonder concerning him is a strong argument for his parents' piety and his own. He was living in Bithynia, holding an office of no small importance from the Emperor, namely, the stewardship of his revenue, and care of the exchequer, for this had been assigned to him by the Emperor as a prelude to the highest offices. And when, a short time ago, the earthquake in Nyssa occurred, which is said to have been the most serious within the memory of man, overwhelming in a common destruction almost all the inhabitants and the beauty of the city, he alone, or with very few of the men of rank, survived the danger, being shielded by the very falling ruins in his incredible escape, and bearing slight traces of the peril. Yet he allowed fear to lead him to a more important salvation, for he dedicated himself entirely to the supreme providence. He renounced the service of transitory things, and attached himself to another court. This he both purposed himself, and made the object of the united earnest prayers to which he invited me by letter, when I seized this opportunity to give him warning, as I never ceased to do, when pained that his great nature should be occupied in affairs beneath it, and that a soul so fitted for philosophy should, like the sun behind a cloud, be obscured amid the whirl of public life. Unscathed though he had been by the earthquake, he was not proof against disease, since he was but human. His escape was peculiar to himself, his death common to all mankind. The one the token of his piety, the other the result of his nature. The former, for our consolation, preceded his fate, so that, though shaken by his death, we might exult in the extraordinary character of his preservation. And now our illustrious Caesarius has been restored to us, when his honored dust and celebrated corpse, after being escorted home amidst a succession of hymns and public orations, has been honored by the holy hands of his parents, while his mother, substituting the festal garments of religion for the trappings of woe, has overcome her tears by her philosophy, and lulled to sleep lamentations by psalmody, as her son enjoys honours worthy of his newly regenerate soul, which has been, through water, transformed by the Spirit. This, Caesarius, is my funeral offering to thee, this the firstfruits of my words, which thou hast often blamed me for withholding, yet wouldest have stripped off, had they been bestowed on thee. With this ornament I adorn thee, an ornament, I know well, far dearer to thee than all others, though it be not of the soft flowing tissues of silk, in which while living, with virtue for thy soul adorning, thou didst not, like the many, rejoice, nor texture of transparent linen, nor outpouring of costly unguents, which thou hadst long resigned to the boudoirs of the fair, with their sweet savours lasting but a single day, nor any other small thing valued by small minds, which would have all been hidden to-day with thy fair form by this bitter stone. Far hence be games and stories of the Greeks, the honours of ill-fated youths, with their petty prizes for petty contests, and all the libations and firstfruits or garlands and newly plucked flowers, wherewith men honour the departed, in obedience to ancient custom and unreasoning grief, rather than reason. My gift is an oration, which perhaps succeeding time will receive at my hand and ever keep in motion, that it may not suffer him who has left us to be utterly lost to earth, but may ever keep him whom we honour in men's ears and minds, as it sets before them, more clearly than a portrait, the image of him for whom we mourn. Such is my offering. If it be slight and inferior to his merit, God loveth that which is according to our power. Part of our gift is now complete. The remainder we will now pay by offering, those of us who still survive, every year our honours and memorials. And now for thee, sacred and holy soul, we pray for an entrance into heaven. Mayest thou enjoy such repose as the bosom of Abraham affords. Mayest thou behold the choir of angels, and the glories and splendours of sainted men. Ay, mayest thou be united to that choir and share in their joy, looking down from on high on all things here, on what men call wealth, and despicable dignities, and deceitful honours, and the errors of our senses, and the tangle of this life, and its confusion and ignorance, as if we were fighting in the dark. Whilst thou art in attendance upon the great King, and filled with the light which streams forth from him, and may it be ours hereafter, receiving therefrom no such slender rivulet as is the object of our fancy in this day of mirrors and enigmas, to attain to the fount of good itself, gazing with pure mind upon the truth in its purity, and finding a reward for our eager toil here below on behalf of the good, and our more perfect possession and vision of the good on high, the end to which our sacred books and teachers foretell that our course of divine mysteries shall lead us. What now remains? To bring the healing of the Word to those in sorrow. And a powerful remedy for mourners is sympathy, for sufferers are best consoled by those who have to bear a like suffering. To such then I specially address myself, of whom I should be ashamed, if, with all other virtues, they do not show the elements of patience. For even if they surpass all others in love of their children, let them equally surpass them in love of wisdom and love of Christ, and in the special practice of meditation on our departure hence, impressing it likewise on their children, making even their whole life a preparation for death. But if your misfortune still clouds your reason, and, like the moisture which dims our eyes, hides from you the clear view of your duty, come, ye elders, receive the consolation of a young man, ye fathers, that of a child, who ought to be admonished by men as old as you, who have admonished many, and gathered experience from your many years. Yet wonder not, if in my youth I admonished the aged, and if in aught I can see better than the hoary, I offer it to you. How much longer have we to live, ye men of honoured eld, so near to God? How long are we to suffer here? Not even man's whole life is long, compared with the eternity of the divine nature, still less the remains of life, and what I may call the parting of our human breath, the close of our frail existence. How much has Caesarius outstripped us? How long shall we be left to mourn his departure? Are we not hastening to the same abode? Shall we not soon be covered by the same stone? Shall we not shortly be reduced to the same dust? And what in these short days will be our gain, save that after it has been ours to see, or suffer, or perchance even to do, more ill, we must discharge the common and inexorable tribute to the law of nature, by following some, preceding others to the tomb, mourning these, being lamented by those, and receiving from some that meed of tears which we ourselves had paid to others. Such, my brethren, is our existence, who live this transient life, such our pastime upon earth. We come into existence out of non-existence, and after existing are dissolved. We are unsubstantial dreams, impalpable visions, like the flight of a passing bird, like a ship leaving no track upon the sea, a speck of dust, a vapour, an early dew, a flower that quickly blooms and quickly fades. As for man, his days are as the grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. Well hath inspired David discoursed of our frailty, and again in these words, Let me know the shortness of my days. And he defines the days of man as of a span long. And what wouldest thou say to Jeremiah, who complains of his mother in sorrow for his birth, and that on account of others' faults? I have seen all things, says the preacher. I have reviewed in thought all human things. Wealth, pleasure, power, unstable glory, wisdom which evades us rather than is won. Then pleasure again, wisdom again, often revolving the same objects, the pleasures of appetite, orchards, numbers of slaves, store of wealth, serving men and serving maids, singing men and singing women, arms, spearmen, subject nations, collected tributes, the pride of kings, all the necessities and superfluities of life, in which I surpassed all the kings that were before me. And what does he say after all these things? Vanity of vanities, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. Possibly meaning some unreasoning longing of the soul, and distraction of man condemned to this from the original fall. But here, he says, the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God. This is his stay in his perplexity. And this is thy only gain from life here below, to be guided through the disorder of the things which are seen and shaken, to the things which stand firm and are not moved. Let us not then mourn Caesarius but ourselves, knowing what evils he has escaped to which we are left behind, and what treasure we shall lay up, unless, earnestly cleaving unto God, and outstripping transitory things, we press towards the life above, deserting the earth while we are still upon the earth, and earnestly following the Spirit which bears us upward. Painful as this is to the faint-hearted, it is as nothing to men of brave mind. And let us consider it thus. Caesarius will not reign, but rather will he be reigned over by others. He will strike terror into no one, but he will be free from fear of any harsh master, often himself unworthy even of a subject's position. He will not amass wealth, but neither will he be liable to envy, or be pained at lack of success, or be ever seeking to add to his gains as much again. For such is the disease of wealth, which knows no limit to its desires of more, and continues to make drinking the medicine for thirst. He will make no display of his power of speaking, yet for his speaking will he be admired. He will not discourse upon the dicta of Hippocrates and Galen and their adversaries, but neither will he be troubled by diseases, and suffer pain at the misfortunes of others. He will not set forth the principles of Euclides, Ptolemaeus, and Hieron, but neither will he be pained by the tumid vaunts of uncultured men. He will make no display of the doctrines of Plato and Aristotle and Pyrrhon, and the names of any Democritus and Heraclitus, Oxanagoras, Cleanthes, and Epicurus, and all the other members of the venerable Porch and Academy. But neither will he trouble himself with the solution of their cunning syllogisms. What need of further details? Yet here are some which all men honour or desire. Nor wife nor child will he have beside him, but he will escape mourning for, or being mourned by them, or leaving them to others, or being left behind himself as a memorial of misfortune. He will inherit no property, but he will have such heirs as are of the greatest service, such as he himself wished, so that he departed hence a rich man, bearing with him all that was his. What an ambition! What a new consolation! What magnanimity in his executors! A proclamation has been heard, worthy of the ears of all, and a mother's grief has been made void by a fair and holy promise, to give entirely to her son his wealth as a funeral offering on his behalf, leaving nothing to those who expected it. Is this inadequate for our consolation? I will add a more potent remedy. I believe the words of the wise, that every fair and God-beloved soul, when set free from the bonds of the body, it departs hence, at once enjoys a sense and perception of the blessings which await it, inasmuch as that which darkened it has been purged away, or laid aside, I know not how else to term it, and feels a wondrous pleasure and exultation, and goes rejoicing to meet its Lord, having escaped as it were from the grievous poison of life here, and shaken off the fetters which bound it, and held down the wings of the mind, and so enters on the enjoyment of the bliss laid up for it, of which it has even now some conception. Then, a little later, it receives its kindred flesh, which once shared in its pursuit of things above, from the earth which both gave and had been entrusted with it, and in some way known to God, who knit them together and dissolved them, enters with it upon the inheritance of the glory there. And as it shared, through their close union, in its hardships, so also it bestows upon it a portion of its joys, gathering it up entirely into itself, and becoming with it one in spirit and in mind and in God, the mortal and mutable being swallowed up of life. Hear at last how the inspired Ezekiel discourses of the knitting together of bones and sinews, how after him St. Paul speaks of the earthly tabernacle and the house not made with hands, the one to be dissolved, the other laid up in heaven, alleging absence from the body to be presence with the Lord, and bewailing his life in it as an exile, and therefore longing for and hastening to his release. Why am I faint-hearted in my hopes? Why behave like a mere creature of a day? I await the voice of the archangel, the last trumpet, the transformation of the heavens, the transfiguration of the earth, the liberation of the elements, the renovation of the universe. Then shall I see Caesarius himself, no longer in exile, no longer laid upon a bier, no longer the object of mourning and pity, but brilliant, glorious, heavenly, such as in my dreams I have often beheld thee, dearest and most loving of brothers, pictured thus by my desire, if not by the very truth. But now, laying aside lamentation, I will look at myself, and examine my feelings, that I may not unconsciously have in myself anything to be lamented. O ye sons of men, for the words apply to you, how long will ye be hard-hearted and gross in mind? Why do ye love vanity and seek after leasing, supposing life here to be a great thing, and these few days many, and shrinking from this separation, welcome and pleasant as it is, as if it were really grievous and awful? Are we not to know ourselves? Are we not to cast away visible things? Are we not to look to things unseen? Are we not, even if we are somewhat grieved, to be on the contrary distressed at our lengthened sojourn, like holy David, who calls things here the tents of darkness, and the place of affliction, and the deep mire, and the shadow of death, because we linger in the tombs we bear about with us, because, though we are God's, we die like men the death of sin? This is my fear. This day and night accompanies me, and will not let me breathe. On the one side the glory, on the other the place of correction. The former I long for till I can say, My soul fainteth for thy salvation. From the latter I shrink back shuddering. Yet I am not afraid that this body of mine should utterly perish in dissolution and corruption, but that the glorious creature of God, for glorious it is if upright, just as it is dishonorable if sinful, in which is reason, morality, and hope, should be condemned to the same dishonor as the brutes, and be no better after death, a fate to be desired for the wicked, who are worthy of the fire yonder. Would that I might mortify my members that are upon the earth. Would that I might spend my all upon the Spirit, walking in the way that is narrow and trodden by few, not that which is broad and easy. For glorious and great are its consequences, and our hope is greater than our desert. What is man, that thou art mindful of him? What is this new mystery which concerns me? I am small and great, lowly and exalted, mortal and immortal, earthly and heavenly. I share one condition with the lower world, the other with God, one with the flesh, the other with the Spirit. I must be buried with Christ, arise with Christ, be joint heir with Christ, become the Son of God, yea, God Himself. See whither our argument has carried us in its progress. I almost own myself indebted to the disaster which has inspired me with such thoughts, and made me more enamored of my departure hence. This is the purpose of the great mystery for us. This is the purpose for us of God, who for us was made man and became poor, to raise our flesh, and recover His image, and remodel man, that we might all be made one in Christ, who was perfectly made in all of us all that He Himself is, that we might no longer be male and female, barbarian, Scythian, bond or free, which are badges of the flesh, but might bear in ourselves only the stamp of God, by whom and for whom we were made, and have so far received our form and model from Him, that we are recognized by it alone. Yea, would that what we hope for might be according to the great kindness of our bountiful God, who asks for little and bestows great things, both in this present and in the future, upon those who truly love Him, bearing all things, enduring all things for their love and hope of Him, giving thanks for all things favorable and unfavorable alike. I mean pleasant and painful, for reason knows that even these are often instruments of salvation, commending to Him our own souls and the souls of those fellow wayfarers who, being more ready, have gained their rest before us. And now that we have done this, let us cease from our discourse, and you too from your tears, hastening, as you now are, to your tomb, which as a sad abiding gift you have given to Caesarius, seasonably prepared as it was for his parents in their old age, and now unexpectedly bestowed on their son in his youth, though not without reason in His eyes who disposes our affairs. O Lord and Maker of all things, and specially of this our frame, O God and Father and Pilot of men who are Thine, O Lord of life and death, O Judge and Benefactor of our souls, O Maker and Transformer in due time of all things by Thy designing word, according to the knowledge of the depth of Thy wisdom and providence, do Thou now receive Caesarius, the first fruits of our pilgrimage. And if he who was last is first, we bow before Thy word, by which the universe is ruled. Yet do Thou receive us also afterwards, in a time when Thou mayest be found, having ordered us in the flesh as long as is for our profit. Yea, receive us, prepared and not troubled by Thy fear, not departing from Thee in our last day, nor violently borne away from things here, like souls fond of the world and the flesh, but filled with eagerness for that blessed and enduring life which is in Christ Jesus, our Lord, to whom be glory, world without end. Amen. End of Oration 7. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 8, on his sister Gorgonia. Introduction. The exact date of this oration is uncertain. It is certainly later than the death of Caesarius, A.D. 369, and previous to the death of their father, A.D. 374. So much we gather from the oration itself, and the references made by some authors to a poem of St. Gregory do not add anything certain to our knowledge. The place in which it was delivered is, almost without doubt, the city in which her married life had been spent. The public details of that life are familiar to the audience. Gorgonia's parents and the speaker himself, although known to them, are not spoken of in terms implying intimacy such as we find in orations known to have been delivered at Nazianzus. The spiritual father and confidant of Gorgonia is present, certainly in a position of authority, probably seated in the episcopal throne. The husband of Gorgonia was named Alypius. His home, as Clemencent and Benoit agree, on the authority of Elias, was at Iconium, of which city at the time Faustinus was bishop. The names of Gorgonia's two sons are unknown. Elias states that they both became bishops. St. Gregory mentions her three daughters, Alypiana, Evgenia, and Nona, in his will. The oration is marked by an eloquence, piety, and tender feeling, which make it a worthy companion of that on Caesarius. Funeral Oration on his sister, Gorgonia. In praising my sister, I shall pay honor to one of my own family. Yet my praise will not be false, because it is given to a relation, but, because it is true, will be worthy of commendation. And its truth is based not only upon its justice, but upon well-known facts. For even if I wished, I should not be permitted to be partial, since every one who hears me stands like a skilful critic between my oration and the truth, to discountenance exaggeration. Yet if he be a man of justice, demanding what is really due. So that my fear is not of outrunning the truth, but on the contrary of falling short of it, and lessening her just repute by the extreme inadequacy of my panegyric, for it is a hard task to match her excellences with suitable action and words. Let us not then be so unjust as to praise every characteristic of other folk, and disparage really valuable qualities because they are our own, so as to make some men gain by their absence of kindred with us, while others suffer for their relationship. For justice would be violated alike by the praise of the one and the neglect of the other, whereas if we make the truth our standard and rule, and look to her alone, disregarding all the objects of the vulgar and the mean, we shall praise or pass over everything according to its merits. Yet it would be the most unreasonable of all, if while we refuse to regard it as a righteous thing to defraud, insult, accuse, or treat unjustly in any way, great or small, those who are our kindred, and consider wrong done to those nearest to us the worst of all, we were yet to imagine that it would be an act of justice to deprive them of such an oration as is due most of all to the good, and spend more words upon those who are evil, and beg for indulgent treatment, than on those who are excellent and merely claim their due. For if we are not prevented, as would be far more just, from praising men who have lived outside our own circle, because we do not know and cannot personally testify to their merits, shall we be prevented from praising those whom we do know, because of our friendship, or the envy of the multitude, and especially those who have departed hence, whom it is too late to ingratiate ourselves with, since they have escaped, amongst all other things, from the reach of praise or blame? Having now made a sufficient defense on these points, and shown how necessary it is for me to be the speaker, come, let me proceed with my eulogy, rejecting all daintiness and elegance of style. For she whom we are praising was unadorned, and the absence of ornament was to her beauty, and yet performing, as a most indispensable debt, all those funeral rites which are her due, and further instructing every one in a zealous imitation of the same virtue, since it is my object in every word and action to promote the perfection of those committed to my charge. The task of praising the country and family of our departed one I leave to another, more scrupulous in adhering to the rules of eulogy. Nor will he lack many fair topics, if he wish to deck her with external ornaments, as men deck a splendid and beautiful form with gold and precious stones, and the artistic devices of the craftsman, which, while they accentuate ugliness by their contrast, can add no attractiveness to the beauty which surpasses them. For my part, I will only conform to such rules so far as to allude to our common parents, for it would not be reverent to pass unnoticed the great blessing of having such parents and teachers, and then speedily direct my attention to herself, without further taxing the patience of those who are eager to learn what manner of woman she was. Who is there who knows not the Abraham and Sarah of these our latter days, Gregory and Nonna his wife? For it is not well to omit the incitement to virtue of mentioning their names. He has been justified by faith, she has dwelt with him who is faithful. He beyond all hope has been the father of many nations, she has spiritually travailed in their birth. He escaped from the bondage of his father's gods, she is the daughter as well as the mother of the free. He went out from kindred and home for the sake of the land of promise. She was the occasion of his exile. For on this head alone I venture to claim for her an honor higher than that of Sarah. He set forth on so noble a pilgrimage. She readily shared with him in its toils. He gave himself to the Lord. She both called her husband Lord and regarded him as such, and in part was thereby justified. Whose was the promise, from whom, as far as in them lay, was born Isaac, and whose was the gift. This good shepherd was the result of his wife's prayers and guidance, and it was from her that he learned his ideal of a good shepherd's life. He generously fled from his idols, and afterwards even put demons to flight. He never consented to eat salt with idolaters, united together with a bond of one honor, of one mind, of one soul, concerned as much with virtue and fellowship with God as with the flesh, equal in length of life and hoary hairs, equal in prudence and brilliancy, rivals of each other, soaring beyond all the rest, possessed in few respects by the flesh, and translated in spirit, even before dissolution, possessing not the world, and yet possessing it, by at once despising and rightly valuing it, forsaking riches, and yet being rich through their noble pursuits, rejecting things here, and purchasing instead the things yonder, possessed of a scanty remnant of this life, left over from their piety, but of an abundant and long life for which they have labored. I will say but one word more about them. They have been rightly and fairly assigned, each to either sex. He is the ornament of men, she of women, and not only the ornament, but the pattern of virtue. From them Gorgonia derived both her existence and her reputation. They sowed in her the seeds of piety, they were the source of her fair life, and of her happy departure with better hopes. Fair privileges these, and such as are not easily attained by many of those who plume themselves highly upon their noble birth, and are proud of their ancestry. But if I must treat of her case in a more philosophic and lofty strain, Gorgonia's native land was Jerusalem above, the object, not of sight, but of contemplation, wherein is our commonwealth, and whereto we are pressing on, whose citizen Christ is, and whose fellow citizens are the assembly and church of the firstborn who are written in heaven, and feast around its great founder in contemplation of his glory, and take part in the endless festival. Her nobility consisted in the preservation of the image, and the perfect likeness to the archetype, which is produced by reason and virtue and pure desire, ever more and more conforming, in things pertaining to God, to those truly initiated into the heavenly mysteries, and in knowing whence, and of what character, and for what end we came into being. This is what I know upon these points. And therefore it is that I am both aware and assert that her soul was more noble than those of the East, according to a better than the ordinary rule of noble or ignoble birth, whose distinctions depend not on blood, but on character. Nor does it classify those whom it praises or blames according to their families, but as individuals. But speaking as I do of her excellences among those who know her, let each one join in contributing some particular and aid me in my speech. For it is impossible for one man to take at every point, however gifted with observation and intelligence. In modesty she so greatly excelled, and so far surpassed those of her own day, to say nothing of those of old time who have been illustrious for modesty, that in regard to the two divisions of the life of all, that is, the married and the unmarried state, the latter being higher and more divine, though more difficult and dangerous, while the former is more humble and more safe, she was able to avoid the disadvantages of each, and to select and combine all that is best in both, namely, the elevation of the one and the security of the other, thus becoming modest without pride, blending the excellence of the married with that of the unmarried state, and proving that neither of them absolutely binds us to, or separates us from, God or the world, so that the one from its own nature must be utterly avoided and the other altogether praised, but that it is mind which nobly presides over wedlock and maidenhood, and arranges and works upon them as the raw material of virtue under the master hand of reason. For though she had entered upon a carnal union, she was not therefore separated from the Spirit, nor, because her husband was her head, did she ignore her first head, but performing those few ministrations due to the world and nature, according to the will of the law of the flesh, or rather of him who gave to the flesh these laws, she consecrated herself entirely to God. But what is most excellent and honourable, she also won over her husband to her side, and made of him a good fellow servant, instead of an unreasonable master. And not only so, but she further made the fruit of her body, her children and her children's children, to be the fruit of her spirit, dedicating to God not her single soul, but the whole family and household, and making wedlock illustrious through her own acceptability in wedlock, and the fair harvest she had reaped thereby, presenting herself as long as she lived as an example to her offspring of all that was good, and when summoned hence, leaving her will behind her, as a silent exhortation to her house. The divine Solomon, in his instructive wisdom, I mean his Proverbs, praises the woman who looks to her household and loves her husband, contrasting her with one who roams abroad, and is uncontrolled and dishonourable, and hunts for precious souls with wanton words and ways, while she manages well at home, and bravely sets about her woman's duties, as her hands hold the distaff, and she prepares 2 coats for her husband, buying a field in due season, and makes good provision for the food of her servants, and welcomes her friends at a liberal table, with all the other details in which he sings the praises of the modest and industrious woman. Now, to praise my sister in these points, would be to praise a statue for its shadow, or a lion for its claws, without allusion to its greatest perfections. Who was more deserving of renown, and yet who avoided it so much, and made herself inaccessible to the eyes of men? Who knew better the due proportions of sobriety and cheerfulness, so that her sobriety should not seem inhuman, nor her tenderness immodest, but prudent in one, gentle in the other, her discretion was marked by a combination of sympathy and dignity. Listen, ye women addicted to ease and display, who despise the veil of shamefastness. Who ever so kept her eyes under control? whoso derided laughter, that the ripple of a smile seemed a great thing to her? Who more steadfastly closed her ears? And who opened them more to the divine words, or rather who installed the mind as ruler of the tongue in uttering the judgments of God? Who, as she, regulated her lips? Here, if you will, is another point of her excellence, one of which neither she nor any truly modest and decorous woman thinks anything, but which we have been made to think much of by those who are too fond of ornament and display, and refuse to listen to instruction on such matters. She was never adorned with gold wrought into artistic forms of surpassing beauty, nor flaxen tresses, fully or partially displayed, nor spiral curls, nor dishonouring designs of men who construct erections on the honourable head, nor costly folds of flowing and transparent robes, nor graces of brilliant stones, which colour the neighbouring air, and cast a glow upon the form, nor the arts and witcheries of the painter, nor that cheap beauty of the infernal creator who works against the divine, hiding with his treacherous pigments the creation of God, and putting it to shame with his honour, and setting before eager eyes the imitation of an harlot, instead of the form of God, so that this bastard beauty may steal away that image which should be kept for God and for the world to come. But though she was aware of the many and various external ornaments of women, yet none of them was more precious to her than her own character, and the brilliancy stored up within. One red tint was dear to her, the blush of modesty; one white one, the sign of temperance. But pigments and pencillings and living pictures and flowing lines of beauty she left to women of the stage and of the streets, and to all who think it a shame and reproach to be ashamed. Enough of such topics. Of her prudence and piety no adequate account can be given, nor many examples found besides those of her natural and spiritual parents, who were her only models, and of whose virtue she in no wise fell short, with this single exception most readily admitted, that they, as she both knew and acknowledged, were the source of her goodness, and the root of her own illumination. What could be keener than the intellect of her who was recognized as a common adviser not only by those of her family, those of the same people and of the same fold, but even by all men round about, who treated her counsels and advice as a law not to be broken? What more sagacious than her words? What more prudent than her silence? Having mentioned silence, I will proceed to that which was most characteristic of her, most becoming to women, and most serviceable to these times. Who had a fuller knowledge of the things of God, both from the divine oracles, and from her own understanding, but who was less ready to speak, confining herself within the due limits of women? Moreover, as was the bounden duty of a woman who has learned true piety, and that which is the only honourable object of insatiate desire, who, as she, adorned temples with offerings, both others and this one, which will hardly, now she is gone, be so adorned again; or rather, who so presented herself to God as a living temple? Who again paid such honour to priest, especially to him who was her fellow soldier and teacher of piety, whose are the good seeds, and the pair of children consecrated to God? Who opened her house to those who live according to God with a more graceful and bountiful welcome? And, which is greater than this, who bade them welcome with such modesty and godly greetings? Further, who showed a mind more unmoved in sufferings? Whose soul was more sympathetic to those in trouble? Whose hand more liberal to those in want? I should not hesitate to honour her with the words of Job. Her door was open to all comers. The stranger did not lodge in the street. She was eyes to the blind, feet to the lame, a mother to the orphan. Why should I say more of her compassion to widows, than that its fruit which she obtained was, never to be called a widow herself. Her house was a common abode to all the needy of her family, and her goods no less common to all in need than their own belonged to each. She hath dispersed abroad and given to the poor, and according to the infallible truth of the gospel, she laid up much store in the winepresses above, and oftentimes entertained Christ in the person of those whose benefactress she was. And best of all, there was in her no unreal profession, but in secret she cultivated piety before Him who seeth secret things. Everything she rescued from the ruler of this world, everything she transferred to the safe garners. Nothing did she leave behind to earth, save her body. She bartered everything for the hopes above. The sole wealth she left to her children was the imitation of her example, and emulation of her merits. But amid these tokens of incredible magnanimity, she did not surrender her body to luxury and unrestrained pleasures of the appetite, that raging and tearing dog, as though presuming upon her acts of benevolence, as most men do, who redeem their luxury by compassion to the poor, and instead of healing evil with good, receive evil as a recompense for their good deeds. Nor did she, while subduing her dust by fasting, leave to another the medicine of hard lying. Nor, while she found this of spiritual service, was she less restrained in sleep than any one else. Nor, while regulating her life on this point as if freed from the body, did she lie upon the ground, when others were passing the night erect, as the most mortified men struggled to do. Nay, in this respect, she was seen to surpass not only women, but the most devoted of men, by her intelligent chanting of the Psalter, her converse with, and unfolding an apposite recollection of the divine oracles, her bending of her knees, which had grown hard and almost taken root in the ground, her tears to cleanse her stains with contrite heart and spirit of lowliness, her prayer rising heavenward, her mind freed from wandering and rapture. In all these, or in any one of them, is there man or woman who can boast of having surpassed her? Besides, it is a great thing to say, but it is true, that while she was zealous in her endeavour after some points of excellence, of others she was the paragon, of some she was the discoverer, in others she excelled. And if in some single particular she was rivalled, her superiority consists in her complete grasp of all. Such was her success in all points, as none else attained even in a moderate degree in one. To such perfection did she attain in each particular, that any one might of itself have supplied the place of all. O untended body and squalid garments, whose only flower is virtue! O soul, clinging to the body, when reduced almost to an immaterial state through lack of food, or rather, when the body had been mortified by force, even before dissolution, that the soul might attain to freedom, and escape the entanglements of the senses. O nights of vigil and psalmody, in standing which lasts from one day to another! O David, whose strains never seem tedious to faithful souls! O tender limbs, flung upon the earth, and contrary to nature growing hard! O fountains of tears, sowing in affliction that they might reap in joy! O cry in the night, piercing the clouds and reaching unto Him that dwelleth in the heavens! O fervour of spirit, waxing bold in prayerful longings against the dogs of night, and frost, and rain, and thunders, and hail, and darkness! O nature of woman overcoming that of man in the common struggle for salvation, and demonstrating that the distinction between male and female is one of body, not of soul! O baptismal purity! O soul, in the pure chamber of thy body, the bride of Christ! O bitter eating! O Eve, mother of our race and of our sin! O subtle serpent and death, overcome by her self-discipline! O self-emptying of Christ, in form of a servant, and sufferings, honored by her mortification! Oh, how am I to count up all her traits, or pass over most of them without injury to those who know them not? Here, however, it is right to subjoin the rewards of her piety. For indeed I take it that you, who knew her life well, have long been eager and desirous to find in my speech not only things present, nor her joys yonder, beyond the conception and hearing and sight of man, but also those which the righteous Rewarder bestowed upon her here, a matter which often tends to the edification of unbelievers, who from small things attain to faith in those which are great, and from things which are seen to those which are not seen. I will mention then some facts which are generally notorious, others which have been from most men kept secret, and that because her Christian principle made a point of not making a display of her divine favours. You know how her maddened mules ran away with her carriage, and unfortunately overturned it, how horribly she was dragged along and seriously injured, to the scandal of unbelievers at the permission of such accidents to the righteous, and how quickly their unbelief was corrected. For all crushed and bruised as she was, in bones and limbs, alike in those exposed and in those out of sight, she would have none of any physician, except him who had permitted it, both because she shrunk from the inspection and the hands of men, preserving even in suffering her modesty, and also awaiting her justification from him who allowed this to happen, so that she owed her preservation to none other than to him, with the result that men were no less struck by her unhoped-for recovery than by her misfortune, and concluded that the tragedy had happened for her glorification through sufferings, the suffering being human, the recovery superhuman, and giving a lesson to those who come after, exhibiting in a high degree faith in the midst of suffering, and patience under calamity, but in a still higher degree the kindness of God to them that are such as she. For to the beautiful promise to the righteous, though he fall, he shall not be utterly broken, has been added one more recent. Though he be utterly broken, he shall speedily be raised up and glorified. For if her misfortune was unreasonable, her recovery was extraordinary, so that health soon stole away the injury, and the cure became more celebrated than the blow. O remarkable and wonderful disaster! O injury more noble than security! O prophecy, He hath smitten, and He will bind us up, and revive us, and after 3 days He will raise us up, portending indeed, as it did, a greater and more sublime event, yet no less applicable to Gorgonia's sufferings. This then notorious to all, even to those afar off, for the wonder spread to all, and the lesson was stored up in the tongues and ears of all, with the other wonderful works and powers of God. But the following incident, hitherto unknown and concealed from most men by the Christian principle I spoke of, and her pious shrinking from vanity and display, dost thou bid me tell, O best and most perfect of shepherds, pastor of this holy sheep, and dost thou further give thy assent to it, since to us alone has this secret been entrusted, and we were mutual witnesses of the marvel. Or are we still to keep our faith to her who is gone? Yet I do think, that as that was the time to be silent, this is the time to manifest it, not only for the glory of God, but also for the consolation of those in affliction. She was sick in body, and dangerously ill of an extraordinary and malignant disease. Her whole frame was incessantly fevered, her blood at one time agitated and boiling, then curdling with coma, incredible pallor, and paralysis of mind and limbs, and this not at long intervals, but sometimes very frequently. Its virulence seemed beyond human aid. The skill of physicians, who carefully examined the case, both singly and in consultation, was of no avail, nor the tears of her parents, which often have great power, nor public supplications and intercessions, in which all the people joined as earnestly as if for their own preservation. For her safety was the safety of all, as, on the contrary, her suffering and sickness was a common misfortune. What then did this great soul, worthy offspring of the greatest, and what was the medicine for her disorder? For we have now come to the great secret. Despairing of all other aid, she betook herself to the physician of all, and awaiting the silent hours of night, during a slight intermission of the disease, she approached the altar with faith, and calling upon him who is honoured thereon, with a mighty cry, and every kind of invocation, calling to mind all his former works of power, and well she knew those both of ancient and of later days, at last she ventured on an act of pious and splendid effrontery. She imitated the woman whose fountain of blood was dried up by the hem of Christ's garment. What did she do? Resting her head with another cry upon the altar, and with a wealth of tears, as she who once bedewed the feet of Christ, and declaring that she would not lose her hold until she was made whole, she then applied her medicine to her whole body, that is, such a portion of the antitypes of the precious body and blood as she treasured in her hand, mingling therewith her tears, and, O the wonder, she went away feeling at once that she was saved, and with the lightness of health in body, soul, and mind, having received, as the reward of her hope, that which she hoped for, and having gained bodily by means of spiritual strength. Great though these things be, they are not untrue. Believe them, all of you, whether sick or sound, that ye may either keep or regain your health. And that my story is no mere boastfulness is plain from the silence in which she kept, while alive, what I have revealed. Nor should I now have published it, be well assured, had I not feared that so great a marvel would have been utterly hidden from the faithful and unbelieving of these and later days. Such was her life. Most of its details I have left untold, lest my speech should grow to undue proportions, and lest I should seem to be too greedy for her fair fame. But perhaps we should be wronging her holy and illustrious death, did we not mention some of its excellences, especially as she so longed for and desired it. I will do so therefore, as concisely as I can. She longed for her dissolution, for indeed she had great boldness towards him who called her, and preferred to be with Christ, beyond all things on earth. And there is none of the more amorous and unrestrained, who has such love for his body, as she had to fling away these fetters, and escape from the mire in which we spend our lives, and to associate in purity with him who is fair, and entirely to hold her beloved, who is, I will even say it, her lover, by whose rays, feeble though they now are, we are enlightened, and whom, though separated from him, we are able to know. Nor did she fail even of this desire, divine and sublime though it was, and, what is still greater, she had a foretaste of his beauty, through her forecast and constant watching. Her only sleep transferred her to exceeding joys, and her one vision embraced her departure at the foreappointed time, having been made aware of this day, so that according to the decision of God she might be prepared and yet not disturbed. She had recently obtained the blessing of cleansing and perfection, which we have all received from God as a common gift and foundation of our new life. Or rather all her life was a cleansing and perfection. and while she received regeneration from the Holy Spirit, its security was hers by virtue of her former life. And in her case almost alone, I will venture to say, the mystery was a seal rather than a gift of grace. And when her husband's perfection was her one remaining desire, and if you wish me briefly to describe the man, I do not know what more to say of him than that he was her husband. In order that she might be consecrated to God in her whole body, and not depart half perfected, or leave behind her imperfect anything that was hers, she did not even fail of this petition, from him who fulfils the desire of them that fear him, and accomplishes their requests. And now, when she had all things to her mind, and nothing was lacking of her desires, and the appointed time drew nigh, being thus prepared for death and departure, she fulfilled the law which prevails in such matters, and took to her bed. After many injunctions to her husband, her children, and her friends, as was to be expected from one who was full of conjugal, maternal, and brotherly love, and after making her last day a day of solemn festival, with brilliant discourse upon the things above, she fell asleep, full not of the days of man, for which she had no desire, knowing them to be evil for her, and mainly occupied with our dust and wanderings, but more exceedingly full of the days of God, than I imagine any one even of those who have departed in a wealth of hoary hairs, and have numbered many terms of years. Thus she was set free, or it is better to say, taken to God, or flew away, or changed her abode, or anticipated by a little the departure of her body. Yet, what was I in the point of omitting? But perhaps thou, who art her spiritual father, wouldst not have allowed me, and hast carefully concealed the wonder, and made it known to me. It is a great point for her distinction, and in our memory of her virtue, and regret for her departure. But trembling and tears have seized upon me, at the recollection of the wonder. She was just passing away, and at her last breath, surrounded by a group of relatives and friends performing the last offices of kindness, while her aged mother bent over her, with her soul convulsed with envy of her departure, anguish and affection being blended in the minds of all. Some longed to hear some burning word to be branded in their recollection. Others were eager to speak, yet no one dared, for tears were mute, and the pangs of grief unconsoled, since it seemed sacrilegious to think that mourning could be an honour to one who was thus passing away. So there was solemn silence, as if her death had been a religious ceremony. There she lay, to all appearance, breathless, motionless, speechless. The stillness of her body seemed paralysis, as though the organs of speech were dead, after that which could move them was gone. But as her pastor, who in this wonderful scene was carefully watching her, perceived that her lips were gently moving, and placed his ear to them, which his disposition and sympathy emboldened him to do. But do you expound the meaning of this mysterious calm? For no one can disbelieve it on your word. Under her breath she was repeating a psalm, the last words of a psalm, to say the truth, a testimony to the boldness with which he was departing. And blessed is he who can fall asleep with these words, I will lay me down in peace, and take my rest. Thus wert thou singing, fairest of women, and thus it fell out unto thee. And the song became a reality, and attended on thy departure as a memorial of thee, who hast entered upon sweet peace after suffering, and received, over and above the rest which comes to all, that sleep which is due to the beloved, as befitted one who lived and died amid the words of piety. Better, I know well, and far more precious than I can see, is thy present lot, the song of them that keep holy day, the throng of angels, the heavenly host, the vision of glory, and that splendor, pure and perfect beyond all other, of the Trinity most high, no longer beyond the ken of captive mind, dissipated by the senses, but entirely contemplated and possessed by the undivided mind, and flashing upon the souls with the whole light of Godhead. Mayest thou enjoy to the full all those things whose crumbs thou didst, while still upon earth, possess through the reality of thine inclination towards them. And if thou takest any account of our affairs, and holy souls receive from God this privilege, do thou accept these words of mine, in place of, and in preference to many panegyrics, which I have bestowed upon Caesarius before thee, and upon thee after him, since I have been preserved to pronounce panegyrics upon my brethren. If any one will after you pay me the like honour, I cannot say. Yet may my only honour be that which is in God, and may my pilgrimage at my home be in Christ Jesus our Lord, to whom, with the Father and the Holy Ghost, be glory for ever. Amen. End of Oration 8. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 18, on the death of his father. This oration was delivered A.D. 374. St. Gregory the Elder died early in that year, according to the Greek Monea, on the 1st of January, though Clemencet and some others place his death a few months later. His wife, St. Nona, survived him, and was present to hear the oration, as was also St. Basil, who desired to honour one who had consecrated him to the episcopate. The aged saint, who died in his 100th year, had originally belonged to a sect called Ipsistarii. Our knowledge of the existence and tenets of this sect is due to this oration, and to a few sentences in that of St. Gregory Nyssen, by whom they are called Ipsistians. He was converted by the prayers, influence, and example of his wife, St. Nona, and soon after his baptism, consecrated Bishop of Nazianzus. He was eminent as an able administrator, a devout Christian, an orthodox teacher, a steadfast confessor of the faith, a sympathetic pastor, an affectionate father. In his life and work he was seconded by his wife, and followed by his 3 children, Gregory, Gorgonia, and Caesarius, whose names are all to be found upon the roll of the saints. Funeral Oration on his father, in the presence of St. Basil. O man of God, and faithful servant, and steward of the mysteries of God, and man of desires of the Spirit! For thus Scripture speaks of men advanced and lofty, superior to visible things. I will call you also a God to Pharaoh, and all the Egyptian and hostile power, and pillar and ground of the Church, and will of God, and light in the world, holding forth the word of life, and prop of the faith and resting place of the Spirit. But why should I enumerate all the titles which your virtue, in its varied forms, has won for and applied to you as your own? Tell me, however, whence do you come? What is your business, and what favour do you bring us? Since I know that you are entirely moved with and by God, and for the benefit of those who receive you. Are you come to inspect us, or to seek for the pastor, or to take the oversight of the flock? You find us no longer in existence, but for the most part having passed away with him, unable to bear with the place of our affliction, especially now that we have lost our skilful steersman, our light of life, to whom we look to direct our course as the blazing beacon of salvation above us. he has departed with all his excellence, and all the power of pastoral organization, which he had gathered in a long time, full of days and wisdom, and crowned, to use the words of Solomon, with the hoary head of glory. His flock is desolate and downcast, filled, as you see, with despondency and dejection, no longer reposing in the green pasture, and reared up by the water of comfort, but seeking precipices, deserts, and pits, in which it will be scattered and perish, in despair of ever obtaining another wise pastor, absolutely persuaded that it cannot find such an one as he, content if it be one who will not be far inferior. There are, as I said, 3 causes to necessitate your presence, all of equal weight: ourselves, the pastor, and the flock. Come then, and according to the spirit of ministry which is in you, assign to each its due, and guide your words in judgment, so that we may more than ever marvel at your wisdom. And how will you guide them? First, by bestowing seemly praise upon his virtue, not only as a pure sepulchral tribute of speech to him who was pure, but also to set forth to others his conduct and example as a mark of true piety. Then bestow upon us some brief counsels concerning life and death, and the union and severance of body and soul, and the 2 worlds, the one present but transitory, the other spiritually perceived and abiding, and persuade us to despise that which is deceitful and disordered and uneven, carrying us and being carried, like the waves, now up, now down, but to cling to that which is firm and stable and divine and constant, free from all disturbance and confusion. For this would lessen our pain because of friends departed before us. Nay, we should rejoice if your words should carry us hence and set us on high, and hide distress of the present and the future, and persuade us that we also are pressing on to a good Master, and that our home is better than our pilgrimage, and that translation and removal thither is to us who are tempest-tossed here like a calm haven to men at sea, or as ease and relief from toil come to men who, at the close of a long journey, escape the troubles of the wayfarer, so to those who attain to the hostel yonder comes a better and more tolerable existence than that of those who still tread the crooked and precipitous path of this life. Thus might you console us. But what of the flock? Would you first promise the oversight and leadership of yourself, a man under whose wings we all would gladly repose, and for whose words we thirst more eagerly than men suffering from thirst for the purest fountain? Secondly, persuade us that the Good Shepherd who laid down his life for the sheep has not even now left us, but is present, and tends and guides, and knows his own, and is known of his own, and, though bodily invisible, is spiritually recognized, and defends his flock against the wolves, and allows no one to climb over into the fold as a robber and traitor, to pervert and steal away, by the voice of strangers, souls that are under the fair guidance of the truth. I am well assured that his intercession is of more avail now than was his instruction in former days, since he is closer to God, now that he has shaken off his bodily fetters, and freed his mind from the clay which obscured it, and holds intercourse naked with the nakedness of the prime and purest mind, being promoted, if it be not rash to say so, to the rank and confidence of an angel. This, with your power of speech and spirit, you will set forth and discuss better than I can sketch it. But in order that, through ignorance of his excellences, your language may not fall very short of his deserts, I will, from my own knowledge of the departed, briefly draw an outline and preliminary plan of an eulogy to be handed to you, the illustrious artist of such subjects, for the details of the beauty of his virtue to be filled in and transmitted to the ears and minds of all. Leaving to the laws of panegyric the description of his country, his family, his nobility of figure, his external magnificence, and the other subjects of human pride, I begin with what is of most consequence and comes closest to ourselves. He sprang from a stock unrenowned, and not well suited for piety, for I am not ashamed of his origin, in my confidence in the close of his life. One that was not planted in the house of God, but far removed and estranged, the combined product of two of the greatest opposites, Greek error and legal imposture. Some parts of each of which it escaped, of others it was compounded. For on the one side they reject idols and sacrifices, but reverence fire and lights. On the other they observe the Sabbath and petty regulations as to certain meats, but despise circumcision. These lowly men call themselves ipsistarii, and the Almighty is, so they say, the only object of their worship. What was the result of this double tendency to impiety? I know not whether to praise more highly the grace which called him, or his own purpose. However, he so purged the eye of his mind from the humours which obscured it, and ran towards the truth with such speed that he endured the loss of his mother and his property for a while, for the sake of his heavenly Father and the true inheritance, and submitted more readily to this dishonour than others to the greatest honours. And, most wonderful as this is, I wonder at it but little. Why? Because this glory is common to him with many others, and all must come into the great net of God, and be caught by the words of the fishers, although some are earlier, some later, enclosed by the Gospel. But what does especially in his life move my wonder, it is needful for me to mention. Even before he was of our fold, he was ours. His character made him one of us. For as many of our own are not with us, whose life alienates them from the common body, so many of those without are on our side, whose character anticipates their faith, and need only the name of that which indeed they possess. My father was one of these, an alien shoot, but inclined by his life towards us. He was so far advanced in self-control that he became at once most beloved and most modest, two qualities difficult to combine. What greater and more splendid testimony can there be to his justice than his exercise of a position second to none in the state, without enriching himself by a single farthing, although he saw every one else casting the hands of Briareos upon the public funds, and swollen with ill-gotten gain. For thus do I term unrighteous wealth. Of his prudence this also is no slight proof, but in the course of my speech further details will be given. It was as a reward for such conduct, I think, that he attained to the faith. How this came about, a matter too important to be passed over, I would now set forth. I have heard the Scriptures say, who can find a valiant woman, and declare that she is a divine gift, and that a good marriage is brought about by the Lord. Even those without are of the same mind, if they say that a man can win no fairer prize than a good wife, nor a worse one than her opposite. But we can mention none who has been in this respect more fortunate than he. For I think that, had any one from the ends of the earth, and from every race of men attempted to bring about the best of marriages, he could not have found a better or more harmonious one than this. For the most excellent of men and of women were so united that their marriage was a union of virtue rather than of bodies, since while they excelled all others, they could not excel each other, because in virtue they were quite equally matched. She indeed who was given to Adam as a helpmeet for him, because it was not good for man to be alone, instead of an assistant became an enemy, and instead of a yokefellow, an opponent, and beguiling the man by means of pleasure, estranged him through the tree of knowledge from the tree of life. But she who was given by God to my Father became not only, as is less wonderful, his assistant, but even his leader, drawing him on by her influence in deed and word to the highest excellence, judging it best in all other respects to be overruled by her husband according to the law of marriage, but not being ashamed in regard of piety even to offer herself as his teacher. Admirable indeed as was this conduct of hers, it was still more admirable that he should readily acquiesce in it. She is a woman who, while others have been honoured and extolled for natural and artificial beauty, has acknowledged but one kind of beauty, that of the soul, and the preservation or the restoration as far as possible of the divine image. Pigments and devices for adornment she has rejected as worthy of women on the stage. The only genuine form of noble birth she recognized is piety, and the knowledge of whence we are sprung and whither we are tending. The only safe and inviolable form of wealth is, she considered, to strip oneself of wealth for God and the poor, and especially for those of our own kin who are unfortunate. And such help only as is necessary she held to be rather a reminder than a relief of their distress, while a more liberal beneficence brings stable honour and most perfect consolation. Some women have excelled in thrifty management, others in piety, while she, difficult as it is to unite the two virtues, has surpassed all in both of them, both by her eminence in each, and by the fact that she alone has combined them together. To as great a degree has she, by her care and skill, secured the prosperity of her household, according to the injunctions and laws of Solomon as to the valiant woman, as if she had had no knowledge of piety. And she applied herself to God and divine things, as closely as if absolutely released from household cares, allowing neither branch of her duty to interfere with the other, but rather making each of them support the other. What time or place for prayer ever escaped her? To this she was drawn before all other things in the day, or rather, who had such hope of receiving an immediate answer to her request? Who paid such reverence to the hand and countenance of the priests, or honoured all kinds of philosophy? Who reduced the flesh by more constant fast and vigil, or stood like a pillar at the night-long and daily psalmody? Who had a greater love for virginity, though patient of the marriage bond herself? Who was a better patron of the orphan and the widow? Who aided as much in the alleviation of the misfortunes of the mourner? These things, small as they are, and perhaps contemptible in the eyes of some, because not easily attainable by most people, for that which is unattainable comes through envy to be thought not even credible, are in my eyes most honourable, since they were the discoveries of her faith and the undertakings of her spiritual fervour. So also in the holy assemblies or places her voice was never to be heard, except in the necessary responses of the service. And if it was a great thing for the altar never to have had an iron tool lifted upon it, and that no chisel should be seen or heard, with greater reason, since everything dedicated to God ought to be natural and free from artificiality, it was also surely a great thing that she reverenced the sanctuary by her silence, that she never turned her back to the venerable table, nor spat upon the divine pavement, that she never grasped the hand or kissed the lips of any heathen woman, however honourable in other respects, or closely related she might be. Nor would she ever share the salt, I say not willingly, but even under compulsion, of those who came from the profane and unholy table. Nor could she bear, against the law of conscience, to pass by or look upon a polluted house, nor to have her ears or tongue, which had received and uttered divine things, defiled by Grecian tales or theatrical songs, on the ground that what is unholy is unbecoming to holy things. And what is still more wonderful, she never so far yielded to the external signs of grief, although greatly moved even by the misfortunes of strangers, as to allow a sound of woe to burst forth before the Eucharist, or a tear to fall from the eye mystically sealed, or any trace of mourning to be left on the occasion of a festival, however frequent her own sorrows might be, inasmuch as the God-loving soul should subject every human experience to the things of God. I pass by in silence what is still more ineffable, of which God is witness, and those of the faithful handmaidens to whom she has confided such things. That which concerns myself is perhaps undeserving of mention, since I have proved unworthy of the hope cherished in regard to me. Yet it was on her part a great undertaking to promise me to God before my birth, with no fear of the future, and to dedicate me immediately after I was born. Through God's goodness has it been that she has not utterly failed in her prayer, and that the auspicious sacrifice was not rejected. Some of these things were already in existence, others were in the future, growing up by means of gradual additions. And as the sun, which most pleasantly casts its morning rays, becomes at midday hotter and more brilliant, so also did she, who from the first gave no slight evidence of piety, shine forth at last with fuller light. Then indeed he, who had established her in his house, had at home no slight spur to piety, possessed by her origin and descent of the love of God and Christ, and having received virtue as her patrimony. Not, as he had been, cut out of the wild olive and grafted into the good olive, yet unable to bear in the excess of her faith to be unequally yoked, for though surpassing all others in endurance and fortitude, she could not brook this, the being but half united to God, because of the estrangement of him who was part of herself, and the failure to add to the bodily union a close connection in the spirit. On this account she fell before God night and day, entreating for the salvation of her head with many fastings and tears, and assiduously devoting herself to her husband and influencing him in many ways, by means of reproaches, admonitions, attentions, estrangements, and above all by her own character, with its fervour for piety, by which the soul is specially prevailed upon and softened, and willingly submits to virtuous pressure. The drop of water constantly striking the rock was destined to hollow it, and at length attain its longing, as the sequel shows. These were the objects of her prayers and hopes, in the fervour of faith rather than of youth. Indeed, none was as confident of things present as she of things hoped for, from her experience of the generosity of God. For the salvation of my father there was a concurrence of the gradual conviction of his reason, and the vision of dreams which God often bestows upon a soul worthy of salvation. What was the vision? This is to me the most pleasing part of the story. He thought that he was singing, as he had never done before, though his wife was frequent in her supplications and prayers, this verse from the Psalms of holy David. I was glad when they said unto me, We will go into the house of the Lord. The psalm was a strange one to him, and along with its words the desire came to him. As soon as she heard it, having thus obtained her prayer, she seized the opportunity, replying that the vision would bring the greatest pleasure, if accompanied by its fulfilment, and manifesting by her joy the greatness of the benefit, she urged forward his salvation, before anything could interfere to hinder the call, and dissipate the object of her longing. At that very time it happened that a number of bishops were hastening to Nicaea to oppose the madness of Arius, since the wickedness of dividing the Godhead had just arisen, So my father yielded himself to God and to the heralds of the truth, and confessed his desire, and requested from them the common salvation, one of them being the celebrated Leontius, at that time our own metropolitan. It would be a great wrong to grace, were I to pass by in silence the wonder which then was bestowed upon him by grace. The witnesses of the wonder are not few. The teachers of accuracy were spiritually at fault, and the grace was a forecast of the future, and the formula of the priesthood was mingled with the admission of the catechumen. O involuntary initiation! Bending his knee, he received the form of admission to the state of a catechumen in such wise, that many, not only of the highest, but even of the lowest, intellect prophesied the future, being assured by no indistinct signs of what was to be. After a short interval, wonder succeeded wonder. I will commend the account of it to the ears of the faithful, for to profane minds nothing that is good is trustworthy. He was approaching that regeneration by water and the Spirit, by which we confess to God the formation and completion of the Christ-like man, and the transformation and reformation from the earthy to the spirit. He was approaching the laver with warm desire and bright hope, after all the purgation possible, and a far greater purification of soul and body than that of the men who were to receive the tables from Moses. Their purification extended only to their dress, and a slight restriction of the belly, and a temporary continence. The whole of his past life had been a preparation for the enlightenment, and a preliminary purification making sure the gift, in order that perfection might be entrusted to purity, and that the blessing might incur no risk in a soul which was confident in its possession of the grace. And as he was ascending out of the water, there flashed around him a light and a glory worthy of the disposition with which he approached the gift of faith. This was manifest even to some others, who for the time concealed the wonder, from fear of speaking of a sight which each one thought had been only his own, but shortly afterwards communicated it to one another. To the baptizer and initiator, however, it was so clear and visible, that he could not even hold back the mystery, but publicly cried out that he was anointing with the Spirit his own successor. Nor indeed would any one disbelieve this who has heard and knows that Moses, when little in the eyes of men, and not yet of any account, was called from the bush which burned but was not consumed, or rather by him who appeared in the bush, and was encouraged by that first wonder. Moses, I say, for whom the sea was divided, and manna rained down, and the rock poured out a fountain, and the pillar of fire and cloud led the way in turn, and the stretching out of his hands gained a victory, and the representation of the cross overcame tens of thousands. Isaiah again, who beheld the glory of the seraphim, and after him Jeremiah, who was entrusted with great power against nations and kings. The one heard the divine voice, and was cleansed by a live coal for his prophetic office, and the other was known before his formation and sanctified before his birth. Paul also, while yet a persecutor, who became the great herald of the truth and teacher of the Gentiles in faith, was surrounded by a light and acknowledged him whom he was persecuting, and was entrusted with his great ministry, and filled every ear and mind with the gospel. Why need I count up all those who have been called to himself by God, and associated with such wonders as confirmed him in his piety? Nor was it the case that after such and so incredible and startling beginnings, any of the former things was put to shame by his subsequent conduct, as happens with those who very soon acquire a distaste for what is good, and so neglect all further progress, if they do not utterly relapse into vice. This cannot be said of him, for he was most consistent with himself and his early days, and kept in harmony his life before the priesthood with its excellence. and his life after it with what had gone before, since it would have been unbecoming to begin in one way and end in another, or to advance to a different end from that which he had in view at first. He was next entrusted with the priesthood, not with the facility and disorder of the present day, but after a brief interval, in order to add to his own cleansing the skill and power to cleanse others. For this is the law of spiritual sequence. And when he had been entrusted with it, the grace was the more glorified, being really the grace of God, and not of men, and not, as the preacher says, an independent impulse and purpose of spirit. He received a woodland and rustic church, the pastoral care and oversight of which had not been bestowed from a distance, but it had been cared for by one of his predecessors of admirable and angelic disposition, and a more simple man than our present rulers of the people. But after he had been speedily taken to God, it had, in consequence of the loss of its leader, for the most part grown careless and run wild. Accordingly, he at first strove without harshness to soften the habits of the people, both by words of pastoral knowledge and by setting himself before them as an example, like a spiritual statue, polished into the beauty of all excellent conduct. He next, by constant meditation on the divine words, though a late student of such matters, gathered together so much wisdom within a short time that he was in no wise excelled by those who had spent the greatest toil upon them, and received this special grace from God, that he became the father and teacher of orthodoxy, not, like our modern wise men, yielding to the spirit of the age, nor defending our faith by indefinite and sophistical language, as if they had no fixity of faith, or were adulterating the truth, but he was more pious than those who possessed rhetorical power, more skilled in rhetoric than those who were upright in mind, or rather, while he took the second place as an orator, he surpassed all in piety. He acknowledged one God worshipped in Trinity, and three who are united in one Godhead, neither Sabellianizing as to the one, nor Arianizing as to the three, either by contracting and so atheistically annihilating the Godhead, or by tearing it asunder by distinctions of unequal greatness or nature. For seeing that its every quality is incomprehensible and beyond the power of our intellect, how can we either perceive or express by definition on such a subject that which is beyond our ken? How can the immeasurable be measured, and the Godhead be reduced to the condition of finite things, and measured by degrees of greater or less? What else must we say of this great man of God, the true divine, under the influence, in regard to these subjects, of the Holy Ghost, but through his perception of these points he, like the great Noah, the father of this second world, made this church to be called the New Jerusalem, and a second ark borne up upon the waters, since it both surmounted the deluge of souls and the insults of the heretics, and excelled all others in reputation no less than it fell behind them in numbers, and has had the same fortune as the sacred Bethlehem, which can without contradiction be at once said to be a little city and the metropolis of the world, since it is the nurse and mother of Christ, who both made and overcame the world. To give a proof of what I say, when a tumult of the overzealous part of the Church was raised against us, and we had been decoyed by a document and artful terms into association with evil, he alone was believed to have an unwounded mind, and a soul unstained by ink, even when he had been imposed upon in his simplicity, and failed from his guilelessness of soul to be on his guard against guile. He it was alone, or rather first of all, who by his zeal for piety reconciled to himself and the rest of the Church the faction opposed to us, which was the last to leave us, the first to return, owing to both their reverence for the man and the purity of his doctrine, so that the serious storm in the churches was allayed, and the hurricane reduced to a breeze under the influence of his prayers and admonitions, while, if I may make a boastful remark, I was his partner in piety and activity, aiding him in every effort on behalf of what is good, accompanying and running beside him, and being permitted on this occasion to contribute a very great share of the toil. Here my account of these matters, which is a little premature, must come to an end. Who could enumerate the full tale of his excellences? Or, if you wish to pass by most of them, discover without difficulty what can be omitted. For each trait, as it occurs to the mind, seems superior to what has gone before. It takes possession of me, and I feel more at a loss to know what I ought to pass by, than other panegyrists are as to what they ought to say. So that the abundance of material is to some extent a hindrance to me, and my mind is itself put to the test in its efforts to test his qualities, and its inability, where all are equal, to find one which surpasses the rest. So that, just as when we see a pebble falling into still water, it becomes the centre and starting point of circle after circle, each by its continuous agitation breaking up that which lies outside of it. This is exactly the case with myself. For as soon as one thing enters my mind, another follows and displaces it, and I am wearied out in making a choice, is what I have already grasped is ever retiring in favour of that which follows in its train. Who was more anxious than he for the common weal? Who more wise in domestic affairs, since God, who orders all things in due variation, assigned to him a house and suitable fortune? Who was more sympathetic in mind, more bounteous in hand, towards the poor, that most dishonoured portion of the nature to which equal honour is due? For he actually treated his own property as if it were another's, of which he was but the steward, relieving poverty as far as he could, and expending not only his superfluities but his necessities. A manifest proof of love for the poor, giving a portion, not only to 7, according to the injunction of Solomon, but if an 8th came forward, not even in his case being niggardly, but more pleased to dispose of his wealth than we know others are to acquire it, taking away the yoke and election, which means, as I think, all meanness in testing as to whether the recipient is worthy or not, and word of murmuring in benevolence. This is what most men do. They give indeed, but without that readiness, which is a greater and more perfect thing than the mere offering. For he thought it much better to be generous even to the undeserving for the sake of the deserving, than from fear of the undeserving to deprive those who were deserving. And this seems to be the duty of casting our bread upon the waters, since it will not be swept away or perish in the eyes of the just investigator, but will arrive yonder where all that is ours is laid up, and will meet with us in due time, even though we think it not. But what is best and greatest of all, his magnanimity was accompanied by freedom from ambition. Its extent and character I will proceed to show. In considering their wealth to be common to all, and in liberality in bestowing it, he and his consort rivalled each other in their struggles after excellence. But he entrusted the greater part of this bounty to her hand, as being a most excellent and trusty steward of such matters. What a woman she is! Not even the Atlantic Ocean, or if there be a greater one, could meet her draughts upon it. So great and so boundless is her love of liberality. In the contrary sense, she has rivalled the horse leech of Solomon by her insatiable longing for progress, overcoming the tendency to backsliding, and unable to satisfy her zeal for benevolence. she not only considered all the property which they originally possessed, and what accrued to them later, as unable to suffice her own longing, but she would, as I have often heard her say, have gladly sold herself and her children into slavery, had there been any means of doing so, to expend the proceeds upon the poor. Thus entirely did she give the rein to her generosity. This is, I imagine, far more convincing than any instance of it could be. Magnanimity in regard to money may be found without difficulty in the case of others, whether it be dissipated in the public rivalries of the state, or lent to God through the poor, the only mode of treasuring it up for those who spend it. But it is not easy to discover a man who has renounced the consequent reputation. For it is desire for reputation which supplies to most men the readiness to spend. And where the bounty must be secret, there the disposition to it is less keen. So bounteous was his hand. Further details I leave to those who knew him, so that if anything of the kind is borne witness to in regard to myself, it proceeds from that fountain, and is a portion of that stream. Who was more under the divine guidance in admitting men to the sanctuary, or in resenting dishonour done to it, or in cleansing the holy table with awe from the unholy? Who, with such unbiassed judgment, and with the scales of justice, either decided a suit, or hated vice, or honoured virtue, or promoted the most excellent? Who was so compassionate for the sinner, or sympathetic towards those who were running well? Who better knew the right time for using the rod and the staff, yet relied most upon the staff? Whose eyes were more upon the faithful in the land, especially upon those who, in the monastic and unwedded life, have despised the earth and the things of earth? Who did more to rebuke pride and foster lowliness, and that in no assumed or external way, as most of those who now make profession of virtue, and are in appearance as elegant as the most mindless women, who, for lack of beauty of their own, take refuge in pigments, and are, if I may say so, splendidly made up, uncomely in their comeliness, and more ugly than they originally were. For his lowliness was no matter of dress, but of spiritual disposition. Nor was it expressed by a bent neck, or lowered voice, or downcast look, or length of beard, or close-shaven head, or measured gait, which can be adopted for a while, but are very quickly exposed, for nothing which is affected can be permanent. No, he was ever most lofty in life, most lowly in mind, inaccessible in virtue, most accessible in intercourse. His dress had in it nothing remarkable, avoiding equally magnificence and sordidness, while his internal brilliancy was supereminent. The disease and insatiability of the belly he, if any one, held in check, but without ostentation, so that he might be kept down without being puffed up, from having encouraged a new vice by his pursuit of reputation. For he held that doing and saying everything by which fame among externs might be won, is the characteristic of the politician, whose chief happiness is found in the present life. But that the spiritual and Christian man should look to one object alone, his salvation, and think much of what may contribute to this, but detest as of no value what does not, and accordingly despise what is visible, but be occupied with interior perfection alone, and estimate most highly whatever promotes his own improvement, and attracts others through himself to that which is supremely good. But what was most excellent and most characteristic, though least generally recognized, was his simplicity, and freedom from guile and resentment. For among men of ancient and modern days, each is supposed to have had some special success, as each chanced to have received from God some particular virtue. Job unconquered patience in misfortune. Moses and David, meekness. Samuel, prophecy, seeing into the future. Phinehas, zeal, for which he has a name. Peter and Paul, eagerness in preaching. The sons of Zebedee, magniloquence, whence also they were entitled sons of thunder. But why should I enumerate them all, speaking as I do among those who know this? Now the specially distinguishing mark of Stephen and of my father was the absence of malice. For not even when in peril did Stephen hate his assailants, but was stoned while praying for those who were stoning him, as a disciple of Christ, on whose behalf he was allowed to suffer, and so, in his long suffering, bearing for God a nobler fruit than his death. My father, in allowing no interval between assault and forgiveness, so that he was almost robbed of pain itself by the speed of pardon. End of the first part of Oration 18. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 18, on the death of his father, continued. We both believe in and hear of the dregs of the anger of God, the residuum of his dealings with those who deserve it. For the Lord is a God of vengeance. For although he is disposed by his kindness to gentleness rather than severity, yet he does not absolutely pardon sinners, lest they should be made worse by his goodness. Yet my father kept no grudge against those who provoked him. Indeed, he was absolutely uninfluenced by anger, although in spiritual things exceedingly overcome by zeal, except when he had been prepared and armed, and set in hostile array against that which was advancing to injure him. So that this sweet disposition of his would not, as the saying goes, have been stirred by tens of thousands. For the wrath which he had was not like that of the serpent, smouldering within, ready to defend itself, eager to burst forth, and longing to strike back at once on being disturbed, but like the sting of the bee, which does not bring death with its stroke, while his kindness was superhuman. The wheel and scourge were often threatened, and those who could apply them stood near, and the danger ended in being pinched on the ear, patted on the face, or buffeted on the temple. Thus he mitigated the threat. His dress and sandals were dragged off, and the scoundrel was felled to the ground. Then his anger was directed not against his assailant, but against his eager succourer, as a minister of evil. How could any one be more conclusively proved to be good and worthy to offer the gifts to God? For often, instead of being himself roused, he made excuses for the man who assailed him, blushing for his faults as if they had been his own. The dew would more easily resist the morning rays of the sun, than any remains of anger continue in him. But as soon as he had spoken, his indignation departed with his words, leaving behind only his love for what is good, and never outlasting the sun. Nor did he cherish anger which destroys even the prudent, or show any bodily trace of vice within, nay, even when roused, he preserved calmness. The result of this was most unusual, not that he was the only one to give rebuke, but the only one to be both loved and admired by those whom he reproved, from the victory which his goodness gained over warmth of feeling. And it was felt to be more serviceable to be punished by a just man than besmeared by a bad one. For in the one case the severity becomes pleasant for its utility, in the other the kindliness is suspected because of the evil of the man's character. But though his soul and character were so simple and divine, his piety nevertheless inspired the insolent with awe, or rather, the cause of their respect was the simplicity which they despised. For it was impossible to him to utter either prayer or curse without the immediate bestowal of permanent blessing or transient pain. The one proceeded from his inmost soul, the other merely rested upon his lips as a paternal reproof. Many indeed of those who had injured him incurred neither lingering requital nor, as the poet says, vengeance which dogs men's steps. But at the very moment of their passion they were struck and converted, came forward, knelt before him, and were pardoned, going away gloriously vanquished, and amended both by the chastisement and the forgiveness. Indeed, a forgiving spirit often has great saving power, checking the wrongdoer by the sense of shame, and bringing him back from fear to love, a far more secure state of mind. In chastisement some were tossed by oxen oppressed by the yoke, which suddenly attacked them, though they had never done anything of the kind before. Others were thrown and trampled upon by most obedient and quiet horses. Others seized by intolerable fevers and apparitions of their daring deeds. Others being punished in different ways, and learning obedience from the things which they suffered. Such and so remarkable being his gentleness, did he yield the palm to others in industry and practical virtue? By no means. Gentle as he was, he possessed, if any one did, an energy corresponding to his gentleness. For although, for the most part, the two virtues of benevolence and severity are at variance and opposed to each other, the one being gentle but without practical qualities, the other practical but unsympathetic, in his case there was a wonderful combination of the two, his action being as energetic as that of a severe man, but combined with gentleness, while his readiness to yield seemed unpractical, but was accompanied with energy, in his patronage, his freedom of speech, and every kind of official duty. He united the wisdom of the serpent, in regard to evil, with the harmlessness of the dove, in regard to good, neither allowing the wisdom to degenerate into knavery, nor the simplicity into silliness. But as far as in him lay, he combined the two in one perfect form of virtue. Such being his birth, such his exercise of the priestly office, such the reputation which he won at the hands of all, what wonder if he was thought worthy of the miracles by which God establishes true religion? One of the wonders which concern him was that he suffered from sickness and bodily pain. But what wonder is it for even holy men to be distressed, either for the cleansing of their clay, slight though it may be, or a touchstone of virtue and test of philosophy, or for the education of the weaker, who learn from their example to be patient instead of giving way under their misfortunes? Well, he was sick. The time was the holy and illustrious Easter, the Queen of days, the brilliant night which dissipates the darkness of sin, upon which with abundant light we keep the feast of our salvation, putting ourselves to death along with the light once put to death for us, and rising again with him who rose. This was the time of his sufferings. Of what kind they were, I will briefly explain. His whole frame was on fire with an excessive burning fever. His strength had failed. He was unable to take food. His sleep had departed from him. He was in the greatest distress, and agitated by palpitations. Within his mouth, the palate and the whole of the upper surface was so completely and painfully ulcerated that it was difficult and dangerous to swallow even water. The skill of physicians, the prayers, most earnest though they were, of his friends, and every possible attention were alike of no avail. He himself in this desperate condition, while his breath came short and fast, had no perception of present things, but was entirely absent, immersed in the objects he had long desired, now made ready for him. We were in the temple, mingling supplications with the sacred rites, for in despair of all others, we had betaken ourselves to the great Physician, to the power of that night, to the last succor, with the intention, shall I say, of keeping a feast, or of mourning, of holding festival, or paying funeral honours to one no longer here. O those tears, which were shed at that time by all the people. O voices and cries and hymns blended with the psalmody. From the temple they sought the priest, from the sacred rite the celebrant, from God their worthy ruler, with my Miriam to lead them and strike the timbrel, not of triumph, but of supplication. Learning then for the first time to be put to shame by misfortune, and calling at once upon the people and upon God, upon the former to sympathize with her distress, and to be lavish of their tears, upon the latter to listen to her petitions, as with the inventive genius of suffering she rehearsed before him all his wonders of old time. What then was the response of him who was the God of that night and of the sick man? A shudder comes over me as I proceed with my story, and though you, my hearers, may shudder, do not disbelieve, for that would be impious when I am the speaker and in reference to him. The time of the mystery was come, and the reverend station and order, when silence is kept for the solemn rites. And then he was raised up by him who quickeneth the dead, and by the holy night. At first he moved slightly, then more decidedly. Then in a feeble and indistinct voice he called by name one of the servants who was in attendance upon him, and bade him come, and bring his clothes, and support him with his hand. He came in alarm, and gladly waited upon him, while he, leaning upon his hand as upon a staff, imitates Moses upon the mount, arranges his feeble hands in prayer, and in union with, or on behalf of, his people eagerly celebrates the mysteries, in such few words as his strength allowed, but, as it seems to me, with a most perfect intention. What a miracle! In the sanctuary without a sanctuary, sacrificing without an altar, a priest far from the sacred rites. Yet all these were present to him in the power of the Spirit, recognized by him, though unseen by those who were there. Then, after adding the customary words of thanksgiving, and after blessing the people, he retired again to his bed. And after taking a little food, and enjoying a sleep, he recalled his spirit, and his health being gradually recovered, on the new day of the feast, as we call the first Sunday after the festival of the resurrection, he entered the temple and inaugurated his life which had been preserved, with the full complement of clergy, and offered the sacrifice of thanksgiving. To me this seems no less remarkable than the miracle in the case of Hezekiah, who was glorified by God in his sickness and prayers with an extension of life, and this was signified by the return of the shadow of the degrees, according to the request of the king who was restored, whom God honoured at once by the favour and the sign, assuring him of the extension of his days by the extension of the day. The same miracle occurred in the case of my mother not long afterwards. I do not think it would be proper to pass by this either, for we shall both pay the meed of honour which is due to her, if to any one at all, and gratify him, by her being associated with him in our recital. She, who had always been strong and vigorous and free from disease all her life, was herself attacked by sickness, in consequence of much distress, not to prolong my story, caused above all by inability to eat. Her life was for many days in danger, and no remedy for the disease could be found. How did God sustain her? Not by raining down manna, as for Israel of old, or opening the rock, in order to give drink to his thirsting people, or feasting her by means of ravens, as Elijah, or feeding her by a prophet carried through the air, as he did to Daniel when a hungered in the den. But how? She thought she saw me, who was her favourite, for not even in her dreams did she prefer any other of us, coming up to her suddenly at night, with a basket of pure white loaves, which I blessed and crossed as I was wont to do, and then fed and strengthened her, and she became stronger. The nocturnal vision was a real action, for in consequence she became more herself and of better hope, as is manifest by a clear and evident token. Next morning, when I paid her an early visit, I saw at once that she was brighter, and when I asked, as usual, what kind of a night she had passed, and if she wished for anything, she replied, "My child, you most readily and kindly fed me, and then you ask how I am. I am very well and at ease." Her maids too made signs to me to offer no resistance, and to accept her answer at once, lest she should be thrown back into despondency, if the truth were laid bare. I will add one more instance common to them both. I was on a voyage from Alexandria to Greece, over the Parthenian Sea. The voyage was quite unseasonable, undertaken in an Aeginetan vessel, under the impulse of eager desire. For what specially induced me was that I had fallen in with a crew who were well known to me. After making some way on the voyage, a terrible storm came upon us, and such an one as my shipmates said they had but seldom seen before. While we were all in fear of a common death, spiritual death was what I was most afraid of, for I was in danger of departing in misery, being unbaptized, and I longed for the spiritual water among the waters of death. On this account I cried and begged, and besought a slight respite. My shipmates, even in their common danger, joined in my cries, as not even my own relatives would have done, kindly souls as they were, having learned sympathy from their dangers. In this my condition, my parents felt for me, my danger having been communicated to them by a nightly vision, and they aided me from the land, soothing the waves by prayer, as I afterwards learned by calculating the time after I had landed. This was also shown to me in a wholesome sleep, of which I had experience during a slight lull of the tempest. I seemed to be holding a fury, of fearful aspect, boding danger, for the night presented her clearly to my eyes. Another of my shipmates, a boy most kindly disposed and dear to me, and exceedingly anxious on my behalf, in my then present condition, thought he saw my mother walk upon the sea, and seize and drag the ship to land with no great exertion. We had confidence in the vision, for the sea began to grow calm, and we soon reached Rhodes after the intervention of no great discomfort. We ourselves became an offering in consequence of that peril, for we promised ourselves, if we were saved, to God, and, when we had been saved, gave ourselves to Him. Such were their common experiences. But I imagine that some of those who have had an accurate knowledge of his life must have been for a long while wondering why we have dwelt upon these points, as if we thought them his only title to renown, and postponed the mention of the difficulties of his times, against which he conspicuously arrayed himself, as though we were either ignorant of them, or thought them to be of no great consequence. Come then, we will proceed to speak upon this topic. The first, and I think the last, evil of our day was the emperor who apostatized from God and from reason, and thought it a small matter to conquer the Persians, but a great one to subject to himself the Christians. And so, together with the demons who led and prevailed upon him, he failed in no form of impiety, but by means of persuasions, threats, and sophistries, strove to draw men to him, and even added to his various artifices the use of force. His design, however, was exposed, whether he strove to conceal persecution under sophistical devices, or manifestly made use of his authority, namely by one means or the other, either by cozening or by violence, to get us into his power, who can be found who more utterly despised or defeated him? One sign, among many others, of his contempt, is the mission to our sacred buildings of the police and their commissary, with the intention of taking either voluntary or forcible possession of them. He had attacked many others, and came hither with like intent, demanding the surrender of the temple according to the imperial decree, but was so far from succeeding in any of his wishes that, had he not speedily given way before my father, either from his own good sense or according to some advice given to him, he would have had to retire with his feet mangled, With such wrath and zeal did the priest boil against him in defence of his shrine, and who had manifestly greater share in bringing about his end, both in public, by the prayers and united supplications which he directed against the accursed one, without regard to the dangers of the time, and in private, arraying against him his nightly armoury, of sleeping on the ground, by which he wore away his aged and tender frame, and of tears, with whose fountains he watered the ground for almost a whole year, directing these practices to the Searcher of hearts alone, while he tried to escape our notice in his retiring piety of which I have spoken. And he would have been utterly unobserved, had I not once suddenly rushed into his room, and noticing the tokens of his lying upon the ground, inquired of his attendants what they meant, and so learned the mystery of the night. A further story of the same period and the same courage. The city of Caesarea was in an uproar about the election of a bishop, for one had just departed, and another must be found, amidst heated partisanship not easily to be soothed. For the city was naturally exposed to party spirit, owing to the fervour of its faith, and the rivalry was increased by the illustrious position of the see. Such was the state of affairs. Several bishops had arrived to consecrate the bishop. The populace was divided into several parties, each with its own candidate, as is usual in such cases, owing to the influences of private friendship or devotion to God. But at last the whole people came to an agreement, and, with the aid of a band of soldiers at that time quartered there, seized one of their leading citizens, a man of excellent life, but not yet sealed with the divine baptism, brought him against his will to the sanctuary, and setting him before the bishops, begged, with entreaties mingled with violence, that he might be consecrated and proclaimed, not in the best of order, but with all sincerity and ardour. Nor is it possible to say whom time pointed out as more illustrious and religious than he was. What then took place as the result of the uproar? Their resistance was overcome, they purified him, they proclaimed him, they enthroned him, by external action, rather than by spiritual judgment and disposition, as the sequel shows. They were glad to retire and regain freedom of judgment, and agreed upon a plan. I do not know that it was inspired by the Spirit, to hold nothing which had been done to be valid, and the institution to have been void, pleading violence on the part of him who had had no less violence done to himself, and laying hold of certain words which had been uttered on the occasion with greater vigour than wisdom. But the great High Priest and just examiner of actions was not carried away by this plan of theirs, and did not approve of their judgment, but remained as uninfluenced and unmoved as if no pressure at all had been put upon him. For he saw that, the violence having been common, if they brought any charge against him, they were themselves liable to a counter charge, or if they acquitted him, they themselves might be acquitted, or rather with still more justice, they were unable to secure their own acquittal, even by acquitting him. For if they were deserving of excuse, so assuredly was he. And if he was not, much less were they. For it would have been far better to have at the time run the risk of resistance to the last extremity, than afterwards to enter into designs against him, especially at such a juncture, when it was better to put an end to existing enmities than to devise new ones. For the state of affairs was as follows. The emperor had come, raging against the Christians. He was angry at the election and threatened the elect, and the city stood in imminent peril as to whether, after that day, it should cease to exist, or escape and be treated with some degree of mercy. The innovation in regard to the election was a new ground of exasperation, in addition to the destruction of the temple of Fortune in a time of prosperity, and was looked upon as an invasion of his rights. The governor of the province also was eager to turn the opportunity to his own account, and was ill disposed to the new bishop, with whom he had never had friendly relations in consequence of their different political views. Accordingly he sent letters to summon the consecrators to invalidate the election, and in no gentle terms, for they were threatened as if by command of the Emperor. Hereupon, when the letter reached him, without fear or delay, he replied. Consider the courage and spirit of his answer. Most excellent Governor, we have one censor of all our actions, and one emperor, against whom his enemies are in arms. He will review the present consecration, which we have legitimately performed according to his will. In regard to any other matter, you may, if you will, use violence with the greatest ease against us. But no one can prevent us from vindicating the legitimacy and justice of our action in this case, unless you should make a law on this point, you, who have no right to interfere in our affairs. This letter excited the admiration of its recipient, although he was for a while annoyed at it, as we have been told by many who know the facts well. It also stayed the action of the Emperor, and delivered the city from peril, and ourselves, it is not amiss to add, from disgrace. This was the work of the occupant of an unimportant and suffragan see. Is not a presidency of this kind far preferable to a title derived from a superior see, and a power which is based upon action rather than upon a name? Who is so distant from this world of ours as to be ignorant of what is last in order, but the first and greatest proof of his power? The same city was again in an uproar for the same reason, in consequence of the sudden removal of the bishop chosen with such honourable violence, who had now departed to God, on whose behalf he had nobly and bravely contended in the persecutions. The heat of the disturbance was in proportion to its unreasonableness. The man of eminence was not unknown, but was more conspicuous than the sun amidst the stars, in the eyes not only of all others, but especially of that select and most pure portion of the people whose business is in the sanctuary, and the Nazarites amongst us, to whom such appointments should, if not entirely, as much as possible belong, and so the Church would be free from harm, instead of to the most opulent and powerful, or the violent and unreasonable portion of the people, and especially the most corrupt of them. Indeed, I am almost inclined to believe that the civil government is more orderly than ours, to which divine grace is attributed, and that such matters are better regulated by fear than by reason. For what man in his senses could ever have approached another, to the neglect of your divine and sacred person, who have been beautified by the hands of the Lord, the unwedded, the destitute of property and almost of flesh and blood, who in your words come next to the Word Himself, who are wise among philosophers, superior to the world among worldlings, my companion and workfellow, and to speak more daringly, the sharer with me of a common soul, the partaker of my life and education. Would that I could speak at liberty and describe you before others without being obliged by your presence, in dwelling upon such topics, to pass over the greater part of them, lest I should incur the suspicion of flattery. But, as I began by saying, the Spirit must needs have known him as his own. Yet he was the mark of envy, at the hands of those whom I am ashamed to mention, and would that it were not possible to hear their names from others who studiously ridicule our affairs. Let us pass this by like a rock in the midstream of a river, and treat with respectful silence a subject which ought to be forgotten, as we pass on to the remainder of our subject. The things of the Spirit were exactly known to the man of the Spirit, and he felt that he must take up no submissive position, nor side with factions and prejudices which depend upon favour rather than upon God, but must make the advantage of the Church and the common salvation his sole object. Accordingly he wrote, gave advice, strove to unite the people and the clergy, whether ministering in the sanctuary or not, gave his testimony, his decision and his vote, even in his absence, and assumed, in virtue of his grey hairs, the exercise of authority among strangers no less than among his own flock. At last, since it was necessary that the consecration should be canonical, and there was lacking one of the proper number of bishops for the proclamation, he tore himself from his couch, exhausted as he was by age and disease, and manfully went to the city, or rather was borne, with his dead body though just breathing, persuaded that, if anything were to happen to him, this devotion would be a noble winding sheet. Hereupon once more there was a prodigy, not unworthy of credit. He received strength from his toil, new life from his zeal, presided at the function, took his place in the conflict, enthroned the bishop, and was conducted home, no longer borne upon a bier, but in a divine ark. His long-suffering, over whose praises I have already lingered, was in this case further exhibited. For his colleagues were annoyed at the shame of being overcome, and at the public influence of the old man, and allowed their annoyance to show itself in abuse of him. But such was the strength of his endurance, that he was superior even to this, finding in modesty a most powerful ally, and refusing to bandy abuse with them. For he felt that it would be a terrible thing, after really gaining the victory, to be vanquished by the tongue. In consequence, he so won upon them by his long suffering, that, when time had lent its aid to his judgment, they exchanged their annoyance for admiration, and knelt before him to ask his pardon, in shame for their previous conduct, and flinging away their hatred, submitted to him as their patriarch, lawgiver, and judge. From the same zeal proceeded his opposition to the heretics, when with the aid of the emperor's impiety they made their expedition, in the hope of overpowering us also, and adding us to the number of the others whom they had, in almost all cases, succeeded in enslaving. For in this he afforded us no slight assistance, both in himself and by hounding us on like well-bred dogs against these most savage beasts, through his training and piety. On one point I blame you both, and pray you do not take amiss my plain speaking, if I should annoy you by expressing the cause of my pain. When I was disgusted at the evils of life, and longing, if any one of our day has longed, for solitude, and eager, as speedily as possible, to escape to some haven of safety, from the surge and dust of public life, it was you who, somehow or other, seized and gave me up by the noble title of the priesthood to this base and treacherous mart of souls. In consequence, evils have already befallen me, and others are yet to be anticipated. For past experience renders a man somewhat distrustful of the future, in spite of the better suggestions of reason to the contrary. Another of his excellences I must not leave unnoticed. In general, he was a man of great endurance, and superior to the robe of flesh. But during the pain of his last sickness, a serious addition to the risks and burdens of old age, his weakness was common to him and all other men. But this fitting sequel to the other marvels, so far from being common, was peculiarly his own. He was at no time free from the anguish of pain, but often in the day, sometimes in the hour, his only relief was the liturgy, to which the pain yielded, as if to an edict of banishment. At last, after a life of almost 100 years, exceeding David's limit of our age, 45 of these, the average life of man, having been spent in the priesthood, he brought to a close in a good old age. And in what manner? With the words and forms of prayer, leaving behind no trace of vice, and many recollections of virtue. The reverence felt for him was thus greater than falls to the lot of man, both on the lips and in the hearts of all. Nor is it easy to find any one who recollects him, and does not, as the Scripture says, lay his hand upon his mouth and salute his memory. Such was his life, and such its completion and perfection. And since some living memorial of his munificence ought to be left behind, what other is required than this temple, which he reared for God and for us, with very little contribution from the people in addition to the expenditure of his private fortune, an exploit which should not be buried in silence, since in size it is superior to most others, in beauty absolutely to all. It surrounds itself with 8 regular equilaterals, and is raised aloft by the beauty of 2 stories of pillars and porticos, while the statues placed upon them are true to the life. Its vault flashes down upon us from above, and it dazzles our eyes with abundant sources of light on every side, being indeed the dwelling place of light. It is surrounded by excrescent equiangular ambulatories of most splendid material, with a wide area in the midst, while its doors and vestibules shed around it the lustre of their gracefulness, and offer from a distance their welcome to those who are drawing nigh. I have not yet mentioned the external ornament, the beauty and size of the squared and dovetailed stonework, whether it be of marble in the bases and capitals, which divide the angles, or from our own quarries, which are in no wise inferior to those abroad, nor of the belts of many shapes and colours, projecting or inlaid from the foundation to the roof tree, which robs the spectator by limiting his view. How could any one with due brevity describe a work which cost so much time and toil and skill? Or will it suffice to say that amid all the works, private and public, which adorn other cities, this has of itself been able to secure us celebrity among the majority of mankind? When for such a temple a priest was needed, he also at his own expense provided one. Whether worthy of the temple or no, it is not for me to say. And when sacrifices were required, he supplied them also, in the misfortunes of his Son, and his patience under trials, that God might receive at his hands a reasonable whole burnt offering and spiritual priesthood, to be honourably consumed, instead of the sacrifice of the law. What sayest thou, my Father? Is this sufficient, and dost thou find an ample recompense for all thy toils, which thou didst undergo for my learning, in this eulogy of farewell or of entombment? And dost thou, as of old, impose silence on my tongue, and bid me stop in due time, and so avoid excess? Or dost thou require some addition? I know thou bidst me cease, for I have said enough. Yet suffer me to add this. Make known to us where thou art in glory, and the light which encircles thee, and receive into the same abode thy partner soon to follow thee, and the children whom thou hadst laid to rest before thee, and me also, after no further, or but a slight addition to the ills of this life. And before reaching that abode, receive me in this sweet stone, which thou didst direct for both of us, to the honour even here of thy consecrated namesake, and excuse me from the care both of the people, which I have already resigned, and of that which for thy sake I have since accepted. And mayest thou guide and free from peril, as I earnestly entreat, the whole flock and all the clergy, whose father thou art said to be, but especially him who was overpowered by thy paternal and spiritual coercion, so that he may not entirely consider that act of tyranny obnoxious to blame. And what do you think of us, O judge of my words and motions? If we have spoken adequately, and to the satisfaction of your desire, confirm it by your decision, and we accept it, for your decision is entirely the decision of God. But if it falls far short of his glory and of your hope, my ally is not far to seek. Let fall thy voice, which is awaited by its merits like a seasonable shower. And indeed he has upon you the highest claims, those of a pastor upon a pastor, and of a father upon his son in grace. What wonder if he, who has through your voice thundered throughout the world, should himself have some enjoyment of it? What more is needed? Only to unite with our spiritual Sarah, the consort and fellow traveller through life of our great father Abraham, in the last Christian offices. The nature of God, my mother, is not the same as that of men. Indeed, to speak generally, The nature of divine things is not the same as that of earthly things. They possess unchangeableness and immortality, and absolute being with its consequences, for sure are the properties of things sure. But how is it with what is ours? It is in a state of flux and corruption, constantly undergoing some fresh change. Life and death, as they are called, apparently so different, are in a sense resolved into, and successive to, each other. For the one takes its rise from the corruption which is our mother, runs its course through the corruption which is the displacement of all that is present, and comes to an end in the corruption which is the dissolution of this life; while the other, which is able to set us free from the ills of this life, and oftentimes translates us to the life above, is not in my opinion accurately called death, and is more dreadful in name than in reality. So that we are in danger of irrationally being afraid of what is not fearful, and courting as preferable what we really ought to fear. There is one life, to look to life. There is one death, sin, for it is the destruction of the soul. But all else, of which some are proud, is a dream vision, making sport of realities, and a series of phantasms which lead the soul astray. If this be our condition, mother, we shall neither be proud of life, nor greatly hurt by death. What grievance can we find in being transferred hence to the true life? In being freed from the vicissitudes, the agitation, the disgust, and all the vile tribute we must pay to this life, to find ourselves amid stable things, which know no flux, while as lesser lights we circle round the great light. Does the sense of separation cause you pain? Let hope cheer you. Is widowhood grievous to you? Yet it is not so to him. And what is the good of love, if it gives itself easy things, and assigns the more difficult to its neighbour? And why should it be grievous at all, to one who is soon to pass away? The appointed day is at hand, the pain will not last long. Let us not, by ignoble reasonings, make a burden of things which are really light. We have endured a great loss, because the privilege we enjoyed was great. Loss is common to all, such a privilege to few. Let us rise superior to the one thought by the consolation of the other, for it is more reasonable that that which is better should win the day. You have borne in a most brave Christian spirit the loss of children, who were still in their prime and qualified for life. Bear also the laying aside of his aged body by one who was weary of life, although his vigour of mind preserved for him his senses unimpaired. Do you want someone to care for you? Where is your Isaac, whom he left behind for you, to take his place in all respects? Ask of him small things, the support of his hand in service, and requite him with greater things, a mother's blessing and prayers, and the consequent freedom. Are you vexed at being admonished? I praise you for it. For you have admonished many whom your long life has brought under your notice. What I have said can have no application to you, who are so truly wise, but let it be a general medicine of consolation for mourners, so that they may know that they are mortals following mortals to the grave. End of Oration 18. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 21, on the great Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria. Introduction. The reference in section 22 to the council which first sat at Seleucia, and afterwards at this mighty city, leaves no room for doubting that the oration was delivered at Constantinople. Further local colour is found in the allusions of section 5, we are assured by the panegyric on St. Cyprian, that it was already the custom of the Church of Constantinople to observe annual festivals in honour of the saints, and at present 2 days are kept by the Eastern Church, namely, January 18th as the day of the actual death of St. Athanasius, and May 2nd, in memory of the translation of his remains to the Church of St. Sophia at Constantinople. Probably therefore this oration was delivered on the former day, on which Assamani holds that St. Athanasius died. Papa Broke and, with some hesitation, Dr. Bright pronounce in favour of May 2nd. Tillemont supposes that A.D. 379 is the year of its delivery, in which case it must have been very shortly after St. Gregory's arrival in the city. Since, however, no allusion is made to this, it seems, on the whole, more likely that it should be assigned to A.D. 380. The sermon takes high rank, even among St. Gregory's discourses, as the model of an ecclesiastical panegyric. It lacks, however, the charm of personal affection and intimate acquaintance with the inner life, which is characteristic of the orations concerned with his own relatives and friends. On the great Athanasius. In praising Athanasius, I shall be praising virtue. To speak of him and to praise virtue are identical, because he had, or to speak more truly, has embraced virtue in its entirety. For all who have lived according to God still live unto God, though they have departed hence. For this reason God is called the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, since he is the God not of the dead, but of the living. Again, in praising virtue, I shall be praising God, who gives virtue to men and lifts them up, or lifts them up again, to himself by the enlightenment which is akin to himself. For many and great as are our blessings, none can say how many and how great, which we have and shall have from God. This is the greatest and kindliest of all, our inclination and relationship to Him. For God is to intelligible things what the sun is to the things of sense. The one lightens the visible, the other the invisible world. The one makes our bodily eyes to see the sun, the other makes our intellectual natures to see God. And as that which bestows on the things which see and are seen the power of seeing and being seen, is itself the most beautiful of visible things, so God, who creates, for those who think, and that which is thought of, the power of thinking and being thought of, is Himself the highest of the objects of thought, in whom every desire finds its bourne, beyond whom it can no further go. For not even the most philosophic, the most piercing, the most curious intellect has or can ever have a more exalted object. For this is the utmost of things desirable, and they who arrive at it find an entire rest from speculation. Whoever has been permitted to escape by reason and contemplation from matter and this fleshly cloud or veil, whichever it should be called, and to hold communion with God, and be associated, as far as man's nature can attain, with the purest light, blessed is he, both from his ascent from hence, and for his deification there, which is conferred by true philosophy, and by rising superior to the dualism of matter, through the unity which is perceived in the Trinity. And whosoever has been depraved by being knit to the flesh, and so far oppressed by the clay that he cannot look at the rays of truth, nor rise above things below, though he is born from above, and called to things above, I hold him to be miserable in his blindness, even though he may abound in things of this world, and all the more, because he is the sport of his abundance, and is persuaded by it that something else is beautiful, instead of that which is really beautiful, reaping as the poor fruit of his poor opinion the sentence of darkness, or seeing him to be fire, whom he did not recognize as light. Such has been the philosophy of few, both nowadays and of old. For few are the men of God, though all are his handiwork. Among lawgivers, generals, priests, prophets, evangelists, apostles, shepherds, teachers, and all the spiritual host and band, and among them all, of him whom now we praise. And whom do I mean by these? Men like Enoch, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 patriarchs, Moses, Aaron, Joshua, the judges, Samuel, David, to some extent Solomon, Elijah, Elisha, the prophets before the captivity, those after the captivity, and, though last in order, first in truth, those who were concerned with Christ's incarnation or taking of our nature, the lamp before the light, the voice before the word, the mediator before the mediator between the old covenant and the new, the famous John, the disciples of Christ, those after Christ, who were set over the people, or illustrious in word, or conspicuous for miracles, or made perfect through their blood. With some of these Athanasius vied, by some he was slightly excelled, and others, if it is not bold to say so, he surpassed. Some he made his models in mental power, others in activity, others in meekness, others in zeal, others in dangers, others in most respects, others in all, gathering from one and another various forms of beauty, like men who paint figures of ideal excellence. And combining them in his single soul, he made one perfect form of virtue out of all, excelling in action men of intellectual capacity, in intellect men of action, or, if you will, surpassing in intellect men renowned for intellect, in action those of the greatest active power, outstripping those who had moderate reputation in both respects, by his eminence in either, and those who stood highest in one or other, by his powers in both. And if it is a great thing for those who have received an example, so to use it as to attach themselves to virtue, he has no inferior title to fame, who for our advantage has set an example to those who come after him. To speak of and admire him fully would perhaps be too long a task for the present purpose of my discourse, and would take the form of a history rather than of a panegyric, a history which it has been the object of my desires to commit to writing for the pleasure and instruction of posterity, as he himself wrote the life of the divine Antony, and set forth in the form of a narrative the laws of the monastic life. Accordingly, after entering into a few of the many details of his history, such as memory suggests at the moment as most noteworthy, in order both to satisfy my own longing and fulfill the duty which befits the festival, we will leave the many others to those who know them. For indeed it is neither pious nor safe, while the lives of the ungodly are honoured by recollection, to pass by in silence those who have lived piously, especially in a city which could hardly be saved by many examples of virtue making sport as it does of divine things, no less than of the horse race and the theatre. He was brought up, from the first, in religious habits and practices, after a brief study of literature and philosophy, so that he might not be utterly unskilled in such subjects, or ignorant of matters which he had determined to despise. For his generous and eager soul could not brook being occupied in vanities, like unskilled athletes, who beat the air instead of their antagonist, and lose the prize. From meditating on every book from the Old and New Testament, with a depth such as none else has applied even to one of them, he grew rich in contemplation, rich in splendour of life, combining them in wondrous sort by that golden bond which few can weave, using life as the guide of contemplation, contemplation as the seal of life. For the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and, so to say, its first swathing band, But when wisdom has burst the bonds of fear and risen up to love, it makes us friends of God, and sons instead of bondsmen. Thus brought up and trained, as even now those should be who are to preside over the people, and take the direction of the mighty body of Christ, according to the will and foreknowledge of God, which lays long before the foundations of great deeds, he was invested with this important ministry, and made one of those who draw near to the God who draws near to us, and deemed worthy of the holy office and rank, and, after passing through the entire series of orders, he was, to make my story short, entrusted with the chief rule over the people, in other words, the charge of the whole world. Nor can I say whether he received the priesthood as the reward of virtue, or to be the fountain and life of the Church. For she, like Ishmael, fainting from her thirst for the truth, needed to be given to drink, or, like Elijah, to be refreshed from the brook, when the land was parched by drought, and when but faintly breathing, to be restored to life and left as a seed to Israel, that we might not become like Sodom and Gomorrah, whose destruction by the rain of fire and brimstone is only more notorious than their wickedness. Therefore, when we were cast down, a horn of salvation was raised up for us, and a chief cornerstone, knitting us to itself and to one another, was laid in due season, or a fire to purify our base and evil matter, or a farmer's fan to winnow the light from the weighty in doctrine, or a sword to cut out the roots of wickedness. And so the Word finds him as his own ally, and the Spirit takes possession of one who will breathe on his behalf. Thus, and for these reasons, by the vote of the whole people, not in the evil fashion which has since prevailed, nor by means of bloodshed and oppression, but in an apostolic and spiritual manner, he is led up to the throne of Saint Mark, to succeed him in piety no less than in office. In the latter indeed at a great distance from him, in the former, which is the genuine right of succession, following him closely. For unity in doctrine deserves unity in office, and a rival teacher sets up a rival throne, the one as a successor in reality, the other but in name. For it is not the intruder, but he whose rights are intruded upon, who is the successor, not the lawbreaker, but the lawfully appointed, not the man of contrary opinions, but the man of the same faith. If this is not what we mean by successor, he succeeds in the same sense as disease to health, darkness to light, storm to calm, and frenzy to sound sense. The duties of his office he discharged in the same spirit as that in which he had been preferred to it. For he did not at once, after taking possession of his throne, like men who have unexpectedly seized upon some sovereignty or inheritance, grow insolent from intoxication. This is the conduct of illegitimate and intrusive priests, who are unworthy of their vocation, whose preparation for the priesthood has cost them nothing, who have endured no inconvenience for the sake of virtue, who only begin to study religion when appointed to teach it, and undertake the cleansing of others before being cleansed themselves. Yesterday sacrilegious, today sacerdotal. Yesterday excluded from the sanctuary, today its officiants. Proficient in vice, novices in piety. The product of the favour of man, not of the grace of the Spirit, who having run through the whole gamut of violence, at last tyrannize over even piety, who instead of gaining credit for their office by their character, need for their character the credit of their office, thus subverting the due relation between them, who ought to offer more sacrifices for themselves than for the ignorances of the people, who inevitably fall into one of two errors, either from their own need of indulgence, being excessively indulgent, and so even teaching instead of checking vice, or cloaking their own sins under the harshness of their rule. Both these extremes he avoided. He was sublime in action, lowly in mind, inaccessible in virtue, most accessible in intercourse, gentle, free from anger, sympathetic, sweet in words, sweeter in disposition, angelic in appearance, more angelic in mind, calm in rebuke, persuasive in praise, without spoiling the good effect of either by excess, but rebuking with the tenderness of a father, praising with the dignity of a ruler. His tenderness was not dissipated, nor his severity sour. For the one was reasonable, the other prudent, and both truly wise. His disposition sufficed for the training of his spiritual children, with very little need of words, his words with very little need of the rod, and his moderate use of the rod with still less for the knife. But why should I paint for you the portrait of the man? St. Paul has sketched him by anticipation. This he does when he sings the praises of the great High Priest, who hath passed through the heavens, for I will venture to say even this, since Scripture can call those who live according to Christ by the name of Christ. And again when by the rules in his letter to Timothy he gives a model for future bishops. For if you will apply the law as a test to him who deserves these praises, you will clearly perceive his perfect exactness. Come then to aid me in my panegyric, for I am labouring heavily in my speech, and though I desire to pass by point after point, they seize upon me one after another, and I can find no surpassing excellence in a form which is in all respects well proportioned and beautiful. For each as it occurs to me seems fairer than the rest, and so takes by storm my speech. Come then, I pray, you who have been his admirers and witnesses, divide among yourselves his excellences, contend bravely with one another, men and women alike, young men and maidens, old men and children, priests and peoples, solitaries and cenobites, men of simple or of exact life, contemplatives or practically minded. Let one praise him in his fastings and prayers as if he had been disembodied and immaterial, another his unweariedness and zeal for vigils and psalmody, another his patronage of the needy, another his dauntlessness towards the powerful, or his condescension to the lowly. Let the virgin celebrate the friend of the bridegroom, those under the yoke their restrainer, hermits him who lent wings to their course, cenobites their lawgiver, simple folk their guide, contemplatives the divine, the joyous their bridle, the unfortunate their consolation, the hoary-headed their staff, youths their instructor, the poor their resource, the wealthy their steward. Even the widows will, methinks, praise their protector, even the orphans their father, even the poor their benefactor, strangers their entertainer, brethren the man of brotherly love, the sick their physician, in whatever sickness or treatment you will, the healthy the guard of health, yea, all men him who made himself all things to all men, that he might gain almost, if not quite, all. On these grounds, as I have said, I leave to others, who have leisure to admire the minor details of his character, to admire and extol him. I call them minor details only in comparing him and his character with his own standard. For that which hath been made glorious hath not been made glorious, even though it be exceeding splendid by reason of the glory that surpasseth, as we are told, for indeed the minor points of his excellence would suffice to win celebrity for others. But since it would be intolerable for me to leave the word and serve less important details, I must turn to that which is his chief characteristic, and God alone, on whose behalf I am speaking, can enable me to say anything worthy of a soul so noble and so mighty in the Word. In the palmy days of the Church, when all was well, The present elaborate, far-fetched, and artificial treatment of theology had not made its way into the schools of divinity, but playing with pebbles which deceive the eye by the quickness of their changes, or dancing before an audience with varied and effeminate contortions, were looked upon as all one with speaking or hearing of God in any way unusual or frivolous. But since the sextoses and puros and the antithetic style, like a dire and malignant disease, have infected our churches, and babbling is reputed culture, and as the book of Acts says of the Athenians, we spend our time in nothing else but either to tell or to hear some new thing. Oh, what Jeremiah will bewail our confusion and blind madness! He alone could utter lamentations befitting our misfortunes. The beginning of this madness was Arius, whose name is derived from frenzy, who paid the penalty of his unbridled tongue by his death in a profane spot, brought about by prayer, not by disease, when he like Judas burst asunder, for his similar treachery to the word. Then others, catching the infection, organized an art of impiety, and confining deity to the unbegotten, expelled from deity not only the begotten, but also the preceding one, and honored the Trinity with communion in name only, or even refused to retain this for it. Not so that blessed one, who was indeed a man of God and a mighty trumpet of truth, but being aware that to contract the three persons to a numerical unity is heretical, and the innovation of Sabellius, who first devised a contraction of deity, and that to sever the three persons by a distinction of nature is an unnatural mutilation of deity, he both happily preserved the unity which belongs to the Godhead, and religiously taught the Trinity, which refers to personality, neither confounding the three persons in the unity, nor dividing the substance among the three persons, but abiding within the bounds of piety, by avoiding excessive inclination or opposition to either side. And therefore, first in the Holy Synod of Nicaea, the gathering of the 318 chosen men, united by the Holy Ghost, as far as in him lay, he stayed the disease. Though not yet ranked among the bishops, he held the first rank among the members of the council, for preference was given to virtue just as much as to office. Afterwards, when the flame had been fanned by the blast of the evil one, and had spread very widely, hence came the tragedies of which almost the whole earth and sea are full, the fight raged fiercely around him who was the noble champion of the word. For the assault is hottest upon the point of resistance, while various dangers surround it on every side. For impiety is skilful in designing evils, and excessively daring in taking them in hand. And how would they spare men, who had not spared the Godhead? Yet one of the assaults was the most dangerous of all, and I myself contribute somewhat to this scene. Yea, let me plead for the innocence of my dear fatherland, for the wickedness was not due to the land that bore them, but to the men who undertook it. For holy indeed is that land, and everywhere noted for its piety. But these men are unworthy of the church which bore them. And ye have heard of a briar growing in a vine, and the traitor was Judas, one of the disciples. There are some who do not excuse even my namesake from blame, who, living at Alexandria at the time for the sake of culture, although he had been most kindly treated by him, as if the dearest of his children, and received his special confidence, yet joined in the revolutionary plot against his father and patron. For, though others took the active part in it, the hand of Absalom was with them, as the saying goes. If any of you had heard of the hand which was produced by fraud against the saint, and the corpse of the living man, and the unjust banishment, he knows what I mean. But this I will gladly forget. For on doubtful points I am disposed to think we ought to incline to the charitable side, and acquit rather than condemn the accused. For a bad man would speedily condemn even a good man, while a good man would not be ready to condemn even a bad one. For one who is not ready to do ill, is not inclined even to suspect it. I come now to what is matter of fact, not of report, what is vouchsafed for as truth, instead of unverified suspicion. There was a monster from Cappadocia, born on our farthest confines, of low birth and lower mind, whose blood was not perfectly free, but mongrel, as we know that of mules to be. At first, dependent on the table of others, whose price was a barley cake, who had learned to say and do everything with an eye to his stomach, and at last, after sneaking into public life, and filling its lowest offices, such as that of contractor for swine's flesh, the soldiers' rations, and then having proved himself a scoundrel for the sake of greed in this public trust, and been stripped to the skin, contrived to escape, and after passing, as exiles do, from country to country and city to city, last of all, in an evil hour for the Christian community, like one of the plagues of Egypt, he reached Alexandria. There, his wanderings being stayed, he began his villainy. Good for nothing in all other respects, without culture, without fluency in conversation, without even the form and pretence of reverence, his skill in working villainy and confusion was unequalled. His acts of insolence toward the saint you all know in full detail. Often were the righteous given into the hands of the wicked, not that the latter might be honoured, but that the former might be tested. And though the wicked come, as it is written, to an awful death, nevertheless for the present the godly are a laughingstock, while the goodness of God and the great treasuries of what is in store for each of them hereafter are concealed. Then indeed word and deed and thought will be weighed in the just balances of God, as He arises to judge the earth, gathering together counsel and works, and revealing what He has kept sealed up. Of this let the words and sufferings of Job convince thee, who was a truthful, blameless, just, God-fearing man, with all those other qualities which are testified of him, and yet was smitten with such a succession of remarkable visitations, at the hands of him who begged for power over him, that, although many have often suffered in the whole course of time, and some even have, as is probable, been grievously afflicted, yet none can be compared with him in misfortunes. For he not only suffered, without being allowed space to mourn for his losses in their rapid succession, the loss of his money, his possessions, his large and fair family, blessings for which all men care, but was at last smitten with an incurable disease horrible to look upon, and to crown his misfortunes, had a wife whose only comfort was evil counsel. For his surpassing troubles were those of his soul added to those of the body. He had also among his friends truly miserable comforters, as he calls them, who could not help him. For when they saw his suffering, in ignorance of its hidden meaning, they supposed his disaster to be the punishment of vice, and not the touchstone of virtue. And they not only thought this, but were not even ashamed to reproach him with his lot, at a time when, even if he had been suffering for vice, they ought to have treated his grief with words of consolation. Such was the lot of Job. Such at first sight his history. In reality it was a contest between virtue and envy, the one straining every nerve to overcome the good, the other enduring everything, that it might abide unsubdued. The one striving to smooth the way for vice, by means of the chastisement of the upright, the other to retain its hold upon the good, even if they do exceed others in misfortunes. What then of him who answered Job out of the whirlwind and cloud, who is slow to chastise and swift to help, who suffers not utterly the rod of the wicked to come into the lot of the righteous, lest the righteous should learn iniquity? At the end of the contest, he declares the victory of the athlete in a splendid proclamation, and lays bare the secret of his calamities, saying, Thinkest thou that I have dealt with thee for any other purpose than the manifestation of thy righteousness? This is the balm for his wounds. This is the crown of the contest. This the reward for his patience. For perhaps his subsequent prosperity was small, great as it may seem to some, and ordained for the sake of small minds, even though he received again twice as much as he had lost. In this case then, it is not wonderful, if George had the advantage of Athanasius. Nay, it would be more wonderful, if the righteous were not tried in the fire of contumely. Nor is this very wonderful, as it would have been had the flames availed for more than this. Then he was in retirement, and arranged his exile most excellently, for he betook himself to the holy and divine homes of contemplation in Egypt, where, secluding themselves from the world, and welcoming the desert, men live to God more than all who exist in the body. Some struggle on in an utterly monastic and solitary life, speaking to themselves alone and to God, and all the world they know is what meets their eyes in the desert. Others, cherishing the law of love and community, are at once solitaries and cenobites, dead to all other men and to the eddies of public affairs which whirl us and are whirled about themselves, and make sport of us in their sudden changes, being the world to one another, and whetting the edge of their love and emulation. During his intercourse with them, the great Athanasius, who was always the mediator and reconciler of all other men, like him who made peace through his blood between things which were at variance, reconciled the solitary with the community life, by showing that the priesthood is capable of contemplation, and that contemplation is in need of a spiritual guide. Thus he combined the two, and so united the partisans of both calm action and of active calm, as to convince them that the monastic life is characterized by steadfastness of disposition rather than by bodily retirement. Accordingly, the great David was a man of at once the most active and most solitary life, if any one thinks the verse, I am in solitude till I pass away, of value and authority in the exposition of this subject. Therefore, though they surpass all others in virtue, they fell further short of his mind than others fell short of their own, and while contributing little to the perfection of his priesthood, they gained in return greater assistance in contemplation. Whatever he thought was a law for them, whatever on the contrary he disapproved, they abjured. His decisions were to them the tables of Moses, and they paid him more reverence than is due from men to the saints. Ay, and when men came to hunt the saint like a wild beast, and, after searching for him everywhere, failed to find him, they vouchsafed these emissaries not a single word, and offered their necks to the sword, as risking their lives for Christ's sake, and considering the most cruel sufferings on behalf of Athanasius to be an important step to contemplation, and far more divine and sublime than the long fast, and hard lying, and mortifications in which they constantly revel. End of the first part of Oration 21. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 21 on St. Athanasius, continued. Such were his surroundings when he approved the wise counsel of Solomon that there is a time to every purpose. So he hid himself for a while, escaping during the time of war, to show himself when the time of peace came, as it did soon afterwards. Meanwhile George, there being absolutely no one to resist him, overran Egypt, and desolated Syria in the might of ungodliness. He seized upon the east also as far as he could, ever attracting the weak, as torrents roll down objects in their course, and assailing the unstable or faint-hearted. He won over also the simplicity of the emperor, for thus I must term his instability, though I respect his pious motives. For to say the truth, he had zeal, but not according to knowledge. He purchased those in authority who were lovers of money rather than lovers of Christ, for he was well supplied with the funds for the poor which he embezzled. Especially the effeminate and unmanly men, of doubtful sex, but of manifest impiety, to whom, I know not how or why, emperors of the Romans entrusted authority over men, though their proper function was the charge of women. In this lay the power of that servant of the wicked one, that sower of tares, that forerunner of Antichrist, foremost in speech of the orators of his time among the bishops. If any one likes to call him an orator who was not so much an impious, as he was a hostile and contentious reasoner, his name I will gladly pass by. He was the hand of his party, perverting the truth by the gold subscribed for pious uses, which the wicked made an instrument of their impiety. The crowning feat of this faction was the council which sat first at Seleucia, the city of the holy and illustrious Virgin Thecla, and afterwards at this mighty city, thus connecting their names, no longer with noble associations, but with these of deepest disgrace. Wherefore we must call that council, which subverted and disturbed everything, a tower of Chillane, which deservedly confounded the tongues. Would that theirs had been confounded for their harmony in evil. Or a Sanhedrin of Caiaphas, where Christ was condemned, or some other like name. The ancient and pious doctrine which defended the Trinity was abolished, by setting up a palisade and battering down the consubstantial, opening the door to impiety by means of what is written, using as their pretext their reverence for Scripture and for the use of approved terms, but really introducing unscriptural Arianism. For the phrase like, according to the Scriptures, was a bait to the simple, concealing the hook of impiety, a figure seeming to look in the direction of all who passed by, a boot fitting either foot, a winnowing with every wind, gaining authority from the newly written villainy and device against the truth. For they were wise to do evil, but to do good they had no knowledge. Hence came their pretended condemnation of the heretics, whom they renounced in words, in order to gain plausibility for their efforts, but in reality furthered, charging them not with unbounded impiety, but with exaggerated language. Hence came the profane judges of the saints, and the new combination, and public view, and discussion of mysterious questions, and the illegal inquiry into the actions of life, and the hired informers, and the purchased sentences. Some were unjustly deposed from their sees, others intruded, and among other necessary qualifications made to sign the bonds of iniquity. The ink was ready, the informer at hand. This the majority even of us, who were not overcome, had to endure, not falling in mind, though prevailed upon to sign, and so uniting with men who were in both respects wicked, and involving ourselves in the smoke, if not in the flame. Over this I have often wept, when contemplating the confusion of impiety at that time, and the persecution of the orthodox teaching which now arose at the hands of the patrons of the Word. For in reality, as the Scripture says, the shepherds became brutish, and many shepherds destroyed my vineyard, and defiled my pleasant portion, I mean the church of God, which has been gathered together by the sweat and blood of many toilers and victims, both before and after Christ, aye, even the great sufferings of God for us. For with very few exceptions, and these, either men who from their insignificance were disregarded, or from their virtue manfully resisted, being left unto Israel, as was ordained, for a seed and root, to blossom and come to life again amid the streams of the Spirit, every one yielded to the influences of the time, distinguished only by the fact that some did so earlier, some later, that some became the champions and leaders of impiety, while such others were assigned a lower rank, as had been shaken by fear, enslaved by need, fascinated by flattery, or beguiled in ignorance, the last being the least guilty, if indeed we can allow even this to be a valid excuse for men entrusted with the leadership of the people. For just as the force of lions and other animals, or of men and of women, or of old and of young men is not the same, but there is a considerable difference due to age or species, so it is also with rulers and their subjects. For while we might pardon laymen in such a case, and often they escape, because not put to the test, yet how can we excuse a teacher, whose duty it is, unless he is falsely so called, to correct the ignorance of others? For is it not absurd, while no one, however great his boorishness and want of education, is allowed to be ignorant of the Roman law, and while there is no law in favour of sins of ignorance, that the teachers of the mysteries of salvation should be ignorant of the first principles of salvation, however simple and shallow their minds may be in regard to other subjects? But even granting indulgence to them who erred in ignorance, what can be said for the rest, who lay claim to subtlety of intellect, and yet yielded to the court party for the reasons I have mentioned, and after playing the part of piety for a long while, failed in the hour of trial? Yet once more, I hear the Scripture say that the heaven and the earth shall be shaken, inasmuch as this has befallen them before, signifying, as I suppose, a manifest renovation of all things. And we must believe St. Paul when he says that this last shaking is none other than the second coming of Christ, and the transformation and changing of the universe to a condition of stability which cannot be shaken. And I imagine that this present shaking, in which the contemplatives and lovers of God, who before the time exercised their heavenly citizenship, are shaken from us, is of no less consequence than any of former days. For, however peaceful and moderate in other respects these men are, yet they cannot bear to carry their reasonableness so far as to be traitors to the cause of God for quietness' sake. Nay, on this point they are excessively warlike and sturdy in fight. Such is the heat of their zeal, that they would sooner proceed to excess in disturbance, than fail to notice anything that is amiss. And no small portion of the people is breaking away with them, flying away, as a flock of birds does, with those who lead the flight, and even now does not cease to fly with them. Such was Athanasius to us, when present, the pillar of the Church, and such even when he retired before the insults of the wicked. For those who have plotted the capture of some strong fort, when they see no other easy means of approaching or taking it, betake themselves to arts, and then, after seducing the commander by money or guile, without any effort possess themselves of the stronghold, or, if you will, as those who plotted against Samson first cut off his hair, in which his strength lay, and then seized upon the judge, and made sport of him at will, to requite him for his former power. So did our foreign foes, after getting rid of our source of strength, and shearing off the glory of the Church, revel in like manner in utterances and deeds of impiety. Then the supporter and patron of the hostile shepherd died, crowning his reign, which had not been evil, with an evil close, and unprofitably repenting, as they say, with his last breath, when each man, in view of the higher judgment seat, is a prudent judge of his own conduct. For of these three evils which were unworthy of his reign, he said that he was conscious: the murder of his kinsman, the proclamation of the apostate, and the innovation upon the faith. And with these words he is said to have departed. Thus there was once more authority to teach the word of truth, and those who had suffered violence had now undisturbed freedom of speech, while jealousy was whetting the weapons of its wrath. Thus it was with the people of Alexandria, who, with their usual impatience of the insolent, could not brook the excesses of the man, and therefore marked his wickedness by an unusual death, and his death by an unusual ignominy. For you know that camel and its strange burden in the new form of elevation, and the first and, I think, the only procession with which to this day the insolent are threatened. But when from this hurricane of unrighteousness, this corrupter of godliness, this precursor of the wicked one, such satisfaction had been exacted, in a way I cannot praise, for we must consider not what he ought to have suffered, but what we ought to do. Exacted however it was, as the result of the public anger and excitement. And thereupon our champion was restored from his illustrious banishment, for so I term his exile on behalf of, and under the blessing of, the Trinity, amid such delight of the people of the city and of almost all Egypt, that they ran together from every side, from the furthest limits of the country, simply to hear the voice of Athanasius, or feast their eyes upon the sight of him, nay even, as we are told of the apostles, that they might be hallowed by the shadow and unsubstantial image of his body, so that many as are the honours and welcomes bestowed on frequent occasions in the course of time upon various individuals, not only upon public rulers and bishops, but also upon the most illustrious of private citizens, not one has been recorded more numerously attended or more brilliant than this. And only one honour can be compared with it by Athanasius himself, which had been conferred upon him on his former entrance into the city, when returning from the same exile for the same reasons. With reference to this honour there was also current some such report as the following. For I will take leave to mention it, even though it be superfluous, as a kind of flavouring to my speech, or a flower scattered in honour of his entry. After that entry, a certain officer, who had been twice consul, was riding into the city. He was one of us, among the most noted of Cappadocians. I am sure that you know that I mean Philagrios, who won upon our affections far beyond any one else, and was honoured as much as he was loved, if I may thus briefly set forth all his distinctions. Who had been for a second time entrusted with the government of the city, at the request of the citizens, by the decision of the Emperor. Then one of the common people present, thinking the crowd enormous, like an ocean whose bound no eye can see, is reported to have said to one of his comrades and friends, as often happens in such a case, "Tell me, my good fellow, have you ever before seen the people pour out in such numbers and so enthusiastically to do honour to any one man?" "No," said the young man, "and I fancy that not even Constantius himself would be so treated," indicating, by the mention of the Emperor, the climax of possible honour. "Do you speak of that," said the other with a sweet and merry laugh, "as something wonderfully great? I can scarcely believe that even the great Athanasius would be welcomed like this," adding at the same time one of our native oaths in confirmation of his words. Now the point of what he said, as I suppose you also plainly see, is this, that he set the subject of our eulogy before the Emperor himself. So great was the reverence of all for the man, and so amazing even now seems the reception which I have described. For if divided according to birth, age, and profession, and the city is most usually arranged in this way, when a public honour is bestowed on any one, how can I set forth in words that mighty spectacle? They formed one river, and it were indeed a poet's task to describe that Nile, of really golden stream and rich in crops, flowing back again from the city to the Cairneum, a day's journey, I take it, and more. Permit me to revel a while longer in my description, for I am going there, and it is not easy to bring back even my words from that ceremony. He rode upon a colt, almost, blame me not for folly, as my Jesus did upon that other colt, whether it were the people of the Gentiles, whom he mounts in kindness, by setting it free from the bonds of ignorance, or something else, which the Scripture sets forth. He was welcomed with branches of trees, and garments with many flowers and of varied hue were torn off and strewn before him and under his feet. There alone was all that was glorious and costly and peerless treated with dishonour. Like, once more, to the entry of Christ were those that went before with shouts and followed with dances. Only the crowd which sung his praises was not of children only, but every tongue was harmonious, as men contended only to outdo one another. I pass by the universal cheers, and the pouring forth of unguents, and the night-long festivities, and the whole city gleaming with light, and the feasting in public and at home, and all the means of testifying to a city's joy, which were then in lavish and incredible profusion bestowed upon him. Thus did this marvellous man, with such a concourse, regain his own city. He lived then as becomes the rulers of such a people, but did he fail to teach as he lived? Were his contests out of harmony with his teaching? Were his dangers less than those of men who have contended for any truth? Were his honours inferior to the objects for which he contended? Did he after his reception in any way disgrace that reception? By no means. Everything was harmonious, as an air upon a single lyre, and in the same key. His life, his teaching, his struggles, his dangers, his return, and his conduct after his return. For immediately on his restoration to his church, he was not like those who are blinded by unrestrained passion, who, under the dominion of their anger, thrust away or strike at once whatever comes in their way, even though it might well be spared. But thinking this to be a special time for him to consult his reputation, since one who is ill-treated is usually restrained, and one who has the power to requite a wrong is ungoverned, he treated so mildly and gently those who had injured him, that even they themselves, if I may say so, did not find his restoration distasteful. He cleansed the temple of those who made merchandise of God, and trafficked in the things of Christ, imitating Christ in this also. Only it was with persuasive words, not with a twisted scourge, that this was wrought. He reconciled also those who were at variance, both with one another and with him, without the aid of any coadjutor. Those who had been wronged he set free from oppression, making no distinction as to whether they were of his own or of the opposite party. He restored too the teaching which had been overthrown. The Trinity was once more boldly spoken of, and set upon the lampstand, flashing with the brilliant light of the one Godhead into the souls of all. He legislated again for the whole world, and brought all minds under his influence, by letters to some, by invitations to others, instructing some who visited him uninvited, and proposing as the single law to all, good will. For this alone was able to conduct them to the true issue. In brief, he exemplified the virtues of two celebrated stones, for to those who assailed him he was adamant, and to those at variance a magnet, which by some secret natural power draws iron to itself, and influences the hardest of substances. But yet it was not likely that envy could brook all this, or see the Church restored again to the same glory and health as in former days, by the speedy healing over, as in the body, of the wounds of separation. Therefore it was that he raised up against Athanasius the emperor, a rebel like himself, and his peer in villainy, inferior to him only from lack of time, the first of Christian emperors to rage against Christ, bringing forth all at once the basilisk of impiety with which he had long been in labour when he obtained an opportunity, and showing himself, at the time when he was proclaimed emperor, to be a traitor to the emperor who had entrusted him with the empire, and a traitor double-dyed to the God who had saved him. He devised the most inhuman of all the persecutions by blending speciousness with cruelty, in his envy of the honour won by the martyrs in their struggles, and so he called in question their repute for courage, by making verbal twists and quibbles a part of his character, or to speak the real truth, devoting himself to them with an eagerness born of his natural disposition, and imitating in varied craft the evil one who dwelt within him. The subjugation of the whole race of Christians he thought a simple task, but found it a great one to overcome Athanasius and the power of his teaching over us. For he saw that no success could be gained in the plot against us, because of this man's resistance and opposition. The places of the Christians cut down being at once filled up, surprising though it seems, by the accession of Gentiles and the prudence of Athanasius. In full view therefore of this, the crafty perverter and persecutor, clinging no longer to his cloak of illiberal sophistry, laid bare his wickedness, and openly banished the bishop from the city. For the illustrious warrior must needs conquer in 3 struggles, and thus make good his perfect title to fame. Brief was the interval before justice pronounced sentence, and handed over the offender to the Persians, sending him forth an ambitious monarch, and bringing him back a corpse for which no one even felt pity, which, as I have heard, was not allowed to rest in the grave, but was shaken out and thrown up by the earth which he had shaken, a prelude, I take it, to his future chastisement. Then another king arose, not shameless in countenance like the former, nor an oppressor of Israel with cruel tasks and taskmasters, but most pious and gentle, in order to lay the best of foundations for his empire, and to begin, as is right, by an act of justice. He recalled from exile all the bishops, but in the first place him who stood first in virtue, and had conspicuously championed the cause of piety. Further, he inquired into the truth of our faith, which had been torn asunder, confused, and parcelled out into various opinions and portions by many, with the intention, if it were possible, of reducing the whole world to harmony and union by the cooperation of the Spirit. And, should he fail in this, of attaching himself to the best party, so as to aid and be aided by it, thus giving token of the exceeding loftiness and magnificence of his ideas on questions of the greatest moment. Here too was shown in a very high degree the simple-mindedness of Athanasius, and the steadfastness of his faith in Christ. For when all the rest who sympathized with us were divided into 3 parties, and many were faltering in their conception of the Son, and still more in that of the Holy Ghost, a point on which to be only slightly in error was to be orthodox, and few indeed were sound upon both points, he was the first and only one, or, with the concurrence of but a few, to venture to confess in writing, with entire clearness and distinctness, the unity of Godhead and essence of the 3 persons, and thus to attain in later days, under the influence of inspiration, to the same faith in regard to the Holy Ghost, as had been bestowed at an earlier time on most of the Fathers in regard to the Son. This confession, a truly royal and magnificent gift, he presented to the Emperor, opposing to the unwritten innovation a written account of the orthodox faith, so that an emperor might be overcome by an emperor, reason by reason, treatise by treatise. This confession was, as it seems, greeted with respect by all, both in West and East, who were capable of life, some cherishing piety within their own bosoms, if we may credit what they say, but advancing no further, like a stillborn child which dies within its mother's womb. Others kindling to some extent, as it were, sparks, so far as to escape the difficulties of the time, arising either from the more fervent of the orthodox, or the devotion of the people, while others spoke the truth with boldness, on whose side I would be, for I dare make no further boast, no longer consulting my own fearfulness, in other words, the views of men more unsound than myself. For this we have done enough and to spare, without either gaining anything from others, or guarding from injury that which was our own, just as bad stewards do, but bringing forth to light my offspring, nourishing it with eagerness, and exposing it, in its constant growth to the eyes of all. This, however, is less admirable than his conduct. What wonder that he, who had already made actual ventures on behalf of the truth, should confess it in writing? Yet this point I will add to what has been said, as it seems to me especially wonderful, and cannot with impunity be passed over in a time so fertile in disagreements as this. For his action, if we take note of him, will afford instruction even to the men of this day. For as, in the case of one and the same quantity of water, there is separated from it not only the residue which is left behind by the hand when drawing it, but also those drops, once contained in the hand, which trickle out through the fingers, so also there is a separation between us and not only those who hold aloof in their impiety, but also those who are most pious, and that both in regard to such doctrines as are of small consequence, a matter of less moment, and also in regard to expressions intended to bear the same meaning. We use in an orthodox sense the terms one essence and three hypostases, the one to denote the nature of the Godhead, the other the properties of the three. The Italians mean the same, but owing to the scantiness of their vocabulary, and its poverty of terms, they are unable to distinguish between essence and hypostases, and therefore introduce the term persons, to avoid being understood to assert three essences. The result, were it not piteous, would be laughable. This slight difference of sound was taken to indicate a difference of faith. Then, Sabellianism was suspected in the doctrine of three persons, Arianism in that of three hypostases, both being the offspring of a contentious spirit. And then, from the gradual but constant growth of irritation, the unfailing result of contentiousness, there was a danger of the whole world being torn asunder in the strife about syllables. Seeing and hearing this, our Blessed One, true man of God and great steward of souls as he was, felt it inconsistent with his duty to overlook so absurd and unreasonable a rending of the word, and applied his medicine to the disease. In what manner? He conferred in his gentle and sympathetic way with both parties, and after he had carefully weighed the meaning of their expressions, and found that they had the same sense, and were in no wise different in doctrine, by permitting each party to use its own terms, he bound them together in unity of action. This in itself was more profitable than the long course of labours and teaching on which all writers enlarge, for in it somewhat of ambition mingled, and consequently perhaps somewhat of novelty in expressions. This again was of more value than his many vigils and acts of discipline, the advantage of which is limited to those who perform them. This was worthy of our hero's famous banishments and flights, for the object, in view of which he chose to endure such sufferings, he still pursued when the sufferings were past. Nor did he cease to cherish the same ardour in others, praising some, gently rebuking others, rousing the sluggishness of these, restraining the passion of those, in some cases eager to prevent a fall, in others devising means of recovery after a fall. Simple in disposition, manifold in the arts of government, clever in argument, more clever still in mind, condescending to the more lowly, outsoaring the more lofty, hospitable, protector of suppliants, averted of evils, really combining in himself alone the whole of the attributes parcelled out by the sons of Greece among their deities. Further, he was the patron of the wedded and virgin state alike, both peaceable and a peacemaker, and attendant upon those who are passing from hence. Oh, how many a title does his virtue afford me, if I would detail its many-sided excellence. After such a course as taught and teacher, that his life and habits formed the ideal of an episcopate, and his teaching the law of orthodoxy, what reward does he win for his piety? It is not indeed right to pass this by. In a good old age he closed his life, and was gathered to his fathers, the patriarchs, the prophets and apostles and martyrs who contended for the truth. To be brief in my epitaph, the honours at his departure surpassed even those of his return from exile. The object of many tears, his glory, stored up in the minds of all, outshines all its visible tokens. Yet, O thou dear and holy one, who didst thyself, with all thy fair renown, so especially illustrate the due proportions of speech and of silence, do thou stay here my words, falling short as they do of thy true meed of praise, though they have claimed the full exercise of all my powers. And mayest thou cast upon us from above a propitious glance, and conduct this people in its perfect worship of the perfect Trinity, which as Father, Son, Holy Ghost, we contemplate and adore. And mayest thou, if my lot be peaceful, possess and aid me in my pastoral charge. Or if it pass through struggles, uphold me, or take me to thee, and set me with thyself and those like thee, though I have asked a great thing. In Christ himself, our Lord, to whom be all glory, honour, and power for evermore. Amen. End of Oration 21. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 43. Funeral Oration on the Great Saint Basil, Bishop of Caesarea in Cappadocia. Introduction. Saint Basil died January 1, A.D. 379. A serious illness, in addition to other causes, prevented St. Gregory from being present at his funeral. Benoit holds that an expression in which St. Gregory says that his lips are fettered proves that he was still in retirement at Seleucia. This is an unwarranted deduction. In this oration, section 2, the saint, alluding to his illness in disparaging terms, alleges his labours at Constantinople as a more pressing reason for his absence, and says that he undertook the task according to the judgment of St. Basil. This implies that St. Gregory went to Constantinople before the death of St. Basil, or that he had then been influenced by his friend's advice and was on the point of setting out, more probably the former, as we may be sure that, if St. Gregory had been still at Seleucia, no reason but physical incapacity would have kept him from his friend's side. His pressing duties at Constantinople and the difficulties of the long journey were the other causes of his letter to St. Gregory of Nyssa, and we know that he suffered from serious illness at Constantinople. St. Gregory left Constantinople in June, A.D. 381, and Tillemont places the date of this oration soon after his return to Nazianzus. Benoit thinks that it was probably delivered on the anniversary of St. Basil's death. The oration, as all critics are agreed, is one of great power and beauty. Its length, 62 pages folio, the physical weakness of the speaker, and the limits of the endurance of even an interested audience, incline us to suppose that it was not spoken in its present form. We cannot well set aside expressions which clearly point to actual delivery, but it may have been amplified later. Funeral Oration on St. Basil. It has then been ordained that the great Basil, who used so constantly to furnish me with subjects for my discourses, of which he was quite as proud as any other man of his own, should himself now furnish me with the grandest subject which has ever fallen to the lot of an orator. For I think that if any one desired, in making trial of his powers of eloquence, to test them by the standard of that one of all his subjects which he preferred, as painters do with epoch-making pictures, he would choose that which stood first of all others, but would set aside this as beyond the powers of human eloquence. So great a task is the praise of such a man, not only to me, who have long ago laid aside all thought of emulation, but even to those who live for eloquence, and whose sole object is the gaining of glory by subjects like this. Such is my opinion, and, as I persuade myself, with perfect justice. But I know not what subject I can treat with eloquence if not this, or what greater favour I can do to myself, to the admirers of virtue, or to eloquence itself, than express our admiration for this man. To me it is the discharge of a most sacred debt, and our speech is a debt beyond all others due to those who have been gifted, in particular, with powers of speech. To the admirers of virtue a discourse is at once a pleasure and an incentive to virtue. For when I have learned the praises of men, I have a distinct idea of their progress. Now there is none of us all, within whose power it is not to attain to any point whatsoever in that progress. As for eloquence itself, in either case all must go well with it. For if the discourse be almost worthy of its subject, eloquence will have given an exhibition of its power. If it fall far short of it, as must be the case when the praises of Basil are being set forth, by an actual demonstration of its incapacity, it will have declared the superiority of the excellences of its subject to all expression in words. These are the reasons which have urged me to speak, and to address myself to this contest. And at my late appearance, long after his praises have been set forth by so many, who have publicly and privately done him honour, let no one be surprised. Yea, may I be pardoned by that divine soul, the object of my constant reverence. And as, when he was amongst us, he constantly corrected me in many points, according to the rights of a friend and the still higher law. For I am not ashamed to say this, for he was a standard of virtue to us all. So now, looking down upon me from above, he will treat me with indulgence. I ask pardon too of any here who are among his warmest admirers, if indeed any one can be warmer than another, and we are not all abreast in our zeal for his good fame. For it is not contempt which has caused me to fall short of what might have been expected of me, nor have I been so regardless of the claims of virtue or of friendship, nor have I thought that to praise him befitted any other more than me. No, my first reason was, that I shrunk from this task, for I will say the truth, as priests do, who approach their sacred duties before being cleansed both in voice and mind. In the second place, I remind you, though you know it well, of the task in which I was engaged on behalf of the true doctrine, which had been properly forced upon me, and had carried me from home, according as I suppose to the will of God, and certainly according to the judgment of our noble champion of the truth, the breath of whose life was pious doctrine alone, such as promotes the salvation of the whole world. As for my bodily health, I ought not perhaps to dare to mention it, when my subject is a man so doughty in his conquest of the body, even before his removal hence, and who maintained that no powers of the soul should suffer hindrance from this our fetter. So much for my defence. I do not think I need labour it further in speaking of him to you who know so clearly my affairs. I must now proceed with my eulogy, commending myself to his God, in order that my commendations may not prove an insult to the man, and that I may not lag far behind all others, even though we all equally fall as far short of his due, as those who look upon the heavens, or the rays of the sun. Had I seen him to be proud of his birth, and the rights of birth, or any of those infinitely little objects of those whose eyes are on the ground, we should have had to inspect a new catalogue of the heroes. What details as to his ancestors might I not have laid under contribution? Nor would even history have had any advantage over me, since I claim this advantage, that his celebrity depends, not upon fiction or legend, but upon actual facts attested by many witnesses. On his father's side Pontus offers me many details, in no wise inferior to its wonders of old time, of which all history and all poesy are full. There are many others concerned with this my native land, of illustrious men of Cappadocia, renowned for its youthful progeny, no less than for its horses. Accordingly we match with his father's family that of his mother. What family owns more numerous, or more illustrious generals and governors, or court officials, or again men of wealth, and lofty thrones, and public honours, and oratorical renown? If it were permitted me to wish to mention them, I would make nothing of the Pelopida and Cecropida, the Alcmaeonides, the Aeacida, and Heraclida, and other most noble families, inasmuch as they, in default of public merit in their house, betake themselves to the region of uncertainty, claiming demigods and divinities, merely mythical personages, as the glory of their ancestors, whose most vaunted details are incredible, and those which we can believe are an infamy. But since our subject is a man who has maintained that each man's nobility is to be judged of according to his own worth, and that, as forms and colours, and likewise our most celebrated and most infamous horses, are tested by their own properties, so we too ought not to be depicted in borrowed plumes. After mentioning one or two traits, which, though inherited from his ancestors, he made his own by his life, and which are specially likely to give pleasure to my hearers, I will then proceed to deal with the man himself. Different families and individuals have different points of distinction and interest, great or small, which, like a patrimony of longer or shorter descent, come down to posterity. The distinction of his family on either side was piety, which I now proceed to display. There was a persecution, the most frightful and severe of all. I mean, as you know, the persecution of Maximinus, which, following closely upon those which immediately preceded it, made them all seem gentle, by its excessive audacity, and by his eagerness to win the crown of violence and impiety. It was overcome by many of our champions, who wrestled with it to the death, or well nigh to the death, with only life enough left in them to survive their victory, and not pass away in the midst of the struggle, remaining to be trainers in virtue, living witnesses, breathing trophies, silent exhortations, among whose numerous ranks were found Basil's paternal ancestors, upon whom, in their practice of every form of piety, that period bestowed many a fair garland. So prepared and determined were they to bear readily all those things on account of which Christ crowns those who have imitated his struggle on our behalf. But since their strife must needs be lawful, and the law of martyrdom alike forbids us voluntarily to go to meet it, in consideration for the persecutors and for the weak, or to shrink from it if it comes upon us, for the former shows foolhardiness, the latter cowardice. In this respect they paid due honour to the lawgiver. But what was their device, or rather, to what were they led by the providence which guided them in all things? They betook themselves to a thicket on the mountains of Pontus, of which there are many deep ones of considerable extent, with very few comrades of their flight, or attendants upon their needs. Let others marvel at the length of time, for their flight was exceedingly prolonged, to about 7 years, or a little more, and their mode of life, delicately nurtured as they were, was straitened and unusual, as may be imagined, with the discomfort of its exposure to frost and heat and rain, and the wilderness allowed no fellowship or converse with friends, a great trial to men accustomed to the attendance and honour of a numerous retinue. But I will proceed to speak of what is still greater and more extraordinary. Nor will any one fail to credit it, save those who, in their feeble and dangerous judgment, think little of persecutions and dangers for Christ's sake. These noble men, suffering from the lapse of time, and feeling a distaste for ordinary food, felt a longing for something more appetizing. They did not indeed speak as Israel did, for they were not murmurers like them, in their afflictions in the desert after the escape from Egypt. That Egypt would have been better for them than the wilderness, in the bountiful supply of its flesh pots and other dainties which they had left behind them there, for the brick-making and the clay seemed nothing to them then in their folly, but in a more pious and faithful manner. For why, said they, is it incredible that the God of wonders, who bountifully fed in the wilderness his homeless and fugitive people, raining bread upon them, and abounding in quails, nourishing them not only with necessaries, but even with luxuries, that he, who divided the sea, and stayed the sun, and parted the river, with all the other things that he has done? For under such circumstances the mind is wont to recur to history, and sing the praises of God's many wonders, that he, they went on, should feed us champions of piety with dainties to-day. Many animals which have escaped the tables of the rich have their lairs in these mountains, and many eatable birds fly over our longing heads, any of which can surely be caught at the mere fiat of thy will. At these words their quarry lay before them, with food come of its own accord, a complete banquet prepared without effort, stags appearing all at once from some place in the hills. How splendid they were, how fat, how ready for the slaughter! It might almost be imagined that they were annoyed at not having been summoned earlier. Some of them made signs to draw others after them, the rest followed their lead. Who pursued and drove them? No one. What riders, what kind of dogs, what barking or cry, or young men who had occupied the exits according to the rules of the chase? They were the prisoners of prayer and righteous petition. Who has known such a hunt among men of this or any day? Oh, what a wonder! They were themselves stewards of the chase. What they would was caught by the mere will to do so. What was left they sent away to the thickets for another meal. The cooks were extemporized, the dinner exquisite, the guests were grateful for this wonderful foretaste of their hopes. And hence they grew more earnest in their struggle, in return for which they had received this blessing. Such is my history. And do thou, my persecutor, in thy admiration for legends, tell of thy huntresses, and Orions, and Actaeons, those ill-fated hunters, and the hind substituted for the maiden, if any such thing rouses thee to emulation, and if we grant that this story is no legend. The sequel of the tale is too disgraceful. For what is the benefit of the exchange, if a maiden is saved to be taught to murder her guest, and learn to requite humanity with inhumanity? Let this one instance, such as it is, chosen out of many, represent the rest as far as I am concerned. I have not related it to contribute to his reputation. For neither does the sea stand in need of the rivers which flow into it, many and great though they be, nor does the present subject of my praises need any contributions to his fair fame. No, my object is to exhibit the character of his ancestors, and the example before his eyes, which he so far excelled. For if other men find it a great additional advantage to receive somewhat of their honour from their forefathers, it is a greater thing for him to have made such an addition to the original stock that the stream seems to have run uphill. The union of his parents, cemented as it was by a community of virtue, no less than by cohabitation, was notable for many reasons, especially for generosity to the poor, for hospitality, for purity of soul as the result of self-discipline, for the dedication to God of a portion of their property, a matter not as yet so much cared for by most men as it now has grown to be, in consequence of such previous examples, as have given distinction to it, and for all those other points, which have been published throughout Pontus and Cappadocia to the satisfaction of many. In my opinion, however, their greatest claim to distinction is the excellence of their children. Legend indeed has its instances of men whose children were many and beautiful, but it is practical experience which has presented to us these parents, whose own character, apart from that of their children, was sufficient for their fair fame, while the character of their children would have made them, even without their own eminence in virtue, to surpass all men by the excellence of their children. For the attainment of distinction by one or two of their offspring might be ascribed to their nature. But when all are eminent, the honour is clearly due to those who brought them up. This is proved by the blessed roll of priests and virgins, and of those who, when married, have allowed nothing in their union to hinder them from attaining an equal repute, and so have made the distinction between them to consist in the condition rather than in the mode of their life. Who has not known Basil, our Archbishop's father, a great name to every one, who attained a father's prayer, if any one, I will not say as no one, ever did? For he surpassed all in virtue, and was only prevented by his son from gaining the first prize. Who has not known Amelia, whose name was a forecast of what she became, or else whose life was an exemplification of her name? For she had a right to the name which implies gracefulness, and occupied, to speak concisely, the same place among women as her husband among men. So that, when it was decided that he, in whose honour we are met, should be given to men to submit to the bondage of nature, as any one of old has been given by God for the common advantage, it was neither fitting that he should be born of other parents, nor that they should possess another son. And so the two things suitably concurred. I have now, in obedience to the divine law which bids us to pay all honour to parents, bestowed the first fruits of my praises upon those whom I have commemorated, and proceed to treat of Basil himself, premising this, which I think will seem true to all who knew him, that we only need his own voice to pronounce his eulogium. For he is at once a brilliant subject for praise, and the only one whose powers of speech make him worthy of treating it. Beauty indeed, and strength and size, in which I see that most men rejoice, I concede to any one who will. Not that even in these points he was inferior to any of those men of small minds who busied themselves about the body, while he was still young, and had not yet reduced the flesh by austerity. But that I may avoid the fate of unskilful athletes, who waste their strength in vain efforts after minor objects, and so are worsted in the crucial struggle, whose results are victory and the distinction of the crown. The praise, then, which I shall claim for him is based upon grounds which no one, I think, will consider superfluous, or beyond the scope of my oration. I take it as admitted by men of sense, that the first of our advantages is education, and not only this our more noble form of it, which disregards rhetorical ornaments and glory, and holds to salvation, and beauty in the objects of our contemplation. But even that external culture, which many Christians ill-judgingly abhor, is treacherous and dangerous, in keeping us afar from God. For as we ought not to neglect the heavens, and earth, and air, and all such things, because some have wrongly seized upon them, and honour God's works instead of God, but to reap what advantage we can from them for our life and enjoyment, while we avoid their dangers, not raising creation, as foolish men do, in revolt against the Creator, but from the works of nature apprehending the worker, and, as the divine Apostle says, bringing into captivity every thought to Christ. And again, as we know that neither fire, nor food, nor iron, nor any other of the elements, is of itself most useful, or most harmful, except according to the will of those who use it. And as we have compounded healthful drugs from certain of the reptiles, so from secular literature we have received principles of inquiry and speculation, while we have rejected their idolatry, terror, and pit of destruction. Nay, even these have aided us in our religion, by our perception of the contrast between what is worse and what is better, and by gaining strength for our doctrine from the weakness of theirs. We must not then dishonour education, because some men are pleased to do so, but rather suppose such men to be boorish and uneducated, desiring all men to be as they themselves are, in order to hide themselves in the general, and escape the detection of their want of culture. But come now, and after this sketch of our subject and these admissions, let us contemplate the life of Basil. In his earliest years he was swathed and fashioned, in that best and purest fashioning which the divine David speaks of as proceeding day by day, in contrast with that of the knight, under his great father, acknowledged in those days by Pontus as its common teacher of virtue. Under him then, as life and reason grew and rose together, our illustrious friend was educated, not boasting of a Thessalian mountain cave as the workshop of his virtue, nor of some braggart centaur, the tutor of the heroes of his day. Nor was he taught under such tuition to shoot hares, and run down fawns, or hunt stags, or excel in war, or in breaking colts, using the same person as teacher and horse at once, nor nourished on the fabulous marrows of stags and lions. But he was trained in general education, and practised in the worship of God, and to speak concisely, led on by elementary instructions to his future perfection. For those who are successful in life or in letters only, while deficient in the other, seem to me to differ in nothing from one-eyed men, whose loss is great, but their deformity greater, both in their own eyes and in those of others. While those who attain eminence in both alike, and are ambidextrous, both possess perfection, and pass their life with the blessedness of heaven. This is what befell him, who had at home a model of virtue and well-doing, the very sight of which made him excellent from the first. As we see foals and calves skipping beside their mothers from their birth, so he too, running close beside his father in foal-like wantonness, without being left far behind in his lofty impulses toward virtue, or, if you will, sketching out and showing traces of the future beauty of his virtue, and drawing the outlines of perfection before the time of perfection arrived. When sufficiently trained at home, as he ought to fall short in no form of excellence, and not be surpassed by the busy bee, which gathers what is most useful from every flower, he set out for the city of Caesarea, to take his place in the schools there, I mean this illustrious city of ours, for it was the guide and mistress of my studies, the metropolis of letters, no less than of the cities which she excels and reigns over. And if any one were to deprive her of her literary power, he would rob her of her fairest and special distinction. Other cities take pride in other ornaments, of ancient or of recent date, that they may have something to be described or to be seen. Letters form our distinction here, and are our badge, as if upon the field of arms or on the stage. His subsequent life let those detail who trained him, or enjoyed his training, as to what he was to his masters, what he was to his classmates, equalling the former, surpassing the latter in every form of culture, what renown he won in a short time from all, both of the common people and of the leaders of the state, by showing both a culture beyond his years and a steadfastness of character beyond his culture, an orator among orators, even before the chair of the rhetoricians, a philosopher among philosophers, even before the doctrines of philosophers, highest of all, a priest among Christians even before the priesthood. So much deference was paid to him in every respect by all. Eloquence was his bywork, from which he culled enough to make it an assistance to him in Christian philosophy, since power of this kind is needed to set forth the objects of our contemplation. For a mind which cannot express itself is like the motion of a man in a lethargy. His pursuit was philosophy, and breaking from the world, and fellowship with God, by concerning himself amid things below with things above, and winning, where all is unstable and fluctuating, the things which are stable and remain. Thence to Byzantium, the imperial city of the East, for it was distinguished by the eminence of its rhetorical and philosophic teachers, whose most valuable lessons he soon assimilated by the quickness and force of his powers. Thence he was sent by God, and by his generous craving for culture, to Athens, the home of letters. Athens, which has been to me, if to any one, a city truly of gold, and the patroness of all that is good. For it brought me to know Basil more perfectly, though he had not been unknown to me before, and in my pursuit of letters I attained to happiness. And in another fashion had the same experience as Saul, who, seeking his father's asses, found a kingdom, and gained incidentally what was of more importance than the object which he had in view. Hitherto my course has been clear, leading me in my encomiums along a level and easy, in fact a king's highway. Henceforth I know not how to speak or whither to turn, for my task is becoming arduous. For here I am anxious, and seize this opportunity to add from my own experience somewhat to my speech, and to dwell a little upon the recital of the causes and circumstances which originated our friendship, or to speak more strictly, our unity of life and nature. For as our eyes are not ready to turn from attractive objects, and, if we violently tear them away, are wont to return to them again, so do we linger in our description of what is most sweet to us. I am afraid of the difficulty of the undertaking. I will try, however, to use all possible moderation. And if I am at all overpowered by my regret, pardon this most righteous of all feelings, the absence of which would be a great loss in the eyes of men of feeling. We were contained by Athens, like two branches of some river stream, for after leaving the common fountain of our fatherland, we had been separated in our varying pursuit of culture, and were now again united by the impulsion of God no less than by our own agreement. I preceded him by a little, but he soon followed me, to be welcomed with great and brilliant hope. For he was versed in many languages, before his arrival, and it was a great thing for either of us to outstrip the other in the attainment of some object of our study. And I may well add, as a seasoning to any speech, a short narrative, which will be a reminder to those who know it, a source of information to those who do not. Most of the young men at Athens in their folly are mad after rhetorical skill. Not only those who are ignobly born and unknown, but even the noble and illustrious, in the general mass of young men difficult to keep under control. They are just like men devoted to horses and exhibitions, as we see at the horse races. They leap, they shout, raise clouds of dust, they drive in their seats, they beat the air, instead of the horses, with their fingers as whips. They yoke and unyoke the horses, though they are none of theirs. They readily exchange with one another drivers, horses, positions, leaders. And who are they who do this? Often poor and needy fellows, without the means of support for a single day. This is just how the students feel in regard to their own tutors and their rivals, in their eagerness to increase their own numbers and thereby enrich them. The matter is absolutely absurd and silly. Cities, roads, harbors, mountain tops, coast lines are seized upon. In short, every part of Attica, or of the rest of Greece, with most of the inhabitants, for even these they have divided between the rival parties. Whenever any newcomer arrives, and falls into the hands of those who seize upon him, either by force or willingly, they observe this Attic law, of combined jest and earnest. He is first conducted to the house of one of those who were the first to receive him, or of his friends, or kinsmen or countrymen, or of those who are eminent in debating power and purveyors of arguments, and therefore especially honored among them. And their reward consists in the gain of adherents. He is next subjected to the raillery of any one who will, with the intention, I suppose, of checking the conceit of the newcomers, and reducing them to subjection at once. The raillery is of a more insolent or argumentative kind, according to the boorishness or refinement of the railer. And the performance, which seems very fearful and brutal to those who do not know it, is to those who have experienced it very pleasant and humane, for its threats are feigned rather than real. Next, he is conducted in procession through the marketplace to the bath. The procession is formed by those who are charged with it in the young man's honor, who arrange themselves in two ranks separated by an interval, and precede him to the bath. But when they have approached it, they shout and leap wildly, as if possessed, shouting that they must not advance, but stay, since the bath will not admit them, and at the same time frighten the youth by furiously knocking at the doors. Then allowing him to enter, they now present him with his freedom, and receive him after the bath as an equal and one of themselves. This they consider the most pleasant part of the ceremony, as being a speedy exchange and relief from annoyances. On this occasion, I not only refused to put to shame my friend the great Basil, out of respect for the gravity of his character, and the ripeness of his reasoning powers, but also persuaded all the rest of the students to treat him likewise, who happened not to know him. For he was from the first respected by most of them, his reputation having preceded him. The result was that he was the only one to escape the general rule, and be accorded a greater honor than belongs to a freshman's position. This was the prelude of our friendship. This was the kindling spark of our union. Thus we felt the wound of mutual love. Then something of this kind happened, for I think it right not to omit even this. I find the Armenians to be not a simple race, but very crafty and cunning. At this time some of his special comrades and friends, who had been intimate with him even in the early days of his father's instruction, for they were members of his school, came up to him under the guise of friendship, but with envious and not kindly intent, and put to him questions of a disputations rather than rational kind, trying to overwhelm him at the first onset, having known his original natural endowments, and unable to brook the honor he had then received. For they thought it a strange thing that they who had put on their gowns, and been exercised in shouting, should not get the better of one who was a stranger and a novice. I also, in my vain love for Athens, and trusting to their professions without perceiving their envy, when they were giving way, and turning their backs, since I was indignant that in their persons the reputation of Athens should be destroyed, and so speedily put to shame, supported the young men, and restored the argument. And by the aid of my additional weight, for in such cases a small addition makes all the difference, and as the poet says, made equal their heads in the fray. But when I perceived the secret motive of the dispute, which could no longer be kept under, and was at last clearly exposed, I at once drew back, and retired from their ranks, to range myself on his side, and made the victory decisive. He was at once delighted at what had happened, for his sagacity was remarkable, and being filled with zeal, to describe him fully in Homer's language, he pursued in confusion with argument those valiant youths, and smiting them with syllogisms, only ceased when they were utterly routed, and he had distinctly won the honor due to his power. Thus was kindled again, no longer a spark, but a manifest and conspicuous blaze of friendship. Their efforts having thus proved fruitless, while they severely blamed their own rashness, they cherished such annoyance against me that it broke out into open hostility, and a charge of treachery, not only to them, but to Athens herself, inasmuch as they had been confuted and put to shame at the first onset, by a single student, who had not even had time to gain confidence. He moreover, according to that human feeling, which makes us, when we have all at once attained to the high hopes which we have cherished, look upon their results as inferior to our expectation, he, I say, was displeased and annoyed, and could take no delight in his arrival. He was seeking for what he had expected, and called Athens an empty happiness. I, however, tried to remove his annoyance, both by argumentative encounter, and by the enchantments of reasoning, alleging, as is true, that the disposition of a man cannot at once be detected, without a long time and more constant association, and that culture likewise is not made known to those who make trial of her, after a few efforts and in a short time. In this way I restored his cheerfulness, and by this mutual experience he was the more closely united to me. And when, as time went on, we acknowledged our mutual affection, and that philosophy was our aim, we were all in all to one another, housemates, messmates, intimates, with one object in life, or an affection for each other ever growing warmer and stronger. Love for bodily attractions, since its objects are fleeting, is as fleeting as the flowers of spring. For the flame cannot survive when the fuel is exhausted, and departs along with that which kindles it, nor does desire abide when its incentive wastes away. But love, which is godly and under restraint, since its object is stable, not only is more lasting, but the fuller its vision of beauty grows, the more closely does it bind to itself and to one another the hearts of those whose love has one and the same object. This is the law of our superhuman love. I feel that I am being unduly borne away, and I know not how to enter upon this point, yet I cannot restrain myself from describing it. For if I have omitted anything, it seems, immediately afterwards, of pressing importance, and of more consequence than what I had preferred to mention. And if any one would carry me tyrannically forward, I become like the polyps, which when they are being dragged from their holes, cling with their suckers to the rocks, and cannot be detached, until the last of these has had exerted upon it its necessary share of force. If then you give me leave, I have my request. If not, I must take it from myself. End of Oration 43, Part 1. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 43, Part 2. Such were our feelings for each other, when we had thus supported, as Pindar has it, our well-built chamber with pillars of gold, as we advanced under the united influences of God's grace and our own affection. Oh, how can I mention these things without tears? We were impelled by equal hopes, in a pursuit especially obnoxious to envy, that of letters. Yet envy we knew not, and emulation was of service to us. We struggled, not each to gain the first place for himself, but to yield it to the other, for we made each other's reputation to be our own. We seemed to have one soul inhabiting two bodies. And if we must not believe those whose doctrine is all things are in all, yet in our case it was worthy of belief, so did we live in and with each other. The sole business of both of us was virtue, and living for the hopes to come, having retired from this world before our actual departure hence. With a view to this, were directed all our life and actions, under the guidance of the commandment, as we sharpened upon each other our weapons of virtue. And if this is not a great thing for me to say, being a rule and standard to each other, for the distinction between what was right and what was not, our associates were not the most dissolute, but the most sober of our comrades, not the most pugnacious, but the most peaceable, whose intimacy was most profitable, knowing that it is more easy to be tainted with vice than to impart virtue, just as we can more readily be infected with a disease than bestow health. Our most cherished studies were not the most pleasant, but the most excellent, this being one means of forming young minds in a virtuous or vicious mould. Two ways were known to us, the first of greater value, the second of smaller consequence. The one leading to our sacred buildings and the teachers there, the other to secular instructors. All others we left to those who would pursue them, to feasts, theatres, meetings, banquets. For nothing is in my opinion of value, save that which leads to virtue and to the improvement of its devotees. Different men have different names, derived from their fathers, their families, their pursuits, their exploits. we had but one great business and name, to be and to be called Christians, of which we thought more than Gyges of the turning of his ring, if this is not a legend, on which depended his Lydian sovereignty, or than Midas did of the gold through which he perished, in answer to his prayer that all that he had might turn to gold. Another Phrygian legend. For why should I speak of the arrow of the Epivorean Avaris, or of the Argive Pegasus, to whom flight through the air was not of such consequence as was to us our rising to God, through the help of and with each other? Hurtful as Athens was to others in spiritual things, and this is of no slight consequence to the pious, for the city is richer in those evil riches, idols, than the rest of Greece, and it is hard to avoid being carried along with their devotees and adherents, yet we, our minds being closed up and fortified against this, suffered no injury. On the contrary, strange as it may seem, we were thus the more confirmed in the faith, from our perception of their trickery and unreality, which led us to despise these divinities in the very home of their worship. And if there is, or is believed to be, a river flowing with fresh water through the sea, or an animal which can dance in fire, the consumer of all things, such were we among all our comrades. And best of all, we were surrounded by a far from ignoble band, under his instruction and guidance, and delighting in the same objects, as we ran on foot beside that Lydian car, his own course and disposition. And so we became famous, not only among our own teachers and comrades, but even throughout Greece, and especially in the eyes of its most distinguished men. We even passed beyond its boundaries, as was made clear by the evidence of many. For our instructors were known to all who knew Athens, and all who knew them knew us, as the object of conversation, being actually looked upon, or heard of by report, as an illustrious pair. Orestes and Pylades were in their eyes nothing to us, or the sons of Molione, the wonders of the Homeric scroll, celebrated for their union in misfortune, and their splendid driving, as they shared in reins and whip alike. But I have been unawares betrayed into praising myself in a manner I would not have allowed in another. And it is no wonder that I gained here in some advantage from his friendship, and that, as in life he aided me in virtue, so since his departure he has contributed to my renown. But I must return to my proper course. Who possessed such a degree of the prudence of old age, even before his hair was grey? Since it is by this that Solomon defines old age. Who was so respectful to both old and young, not only of our contemporaries, but even of those who long preceded him? Who, owing to his character, was less in need of education? Yet who, even with his character, was so imbued with learning? What branch of learning did he not traverse, and that with unexampled success, passing through all, as no one else passed through any one of them, and attaining such eminence in each, as if it had been his sole study? The two great sources of power in the arts and sciences, ability and application, were in him equally combined. For because of the pains he took, he had but little need of natural quickness, and his natural quickness made it unnecessary for him to take pains, and such was the cooperation and unity of both, that it was hard to see for which of the two he was more remarkable. Who had such power in rhetoric, which breathes with the might of fire, different as his disposition was from that of rhetoricians? Who in grammar, which perfects our tongues in Greek, and compiles history, and presides over metres and legislates for poems? Who in philosophy, that really lofty and high-reaching science, whether practical and speculative, or in that part of it whose oppositions and struggles are concerned with logical demonstrations, which is called dialectic, and in which it was more difficult to elude his verbal toils, if need required, than to escape from the labyrinths? Of astronomy, geometry, and numerical proportion he had such a grasp, that he could not be baffled by those who are clever in such sciences. Excessive application to them he despised, as useless to those whose desire is godliness. So that it is possible to admire what he chose more than what he neglected, or what he neglected more than what he chose. Medicine, the result of philosophy and laboriousness, was rendered necessary for him by his physical delicacy, and his care of the sick. From these beginnings he attained to a mastery of the art, not only in its empirical and practical branches, but also in its theory and principles. But what are these, illustrious though they be, compared with the moral discipline of the man? To those who have had experience of him, Minos and Rhadamanthus were mere trifles, whom the Greeks thought worthy of the meadows of Asphodel and the Elysian plains, which are their representations of our paradise, derived from those books of Moses which are also ours, for though their terms are different, this is what they refer to under other names. Such was the case, and his galleon was laden with all the learning attainable by the nature of man, for beyond Cadiz there is no passage. There was left no other need but that of rising to a more perfect life, and grasping those hopes upon which we were agreed. The day of our departure was at hand, with its attendant speeches of farewell, and of escort, its invitations to return, its lamentations, embraces, and tears. For there is nothing so painful to any one, as a separation from Athens and one another, to those who have been comrades there. On that occasion was seen a piteous spectacle, worthy of record. Around us were grouped our fellow students and classmates and some of our teachers, protesting amid entreaties, violence, and persuasion that whatever happened, they would not let us go, saying and doing everything that men in distress could do. And here I will bring an accusation against myself, and also, daring though it be, against that divine and irreproachable soul. For he, by detailing the reasons of his anxiety to return home, was able to prevail over their desire to retain him, and they were compelled, though with reluctance, to agree to his departure. But I was left behind at Athens, partly, to say the truth, because I had been prevailed on, partly because he had betrayed me, having been persuaded to forsake and hand over to his captors one who refused to forsake him. A thing incredible, before it happened. For it was like cutting one body into two, to the destruction of either part, or the severance of two bullocks who have shared the same manger and the same yoke, amid pitiable bellowings after one another in protest against the separation. However, my loss was not of long duration, for I could not long bear to be seen in piteous plight, nor to have account to every one for our separation. So, after a brief stay at Athens, my longing desire made me, like the horse in Homer, to burst the bonds of those who restrained me, and prancing o'er the plains, rush to my mate. Upon our return, after a slight indulgence to the world and the stage, sufficient to gratify the general desire, not from any inclination to theatrical display, we soon became independent, and after being promoted from the rank of beardless boys to that of men, made bold advances along the road to philosophy, for though no longer together, since envy would not allow this, we were united by our eager desire. The city of Caesarea took possession of him as a second founder and patron, but in course of time he was occasionally absent, as a matter of necessity due to our separation, and with a view to our determined course of philosophy. Dutiful attendance on my aged parents, and a succession of misfortunes kept me apart from him, perhaps without right or justice, but so it was. And to this cause I am inclined to ascribe all the inconsistency and difficulty which have befallen my life, and the hindrances in the way of philosophy, which have been unworthy of my desire and purpose. But as for my fate, let it lead whither God pleases, only may its course be the better for his intercessions. As regards himself, the manifold love of God toward man, and his providential care for our race did, after showing forth his merits under many intervening circumstances with ever greater brilliancy, set him up as a conspicuous and celebrated light for the Church, by advancing him to the holy thrones of the priesthood, to blaze forth through the single city of Caesarea to the whole world. And in what manner? Not by precipitate advancement, nor by at once cleansing and making him wise, as is the wont of many present candidates for preferment, but bestowing upon him the honour in the due order of spiritual advancement. For I do not praise the disorder and irregularity which sometimes exist among us, even in those who preside over the sanctuary. I do not venture, nor is it just, to accuse them all. I approve the nautical custom, which first gives the oar to the future steersman, and afterwards leads him to the stern, and entrusts him with the command, and seats him at the helm, only after a long course of striking the sea and observing the winds. As in the case again in military affairs, private, captain, general. This order is the best and most advantageous for their subordinates. And if it were so in our case, it would be of great service. But as it is, there is a danger of the holiest of all offices being the most ridiculous among us. For promotion depends not upon virtue, but upon villainy. And the sacred thrones fall not to the most worthy, but to the most powerful. Samuel, the seer into futurity, is among the prophets, but Saul, the rejected one, is also there. Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, is among the kings, but so also is Jeroboam, the slave and apostate. And there is not a physician or a painter who has not first studied the nature of diseases, or mixed many colours, or practised drawing. But a prelate is easily found, without laborious training, with a reputation of recent date, being sown and springing up in a moment, as the legend of the giants goes. We manufacture those who are holy in a day, and bid those to be wise who have had no instruction, and have contributed nothing before to their dignity except the will. So one man is content with an inferior position, and abides in his low estate, who is worthy of a lofty one, and has meditated much on the inspired words, and has reduced the flesh by many laws into subjection to the Spirit; while the other haughtily takes precedence, and raises his eyebrow over his betters, and does not tremble at his position, nor is he appalled at the sight, seeing the disciplined man beneath him, and wrongly supposes himself to be his superior in wisdom as well as in rank, having lost his senses under the influence of his position. Not so our great and illustrious Basil. In this grace, as in all others, he was a public example. For he first read to the people the sacred books, while already able to expound them. Nor did he deem himself worthy of this rank in the sanctuary, and thus proceeded to praise the Lord in the seat of the presbyters, and next in that of the bishops, attaining the office neither by stealth nor by violence, instead of seeking for the honour, being sought for by it, and receiving it not as a human favour, but as from God and divine. The account of his bishopric must be deferred. Over his subordinate ministry let us linger a while, for indeed it had almost escaped me in the midst of my discourse. There arose a disagreement between him and his predecessor in the rule over this church. Its source and character it is best to pass over in silence, yet it arose. He was a man in other respects far from ignoble, and admired for his piety, as was proved by the persecution of that time, and the opposition to him, yet his feeling against Basil was one to which men are liable. For Momus seizes not only upon the common herd, but on the best of men, so that it belongs to God alone to be utterly uninfluenced by and proof against such feelings. All the more eminent and wise portion of the Church was roused against him, if those are wiser than the majority who have separated themselves from the world and consecrated their life to God. I mean the Nazarites of our day, and those who devote themselves to such pursuits. They were annoyed that their chief should be neglected, insulted, and rejected, and they ventured upon a most dangerous proceeding. They determined to revolt and break off from the body of the Church, which admits of no faction, severing along with themselves no small fraction of the people, both of the lower ranks and of those of position. This was most easy owing to three very strong reasons. In the first place, the man was held in repute, beyond any other, I think, of the philosophers of our time, and able, if he wished, to inspire with courage the conspirators. Next, his opponent was suspected by the city, in consequence of the tumult which accompanied his institution, of having obtained his preferment in an arbitrary manner, not according to the laws and canons. Also, there were present some of the bishops of the West, drawing to themselves all the orthodox members of the Church. What then did our noble friend, the disciple of the Peaceable One? It was not his habit to resist his traducers or partisans, nor was it his part to fight, or rend the body of the Church, which was from other reasons the subject of attack, and hardly bested from the great power of the heretics. With my advice and earnest encouragement on the point, he set out from the place with me into Pontus, and presided over the abodes of contemplation there. He himself too founded one worthy of mention, as he welcomed the desert together with Elijah and John, those professors of austerity, thinking this to be more profitable for him than to form any design in reference to the present juncture unworthy of his philosophy, and to ruin in a time of storm the straight course which he was making, where the surges of disputation were lulled to a calm. Yet, wonderfully philosophic though his retirement was, we shall find his return still more wonderful. For thus it was. While we were thus engaged, there suddenly arose a cloud full of hail, with destructive roar, overwhelming every church upon which it burst and seized. An emperor, most fond of gold and most hostile to Christ, infected with these two most serious diseases, insatiate avarice and blasphemy, a persecutor in succession to the persecutor, and in succession to the apostate, not indeed an apostate, though no better to Christians, or rather, to the more devout and pure party of Christians who worship the Trinity, which I call the only true devotion and saving doctrine. For we do not measure out the Godhead into portions, nor banish from itself by unnatural estrangements the one and unapproachable nature, nor cure one evil by another, destroying the godless confusion of Sabellius by a more impious severance and division, which was the error of Arius, whose name declares his madness, the disturber and destroyer of a great part of the Church. For he did not honour the Father, by dishonouring his offspring with his unequal degrees of Godhead. But we recognize one glory of the Father, the equality of the only begotten, and one glory of the Son, that of the Spirit. And we hold that to subordinate any of the three is to destroy the whole, for we worship and acknowledge them as three in their properties, but one in their Godhead. He, however, had no such idea, being unable to look up, but being debased by those who led him, he dared to debase along with himself even the nature of the Godhead, and became a wicked creature reducing majesty to bondage, and aligning with creation the uncreated and timeless nature. Such was his mind, and with such impiety he took the field against us. For we must consider it to be nothing else than a barbaric inroad which, instead of destroying walls, cities, and houses, and other things of little worth, made with hands and capable of restoration, spent its ravages upon men's souls. A worthy army joined in his assault, the evil rulers of the churches, the bitter governors of his world-wide empire. Some of the churches they now held, some they were assaulting, others they hoped to gain by the already exercised influence of the emperor, and the violence which he threatened. But in their purpose of perverting our own, their confidence was specially based on the smallness of mind of those whom I have mentioned, the inexperience of our prelate, and the infirmities which prevailed among us. The struggle would be fierce. The zeal of numerous troops was far from ignoble, but their array was weak, from the want of a leader and a strategist to contend for them with the might of the Word and of the Spirit. What then did this noble and magnanimous and truly Christ-loving soul? No need of many words to urge his presence and aid. At once when he saw me on my mission, for the struggle on behalf of the faith was common to us both, he yielded to my entreaty, and decided by a most excellent distinction, based on spiritual reasons, that the time for punctiliousness, if indeed we may give way to such feelings at all, is a time of security, but that forbearance is required in the hour of necessity. He immediately returned with me from Pontus, and as a zealous volunteer took his place in the fight for the endangered truth, and devoted himself to the service of his mother, the Church. Did then his actual efforts fall short of his preliminary zeal? Were they directed by courage, but not by prudence or by skill, while he shrank from danger? Or, in spite of their unexampled perfection on all these points, was there left in him some trace of irritation? Far from it. He was at once completely reconciled, and took part in every plan and effort. He removed all the thorns and stumbling blocks which were in our way, upon which the enemy relied in their attack upon us. He took hold of one, grasped another, thrust away a third. He became to some a stout wall and rampart, to others an axe breaking the rock in pieces, or a fire among the thorns, as the divine Scripture says, easily destroying those faggots who were insulting the Godhead. And if his Barnabas, who speaks and records these things, was of service to Paul in the struggle, it is to Paul that thanks are due, for choosing and making him his comrade in the strife. Thus the enemy failed, and base men as they were, for the first time were then basely put to shame and worsted, learning not to be ready to despise the Cappadocians of all men in the world, whose special qualities are firmness in the faith, and loyal devotion to the Trinity, to whom is due their unity and strength, and from whom they receive an even greater and stronger assistance than they are able to give. Basil's next business and purpose was to conciliate the prelate, to allay suspicion, to persuade all men that the irritation which had been felt was due to the temptation and effort of the evil one. In his envy a virtuous concord, carefully complying with the laws of obedience and spiritual order. Accordingly he visited him with instruction and advice. While obedient to his wishes, he was everything to him, a good counselor, a skilful assistant, an expounder of the divine will, a guide of conduct, a staff for his old age, a support of the faith, most trusty of those within, most practical of those without, in a word, as much inclined to good will as he had been thought to hostility. And so the power of the Church came into his hands almost, if not quite, to an equal degree with the occupant of the see. For in return for his good will he was requited with authority, and their harmony and combination of power was wonderful. The one was the leader of the people, the other of their leader, like a lion-keeper, skilfully soothing the possessor of power. For having been recently installed in the see, and still somewhat under the influence of the world, and not yet furnished with the things of the Spirit, in the midst of the eddying tide of enemies assaulting the Church, he was in need of some one to take him by the hand and support him. Accordingly he accepted the alliance, and imagined himself the conqueror of one who had conquered him. Of his care for and protection of the Church there are many other tokens. His boldness towards the governors and other most powerful men in the city, the decisions of disputes accepted without hesitation, and made effective by his simple word, his inclination being held to be decisive. his support of the needy, most of them in spiritual, not a few also in physical distress. For this also often influences the soul and reduces it to subjection by its kindness. The support of the poor, the entertainment of strangers, the care of maidens, legislation written and unwritten for the monastic life, arrangement of prayers, adornments of the sanctuary, and other ways in which the true man of God, working for God, would benefit the people, one being especially important and noteworthy. There was a famine, the most severe one ever recorded. The city was in distress, and there was no source of assistance or relief for the calamity. For maritime cities are able to bear such times of need without difficulty, by an exchange of their own products for what is imported. But an inland city like ours can neither turn its superfluity to profit, nor supply its need, by either disposing of what we have, or importing what we have not. But the hardest part of all such distress is the insensibility and insatiability of those who possess supplies. For they watch their opportunities, and turn the distress to profit, and thrive upon misfortune, heeding not that he who shows mercy to the poor lendeth to the Lord, nor that he that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him, nor any other of the promises to the philanthropic, and threats against the inhuman. But they are too insatiate in their ill-judged policy. For while they shut up their bowels against their fellows, they shut up those of God against themselves, forgetting that their need of Him is greater than others' need of them. Such are the buyers and sellers of corn, who neither respect their fellows, nor are thankful to God, from whom comes what they have, while others are straitened. He indeed could neither rain bread from heaven by prayer, to nourish an escaped people in the wilderness, nor supply fountains of food without cost from the depth of vessels which are filled by being emptied, and so by an amazing return for her hospitality support one who supported him, nor feed thousands of men with 5 loaves, whose very fragments were a further supply for many tables. These were the works of Moses and Elijah, and my God, from whom they too derive their power. Perhaps also they were characteristic of their time and its circumstances, since signs are for unbelievers, not for those who believe. But he did devise and execute with the same faith things which correspond to them, and tend in the same direction. For by his word and advice he opened the stores of those who possessed them, and so according to the Scripture dealt food to the hungry, and satisfied the poor with bread, and fed them in the time of dearth, and filled the hungry souls with good things. And in what way? For this is no slight addition to his praise. He gathered together the victims of the famine, with some who were but slightly recovering from it, men and women, infants, old men, every age which was in distress, and obtaining contributions of all sorts of food which can relieve famine, set before them basins of soup, and such meat as was found preserved among us, on which the poor live. Then, imitating the ministry of Christ, who, girded with a towel, did not disdain to wash the disciples' feet, using for this purpose the aid of his own servants, and also of his fellow servants, he attended to the bodies and souls of those who needed it, combining personal respect with the supply of their necessity, and so giving them a double relief. Such was our young furnisher of corn, and second Joseph, though of him we can say somewhat more. For the one made a gain from the famine, and bought up Egypt in his philanthropy, by managing the time of plenty with a view to the time of famine, turning to account the dreams of others for that purpose. But the other's services were gratuitous, and his succor of the famine gained no profit, having only one object, to win kindly feelings by kindly treatment, and to gain by his rations of corn the heavenly blessings. Further, he provided the nourishment of the Word, and that more perfect bounty and distribution, which is really heavenly and from on high, If the Word be that bread of angels, wherewith souls are fed and given to drink, who are a-hungered for God, and seek for a food which does not pass away or fail, but abides for ever. This food He, who was the poorest and most needy man whom I have known, supplied in rich abundance to the relief not of a famine of bread, nor of a thirst for water, but a longing for that Word, which is really life-giving and nourishing, and causes to grow to spiritual manhood him who was duly fed thereon. After these and similar actions, why need I stay to mention them all? When the prelate whose name betokened his godliness had passed away, having sweetly breathed his last in Basil's arms, he was raised to the lofty throne of a bishop, not without difficulty or without the envious struggles of the prelates of his native land, on whose side were found the greatest scoundrels of the city. But the Holy Spirit must needs win the day, and indeed the victory was decisive. For he brought from a distance, to anoint him, men illustrious and zealous for godliness, and with them the new Abraham, our patriarch, I mean my father, in regard to whom an extraordinary thing happened. For failing as he was from the number of his years, and worn away almost to his last breath by disease, he ventured on the journey to give assistance by his vote, relying on the aid of the Spirit. In brief, he was placed in his litter, as a corpse is laid in its tomb, to return in the freshness and strength of youth, with head erect, having been strengthened by the imposition of hands and unction, and, it is not too much to say, by the head of him who was anointed. This must be added to the instances of old time, which prove that labour bestows health, zealous purpose raises the dead, and old age leaps up when anointed by the Spirit. Having thus been deemed worthy of the office of prelate, as it is seemly that men should who have lived such a life, and won such favour and consideration, he did not disgrace, by his subsequent conduct, either his own philosophy, or the hopes of those who had trusted him. But he ever so far surpassed himself, as he has been shown hitherto to have surpassed others, his ideas on this point being most excellent and philosophic. For he held that, while it is virtuous in a private individual to avoid vice, and be to some extent good, it is a vice in a chief and ruler, especially in such an office, to fail to surpass by far the majority of men, and by constant progress to make his virtue correspond to his dignity and throne. For it is difficult for one in high position to attain the mean, and by his eminence in virtue raise up his people to the golden mean. Or rather, to treat this question more satisfactorily, I think that the result is the same as I see in the case of our Saviour, and of every specially wise man, I fancy, when he was with us in that form which surpassed us and yet is ours. For he also, the Gospel says, increased in wisdom and favour, as well as in stature. Not that these qualities in him were capable of growth, for how could that which was perfect from the first become more perfect? But that they were gradually disclosed and displayed. So I think that the virtue of Basil, without being itself increased, obtained at this time a wider exercise, since his power provided him with more abundant material. He first of all made it plain that his office had been bestowed upon him, not by human favour, but by the gift of God. This will also be shown by my conduct. For in what philosophic research did he not, about that time, join with me? So every one thought that I should run to meet him after what had happened, and show my delight at it, as would, perhaps, have been the case with any one else, and claim a share in his authority, rather than rule beside him, according to the inferences they drew from our friendship. But in my exceeding anxiety to avoid the annoyance and jealousy of the time, and specially since his position was still a painful and troubled one, I remained at home, and forcibly restrained my eager desire, while, though he blamed me, Basil accepted my excuse. And when, on my subsequent arrival, I refused, for the same reason, the honour of this chair, and a dignified position among the presbyters, he kindly refrained from blaming, nay, he praised me, preferring to be charged with pride by a small clique in their ignorance of our policy, rather than do anything contrary to reason and his own resolutions. And indeed, how could a man have better shown his soul to be superior to all fawning and flattery, and his single object to be the law of right, than by thus treating me, whom he acknowledged as among the first of his friends and associates? His next task was to appease and allay by magnanimous treatment the opposition to himself, and that without any trace of flattery or servility, but in a most chivalrous and magnanimous way, with a view, not merely to present exigencies, but also to the fostering of future obedience. For seeing that, while tenderness leads to laxity and slackness, severity gives rise to stubbornness and self-will, he was able to avoid the dangers of each course by a combination of both, blending his correction with consideration, and gentleness with firmness, influencing men in most cases principally by his conduct rather than by argument, not enslaving them by art, but winning them by good nature, and attracting them by the sparing use, rather than by the constant exercise, of his power. And, most important of all, they were brought to recognize the superiority of his intellect and the inaccessibility of his virtue, to consider their only safety to consist in being on his side and under his command, their sole danger to be in opposition to him, and to think that to differ from him involved estrangement from God. Thus they willingly yielded and surrendered, submitting themselves, as if in a thunderclap, and hastening to anticipate each other with their excuses, and exchange the intensity of their hostility for an equal intensity of goodwill, and advance in virtue, which they found to be the one really effective defense. The few exceptions to this conduct were passed by and neglected, because their ill nature was incurable, and they expended their powers in wearing out themselves, as rust consumes itself together with the iron on which it feeds. End of Oration 43, Part 2. Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 43, Part 3. Affairs at home being now settled to his mind, in a way that faithless men who did not know him would have thought impossible, his designs became greater and took a loftier range. For, while all others had their eyes on the ground before them, and directed attention to their own immediate concerns, and, if these were safe, troubled themselves no further, being incapable of any great and chivalrous design or undertaking, he, moderate as he was in all other respects, could not be moderate in this, but, with head erect, casting his mental eye about him, took in the whole world over which the word of salvation has made its way. And when he saw the great heritage of God, purchased by his own words and laws and sufferings, the holy nation, the royal priesthood, in such evil plight that it was torn asunder into 10,000 opinions and errors, and the vine brought out of Egypt and transplanted, the Egypt of impious and dark ignorance, which had grown to such beauty and boundless size that the whole earth was covered with the shadow of it, while it overtopped mountains and cedars, now being ravaged by that wicked wild boar, the devil, he could not content himself with quietly lamenting the misfortune, and merely lifting up his hands to God, and seeking from him the dispersion of the pressing misfortunes, while he himself was asleep, but felt bound to come to her aid at some expense to himself. For what could be more distressing than this calamity, or call more loudly on one whose eyes were raised aloft for exertions on behalf of the common weal? The good or ill success of an individual is of no consequence to the community, but that of the community involves of necessity the like condition of the individual. With this idea and purpose, he who was the guardian and patron of the community, and, as Solomon says with truth, a perceptive heart is a moth to the bones, unsensitiveness is cheerily confident, while a sympathetic disposition is a source of pain, and constant consideration wastes away the heart. He, I say, was consequently in agony and distress from many wounds. Like Jonah and David, he wished in himself to die, and gave not sleep to his eyes, nor slumber to his eyelids. He expended what was left of his flesh upon his reflections, until he discovered a remedy for the evil, and sought for aid from God and man, to stay the general conflagration, and dissipate the gloom which was lowering over us. One of his devices was of the greatest service. After a period of such recollection as was possible, and private spiritual conference, in which, after considering all human arguments, and penetrating into all the deep things of the Scriptures, he drew up a sketch of pious doctrine, and by wrestling with and attacking their opposition he beat off the daring assaults of the heretics, overthrowing in hand-to-hand struggles by word of mouth those who came to close quarters, and striking those at a distance by arrows winged with ink, which is in no wise inferior to inscriptions on tablets; not giving directions for one small nation only, like that of the Jews, concerning meat and drinks, temporary sacrifices, and purifications of the flesh, but for every nation and part of the world, concerning the word of truth, the source of our salvation. Again, since unreasoning action and unpractical reasoning are alike ineffectual, he added to his reasoning the succour which comes from action. He paid visits, sent messages, gave interviews, instructed, reproved, rebuked, threatened, reproached, undertook the defence of nations, cities, and individuals, devising every kind of succour, and procuring from every source specifics for disease, a second Bezalel, an architect of the divine tabernacle, applying every material and art to the work, and combining all in a harmonious and surpassing beauty. Why need I enter into further detail? We were assailed again by the anti-Christian emperor, that tyrant of the faith, with more abundant impiety and a hotter onset, inasmuch as the dispute must be with a stronger antagonist, like that unclean and evil spirit, who when sent forth upon his wanderings from man, returns to take up his abode in him again with a greater number of spirits, as we have heard in the Gospels. This spirit he imitated, both in renewing the contest in which he had formerly been worsted, and in adding to his original efforts. He thought that it was a strange and insufferable thing that he, who ruled over so many nations, and had won so much renown, and reduced under the power of impiety all those round about him, and overcome every adversary, should be publicly worsted by a single man, and a single city, and so incur the ridicule not only of those patrons of ungodliness by whom he was led, but also, as he supposed, of all men. It is said that the king of Persia, on his expedition into Greece, was not only urged to immoderate threats, by elation at the numbers of every race of men which in his wrath and pride he was leading against them, but thought to terrify them the more, by making them afraid of him, in consequence of his novel treatment of the elements. A strange land and sea were heard of, the work of the new Creator, and an army which sailed over the dry land, and marched over the ocean, while islands were carried off, and the sea was scourged, and all the other mad proceedings of that army and expedition, which, though they struck terror into the ignoble, were ridiculous in the eyes of men of brave and steadfast hearts. There was no need of anything of this kind in the expedition against us, but what was still worse and more harmful, this was what the emperor was reported to say and do. He stretched forth his mouth unto heaven, speaking blasphemy against the Most High, and his tongue went through the world. Excellently did the inspired David before our days thus describe him who made heaven to stoop to earth, and reckoned with the creation that supermundane nature, which the creation cannot even contain, even though in kindness to man it did to some extent come among us, in order to draw to itself us who were lying upon the ground. Furious indeed were his first acts of wantonness, more furious still his final efforts against us. What shall I speak of first? Exiles, banishments, confiscations, open and secret plots, persuasion, where time allowed, violence, where persuasion was impossible. Those who clung to the orthodox faith, as we did, were extruded from their churches. Others were intruded, who agreed with the imperial soul-destroying doctrines, and begged for testimonials of impiety, and subscribed to statements still harder than these. Burnings of presbyters at sea, impious generals, not those who conquered the Persians, or subdued the Scythians, or reduced any other barbaric nation, but those who assailed churches, and danced in triumph upon altars, and defiled the unbloody sacrifices with the blood of men and victims, and offered insult to the modesty of virgins. With what object? The extrusion of the patriarch Jacob, and the intrusion in his place of Esau, who was hated even before his birth. This is the description of his first acts of wantonness, the mere recollection and mention of which even now rouses the tears of most of us. Accordingly, when, after passing through all quarters, he made his attack in order to enslave this impregnable and formidable mother of the churches, the only still remaining unquenched spark of the truth, he discovered that he had been for the first time ill-advised. For he was driven back like a missile which strikes upon some stronger body, and recoiled like a broken hawser. Such was the prelate of the church that he met with. Such was the bulwark by which his efforts were broken and dissipated. Other particulars may be heard from those who tell and recount them, from their own experience, and none of those who recount them is destitute of this full experience. But all must be filled with admiration who are aware of the struggles of that time, the assaults, the promises, the threats, the commissioners sent before him to try to prevail upon us, men of judicial and military rank, men from the harem, who are men among women, women among men, whose only manliness consisted in their impiety, and being incapable of natural licentiousness, commit fornication in the only way they can, with their tongues. The chief cook Nebuzaradan, who threatened us with the weapons of his art, and was dispatched by his own fire. But what especially excites my wonder, and what I could not, even if I would, pass by, I will describe as concisely as possible. Who has not heard of the prefect of those days, who, for his own part, treated us with such excessive arrogance, having himself been admitted, or perhaps committed, to baptism by the other party, and strove by exceeding the letter of his instructions, and gratifying his master in every particular, to guarantee and preserve his own possession of power? Though he raged against the Church, and assumed a lion-like aspect, and roared like a lion till most men dared not approach him, yet our noble prelate was brought into, or rather entered, his court, as if bidden to a feast, instead of to a trial. How can I fully describe either the arrogance of the prefect, or the prudence with which it was met by the saint? "What is the meaning, Sir Basil," he said, addressing him by name, and not as yet deigning to term him bishop, "of your daring, as no other dares, to resist and oppose so great a potentate?" "In what respect?" said our noble champion. "And in what does my rashness consist? For this I have yet to learn." "In refusing to respect the religion of your sovereign, when all others have yielded and submitted themselves." "Because," said he, "this is not the will of my real sovereign, nor can I, who am a creature of God, and bidden myself to be God, submit to worship any creature." "And what do we," said the prefect, "seem to you to be? Are we, who give you this injunction, nothing at all? What do you say to this? Is it not a great thing to be ranged with us as your associates?" You are, I will not deny it, said he, a prefect, and an illustrious one, yet not of more honour than God. And to be associated with you is a great thing certainly, for you are yourself the creature of God. But so it is to be associated with any other of my subjects. For faith, and not personal importance, is the distinctive mark of Christianity. Then indeed the prefect became excited, and rose from his seat, boiling with rage, and making use of harsher language. What, said he, have you no fear of my authority? Fear of what? Said Basil. How could it affect me? Of what? Of any one of the resources of my power. What are these? Said Basil. Pray inform me. Confiscation, banishment, torture, death. Have you no other threat? Said he, for none of these can reach me. How indeed is that? Said the prefect. Because, he replied, a man who has nothing is beyond the reach of confiscation, unless you demand my tattered rags, and the few books which are my only possessions. Banishment is impossible for me, who am confined by no limit of place, counting my own neither the land where I now dwell, nor all of that into which I may be hurled, or rather, counting it all God's, whose guest and dependent I am. As for tortures, what hold can they have upon one whose body has ceased to be? Unless you mean the first stroke, for this alone is in your power. Death is my benefactor, for it will send me the sooner to God, for whom I live, and exist, and have all but died, and to whom I have been long hastening. Amazed at this language, the prefect said, No one has ever yet spoken thus, and with such boldness, to Modestus. Why, perhaps, said Basil, you have not met with a bishop, or in his defence of such interest he would have used precisely the same language. For we are modest in general, and submissive to every one, according to the precept of our law. We may not treat with haughtiness even any ordinary person, to say nothing of so great a potentate. But where the interests of God are at stake, we care for nothing else, and make these our sole object. Fire and sword and wild beast, and rakes which tear the flesh, we revel in, and fear them not. You may further insult and threaten us, and do whatever you will, to the full extent of your power. The Emperor himself may hear this, that neither by violence nor persuasion will you bring us to make common cause with impiety, not even though your threats become still more terrible. At the close of this colloquy, the prefect, having been convinced by the attitude of Basil that he was absolutely impervious to threats and influence, dismissed him from the court, his former threatening manner being replaced by somewhat of respect and deference. He himself with all speed obtained an audience of the Emperor, and said, We have been worsted, sire, by the prelate of this church. He is superior to threats, invincible in argument, uninfluenced by persuasion. We must make trial of some more feeble character, and in this case resort to open violence, or submit to the disregard of our threatenings. Hereupon the Emperor, forced by the praises of Basil to condemn his own conduct, for even an enemy can admire a man's excellence, would not allow violence to be used against him. And like iron, which is softened by fire, yet still remains iron, though turned from threatening to admiration, would not enter into communion with him, being prevented by shame from changing his course, but sought to justify his conduct by the more plausible excuse he could, as the sequel will show. For he entered the church attended by the whole of his train. It was the festival of the Epiphany, and the church was crowded, and by taking his place among the people, he made a profession of unity. The occurrence is not to be lightly passed over. Upon his entrance he was struck by the thundering roll of the psalms, by the sea of heads of the congregation, and by the angelic rather than human order which pervaded the sanctuary and its precincts. While Basil presided over his people, standing erect, as the Scripture says of Samuel, with body and eyes and mind undisturbed, as if nothing new had happened, but fixed upon God and the sanctuary, as if, so to say, he had been a statue, while his ministers stood around him in fear and reverence. At this sight, and it was indeed a sight unparalleled, overcome by human weakness, his eyes were affected with dimness and giddiness, his mind with dread. This was as yet unnoticed by most people. But when he had to offer the gifts at the table of God, which he must needs do himself, since no one would, as usual, assist him, because it was uncertain whether Basil would admit him, his feelings were revealed. For he was staggering, and had not someone in the sanctuary reached out a hand to steady his tottering steps, he would have sunk to the ground in a lamentable fall. So much for this. As for the wisdom of his conference with the Emperor, who in his quasi-communion with us entered within the veil to see and speak to him, as he had long desired to do, what else can I say but that they were inspired words, which were heard by the courtiers and by us who had entered with them? This was the beginning and first establishment of the Emperor's kindly feeling towards us. The impression produced by this reception put an end to the greater part of the persecution which assailed us like a river. Another incident is not of less importance than those I have mentioned. The wicked were victorious, and the decree for his banishment was signed, to the full satisfaction of those who furthered it. The night had come, the chariot was ready, our haters were exultant, the pious in despair. We surrounded the zealous traveller, to whose honourable disgrace nothing was wanting. What next? It was undone by God. For he who smote the firstborn of Egypt for its harshness towards Israel, also struck the son of the emperor with disease. How great was the speed! There was the sentence of banishment, here the decree of sickness. The hand of the wicked scribe was restrained, and the saint was preserved, and the man of piety presented to us by the fever which brought to reason the arrogance of the emperor. What could be more just or more speedy than this? This was the series of events. The emperor's child was sick and in bodily pain. The father was pained for it, for what can the father do? On all sides he sought for aid in his distress. He summoned the best physicians. He betook himself to intercessions with the greatest fervour, and flung himself upon the ground. Affliction humbles even emperors, and no wonder, for the like sufferings of David in the case of his child are recorded for us. But as no cure for the evil could anywhere be found, he applied to the faith of Basil, not personally summoning him, in shame for his recent ill treatment, but entrusting the mission to others of his nearest and dearest friends. On his arrival, without the delay or reluctance which any one else might have shown, at once the disease relaxed, and the father cherished better hopes. And had he not blended salt water with the fresh, by trusting to the heterodox at the same time that he summoned Basil, the child would have recovered his health and been preserved for his father's arms. This indeed was the conviction of those who were present at the time, and shared in the distress. The same mischance is said to have befallen the prefect. He also was obliged by sickness to bow beneath the hands of the saint, and in reality to men of sense a visitation brings instruction, and affliction is often better than prosperity. He fell sick, was in tears, and in pain. He sent for Basil, and entreated him, crying out, "I own that you were in the right, only save me." His request was granted, as he himself acknowledged, and convinced many who would know nothing of it, for he never ceased to wonder at and describe the powers of the prelate. Such was his conduct in these cases, such its result. Did he then treat others in a different way, and engage in petty disputes about trifles, or fail to rise to the heights of philosophy in a course of action which merits no praise and is best passed over in silence? By no means. He who once stirred up the wicked Hadad against Israel, stirred up against him the prefect of the province of Pontus. nominally from annoyance connected with some poor creature of a woman, but in reality as a part of the struggle of impiety against the truth. I pass by all his other insults against Basil, or, for it is the same thing, against God. For it is against him and on his behalf that the contest was waged. One instance of it, however, which brought special disgrace upon the assailant, and exalted his adversary, if philosophy and eminence for it be a great and lofty thing, I will describe at length. The assessor of a judge was attempting to force into a distasteful marriage a lady of high birth whose husband was but recently dead. At a loss to escape from this high-handed treatment, she resorted to a device no less prudent than daring. She fled to the holy table, and placed herself under the protection of God against outrage. What, in the name of the Trinity itself, if I may introduce into my panegyric somewhat of the forensic style, ought to have been done, I do not say, by the great Basil, who laid down the law for us all in such matters, but by any one who, though far inferior to him, was a priest. Ought he not to have allowed her claim, to have taken charge of and cared for her, to have raised his hand in defence of the kindness of God and the law which gives honour to the altar? Ought he not to have been willing to do and suffer anything, rather than take part in any inhuman design against her, and outrage at once the holy table, and the faith in which she had taken sanctuary? No, said the baffled judge, all ought to yield to my authority, and Christians should betray their own laws. The suppliant whom he demanded was at all hazards retained. Accordingly, in his rage, he at last sent some of the magistrates to search the saint's bedchamber, with the purpose of dishonouring him, rather than from any necessity. What? Search the house of a man so free from passion, whom the angels revere, at whom women do not venture even to look. And not content with this, he summoned him, and put him on his defence, and that in no gentle or kindly manner, but as if he were a convict. Upon Basil's appearance, standing, like my Jesus, before the judgment seat of Pilate, he presided at the trial, full of wrath and pride. Yet the thunderbolts did not fall, and the sword of God still glittered and waited, while his bow, though bent, was restrained. Such indeed is the custom of God. Consider another struggle between our champion and his persecutor. His ragged pallium having been ordered to be torn away, I will also, if you wish it, strip off my coat, said he. His fleshless form was threatened by blows, and he offered to submit to be torn with combs, and he said, by such laceration you will cure my liver, which as you see is wearing me away. Such was their argument. But when the city perceived the outrage and the common danger of all, for each one considered this insolence a danger to himself, it became all on fire with rage, and, like a hive roused by smoke, one after another was stirred and arose, every race and every age, but especially the men from the small arms factory, and from the imperial weaving sheds. For men at work in these trades are specially hot-tempered and daring, because of the liberty allowed them. Each man was armed with the tool he was using, or with whatever else came to hand at the moment. Torch in hand, amid showers of stones, with cudgels ready, all ran and shouted together in their united zeal. Anger makes a terrible soldier or general. Nor were the women weaponless, when roused by such an occasion. Their pins were their spears, and no longer remaining women, they were by the strength of their eagerness endowed with masculine courage. It is a short story. They thought that they would share among themselves the piety of destroying him, and held him to be most pious who first laid hands on one who had dared such deeds. What then was the conduct of this haughty and daring judge? He begged for mercy in a pitiable state of distress, cringing before them to an unparalleled extent, until the arrival of the martyr without bloodshed, who had won his crown without blows, and now restrained a people by the force of his personal influence, and delivered the man who had insulted him and now sought his protection. This was the doing of the God of saints, who worketh and changeth all things for the best, who resisteth the proud, but giveth grace to the humble. And why should not He, who divided the sea and stayed the river, and ruled the elements, and by stretching out set up a trophy, to save His exiled people, why should not He have also rescued this man from his perils? This was the end and fortunate close in the providence of God of the war with the world, a close worthy of His faith. But here at once is the beginning of the war with the bishops and their allies, which involved great disgrace, and still greater injury to their subjects. For who could persuade others to be temperate, when such was the conduct of their prelates? For a long time they had been unkindly disposed towards him, on 3 grounds. They neither agreed with him in the matter of the faith, except in so far as they were absolutely obliged to yield to the majority of the faithful. Nor had they altogether laid aside the grudge they owed him for his election. And what was most grievous of all to them, though they would have been most ashamed to own it, he so far outshone them in reputation. There was also a further cause of dissension which stirred up again the others. When our country had been divided into 2 provinces and metropolitical sees, and a great part of the former was being added to the new one, this again roused their factious spirit. The one thought it right that the ecclesiastical boundaries should be settled by the civil ones, and therefore claimed those newly added as belonging to him, and severed from their former metropolitan. The other clung to the ancient custom, and to the division which had come down from our fathers. Many painful results either actually followed, or were struggling in the womb of the future. Synods were wrongfully gathered by the new metropolitan, and revenues seized upon. Some of the presbyters of the churches refused obedience, others were won over. In consequence the affairs of the churches fell into a sad state of dissension and division. Novelty indeed has a certain charm for men, and they readily turn events to their own advantage, and it is easier to overthrow something which is already established, than to restore it when overthrown. What however enraged him most was, that the revenues of the Taurus, which passed along before his eyes, accrue to his rival, as also the offerings at St. Orestes, of which he was greatly desirous to reap the fruits. He even went so far as, on one occasion when Basil was riding along his own road, to seize his mules by the bridle and bar the passage with a robber band. And with how specious a pretext, the care of his spiritual children and of the souls entrusted to him, and the defence of the faith, pretexts which veiled that most common vice, insatiable avarice, and further, the wrongfulness of paying dues to heretics, a heretic being any one who had displeased him. The holy man of God, however, metropolitan as he was of the true Jerusalem above, was neither carried away with the failure of those who fell, nor allowed himself to overlook this conduct, nor did he desire any inadequate remedy for the evil. Let us see how great and wonderful it was, or I would say, how worthy of his soul. He made of the dissension a cause of increase to the Church, and the disaster, under his most able management, resulted in the multiplication of the bishops of the country. From this ensued 3 most desirable consequences: a greater care for souls, the management of each city of its own affairs, and the cessation of the war in this quarter. I am afraid that I myself was treated as an appendage to this scheme. By no other term can I readily describe the position. Greatly as I admire his whole conduct, to an extent indeed beyond my powers of expression, of this single particular I find it impossible to approve. For I will acknowledge my feelings in regard to it, though these are from other sources not unknown to most of you. I mean the change and faithlessness of his treatment of myself, a cause of pain which even time is not obliterated. For this is the source of all the inconsistency and tangle of my life. It has robbed me of the practice, or at least of the reputation, of philosophy, of small moment though the latter be. The defence, which you will perhaps allow me to make for him, is this. His ideas were superhuman, and having, before his death, become superior to worldly influences, his only interests were those of the Spirit, while his regard for friendship was in no wise lessened by his readiness then, and then only, to disregard its claims, when they were in conflict with his paramount duty to God, and when the end he had in view was of greater importance than the interest he was compelled to set aside. I am afraid that, in avoiding the imputation of indifference at the hands of those who desire to know all that can be said about him, I shall incur a charge of prolixity from those whose ideal is the golden mean. For the latter Basil himself had the greatest respect, being specially devoted to the adage, "In all things the mean is the best," and acting upon it throughout his life. Nevertheless, disregarding alike those who desire undue conciseness or excessive prolixity, I proceed thus with my speech. Different men attain success in different ways, some applying themselves to one alone of the many forms of excellence, but no one, of those hitherto known to me, arriving at the highest eminence in all respects. He being in my opinion the best, who has won his laurels on the widest field, or gained the highest possible renown in some single particular. Such however was the height of Basil's fame, that he became the pride of humankind. Let us consider the matter thus. Is any one devoted to poverty and a life devoid of property, and free from superfluity? What did he possess besides his body, and the necessary coverings of the flesh? His wealth was the having nothing, and he thought the cross, with which he lived, more precious than great riches. For no one, however much he may wish, can obtain possession of all things, but any one can learn to despise, and so prove himself superior to, all things. This being his mind, and such his life, he had no need of an altar and a vainglory, nor of such a public announcement as Crates sets Crates the Theban free. For his aim was ever to be, not to seem, most excellent. Nor did he dwell in a tub, and in the midst of the marketplace, and so by luxuriating in publicity turn his poverty into riches. But was poor and unkempt, yet without ostentation, and taking cheerfully the casting overboard of all that he ever had, sailed lightly across the sea of life. A wonderful thing is temperance and fewness of wants, and freedom from the dominion of pleasures, and from the bondage of that cruel and degrading mistress, the belly. Who was so independent of food, and, without exaggeration, more free from the flesh? For he flung away all satiety and surfeit to creatures destitute of reason, whose life is slavish and debasing. He paid little attention to such things as, next to the appetite, are of equal rank, but, as far as possible, lived on the merest necessaries, his only luxury being to prove himself not luxurious, and not, in consequence, to have greater needs. But he looked to the lilies and the birds, whose beauty is artless, and their food casual, according to the important advice of my Christ, who made himself poor in the flesh for our sakes, that we might enjoy the riches of his Godhead. Hence came his single coat and well-worn cloak, and his bed on the bare ground, his vigils, his unwashedness, such were his decorations, and his most sweet food and relish, bread and salt, his new dainty, and the sober and plentiful drink, with which fountains supply those who are free from trouble. The result, or the accompaniment, of these things were the attendance on the sick and practice of medicine, our common intellectual pursuit, for though inferior to him in all other respects, I must needs be his equal in distress. A great thing is virginity, and celibacy, and being ranked with the angels, and with a single nature. For I shrink from calling it Christ, who, though he willed to be born for our sakes who are born, by being born of a virgin, enacted the law of virginity, to lead us away from this life, and cut short the power of the world, or rather, to transmit one world to another, the present to the future. Who then paid more honour to virginity, or had more control of the flesh, not only by his personal example, but in those under his care? Whose are the convents and the written regulations, by which he subdued every sense, and regulated every member, and won to the real practice of virginity, turning inward the view of beauty, from the visible to the invisible, and by wasting away the external, and withdrawing fuel from the flame, and revealing the secrets of the heart to God, who is the only bridegroom of pure souls, and takes in with himself the watchful souls, if they go to meet him with lamps burning in a plentiful supply of oil. Moreover, he reconciled most excellently and united the solitary and the community life. These had been in many respects at variance and dissension, while neither of them was in absolute and unalloyed possession of good or evil, the one being more calm and settled, tending to union with God, yet not free from pride, inasmuch as its virtue lies beyond the means of testing or comparison. The other, which is of more practical service, being not free from the tendency to turbulence. He founded cells for ascetics and hermits, but at no great distance from his Cenobitic communities, and instead of distinguishing and separating the one from the other, as if by some intervening wall, he brought them together and united them, in order that the contemplative spirit might not be cut off from society, nor the active life be uninfluenced by the contemplative, but that, like sea and land, by an interchange of their several gifts, they might unite in promoting the one object, the glory of God. What more? A noble thing is philanthropy, and the support of the poor, and the assistance of human weakness. Go forth a little way from the city, and behold the new city, the storehouse of piety, the common treasury of the wealthy, in which the superfluities of their wealth, ay, and even their necessaries, are stored, in consequence of his exhortations, freed from the power of the moth, no longer gladdening the eyes of the thief, and escaping both the emulation of envy and the corruption of time. Where disease is regarded in a religious light, and disaster is thought a blessing, and sympathy is put to the test. Why should I compare with this work Thebes of the seen portals, and the Egyptian Thebes, and the walls of Babylon, and the Carian tomb of Mopsulos, and the pyramids, and the bronze without weight of the Colossus, or the size and beauty of shrines that are no more, and all the other objects of men's wonder and historic record, from which their founders gained no advantage, except a slight meed of fame? My subject is the most wonderful of all, the short road to salvation, the easiest ascent to heaven. There is no longer before our eyes that terrible and piteous spectacle of men who are living corpses, the greater part of whose limbs have mortified, driven away from their cities and homes and public places and fountains, ay, and from their own dearest ones, recognizable by their names rather than by their features. They are no longer brought before us at our gatherings and meetings, in our common intercourse and union, no longer the objects of hatred, instead of pity on account of their disease. Composers of piteous songs, if any of them have their voice still left to them. Why should I try to express in tragic style all our experiences, when no language can be adequate to their hard lot? He, however, it was, who took the lead in pressing upon those who were men, that they ought not to despise their fellow men, nor to dishonour Christ, the one head of all, by their inhuman treatment of them, but to use the misfortunes of others as an opportunity of firmly establishing their own lot, and to lend to God that mercy of which they stand in need at his hands. He did not therefore disdain to honour with his lips this disease, noble and of noble ancestry and brilliant reputation though he was, but saluted them as brethren, not, as some might suppose, from vainglory,
for who was so far removed from this feeling, but taking the lead in approaching to tend them, as a consequence of his philosophy, and so giving not only a speaking, but also a silent instruction. The effect produced is to be seen not only in the city, but in the country and beyond, and even the leaders of society have vied with one another in their philanthropy and magnanimity towards them. Others have had their cooks, and splendid tables, and devices and dainties of confectioners, and exquisite carriages, and soft flowing robes. Basil's care was for the sick, and the relief of their wounds, and the imitation of Christ, by cleansing leprosy, not by a word, but in deed. End of Oration 43, Part 3.
Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C.G. Brown and others. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration 43, Part 4. As to all this, what will be said by those who charge him with pride and haughtiness? Severe critics they are of such conduct, applying to him, whose life was a standard, those who were not standards at all. Is it possible that he who kissed the lepers, and humiliated himself to such a degree, could treat haughtily those who were in health, and, while wasting his flesh by abstinence, puff out his soul with empty arrogance? Is it possible to condemn the Pharisee, and expound the debasing effect of haughtiness, to know Christ, who condescended to the form of a slave, and ate with publicans, and washed the disciples' feet, and did not disdain the cross, in order to nail my sin to it? And, more incredible still, to see God crucified, ay, along with robbers also, and derided by the passers-by, impassible, and beyond the reach of suffering as he is, and yet, as his slanderers imagine, soar himself above the clouds, and think that nothing can be on an equality with him. Nay, what they term pride is, I fancy, the firmness and steadfastness and stability of his character. Such persons would readily, it seems to me, call bravery rashness, and the circumspect a coward, and the temperate misanthropic, and the just illiberal. For indeed this philosophic axiom is excellent, which says that the vices are settled close to the virtues, and are, in some sense, their next-door neighbours. And it is most easy, for those whose training in such subjects has been defective, to mistake a man for what he is not. For who honoured virtue and castigated vice more than he? Or showed himself more kind to the upright, more severe to the wrongdoers? His very smile often amounted to praise, his silence to rebuke, racking the evil in the secret conscience. And if a man have not been a chatterer, and jester, and gossip, nor a general favourite, because of having pleased others by becoming all things to all men, what of that? Is he not in the eyes of sensible men worthy of praise rather than of blame? Unless it is a fault in the lion that he is terrible and royal, and does not look like an ape, or that his spring is noble, and is valued for its wonderfulness. While stage players ought to win our admiration for their pleasant and philanthropic characters, because they please the vulgar, and raise a laugh by their sounding slaps in the face. And if this indeed be our object, who was so pleasant when you met him, as I know, who have had the longest experience? Who was more kindly in his stories, more refined in his wit, more tender in his rebukes? His reproofs gave rise to no arrogance, his relaxation to no dissipation, but avoiding excess in either, he made use of both in reason and season, according to the rules of Solomon, who assigns to every business a season. But what are these to his renown for eloquence, and his powers of instruction, which have won the favour of the ends of the world? As yet we have been compassing the foot of the mountain, to the neglect of its summit. As yet we have been crossing a strait, paying no heed to the mighty and deep ocean.
For I think that if any one ever has become, or can become, a trumpet, in his far-sounding resonance, or a voice of God, embracing the universe, or an earthquake of the world, by some unheard-of miracle, it is his voice and intellect which deserve these titles, for surpassing and excelling all men as much as we surpass the irrational creatures. Who, more than he, cleansed himself by the Spirit, and made himself worthy to set forth divine things? Who was more enlightened by the light of knowledge, and had a closer insight into the depths of the Spirit, and by the aid of God beheld the things of God? Whose language could better express intellectual truth, without, as most men do, limping on one foot, by either failing to express his ideas, or allowing his eloquence to outstrip his reasoning powers? In both respects he won a like distinction, and showed himself to be his own equal, and absolutely perfect. To search all things, yea, the deep things of God, is, according to the testimony of St. Paul, the office of the Spirit, not because he is ignorant of them, but because he takes delight in their contemplation. Now all the things of the Spirit Basil had fully investigated, and hence he drew his instructions for every kind of character, his lessons in the sublime, and his exhortations to quit things present, and adapt ourselves to things to come. The sun is extolled by David for its beauty, its greatness, its swift course, and its power, splendid as a bridegroom, majestic as a giant; while, from the extent of its circuit, it has such power that it equally sheds its light from one end of heaven to the other, and the heat thereof is in no wise lessened by distance. Basil's beauty was virtue, his greatness theology, his course the perpetual motion reaching even to God by its ascents, and his power the sowing and distribution of the word. So that I will not hesitate to say even this: his utterance went out into all lands, and the power of his words to the ends of the world, as St. Paul says of the apostles borrowing the words from David. What other charm is there in any gathering today? What pleasure in banquets, in the courts, in the churches? What delight in those in authority, and those beneath them? What in the hermits, or the Cenobites? What in the leisured classes, or those busied in affairs? What in profane schools of philosophy, or in our own? There is one which runs through all, and is the greatest: his writings and labours. Nor do writers require any supply of matter besides his teaching or writings. All the laborious studies of old days in the divine oracles are silent, while the new ones are in everybody's mouth, and he is the best teacher among us who has the deepest acquaintance with his works, and speaks of them and explains them in our ears. For he alone more than supplies the place of all the others to those who are specially eager for instruction. I will only say this of him. Whenever I handle his Hexameron, and take its words on my lips, I am brought into the presence of the Creator, and understand the words of creation, and admire the Creator more than before, using my teacher as my only means of sight. Whenever I take up his polemical works, I see the fire of Sodom, by which the wicked and rebellious tongues are reduced to ashes, or the tower of Chillane, impiously built, and righteously destroyed. Whenever I read his writings on the Spirit, I find the God whom I possess, and grow bold in my utterance of the truth, from the support of his theology and contemplation. His other treatises, in which he gives explanations for those who are short-sighted, by a threefold inscription on the solid tablets of his heart, lead me on from a mere literal or symbolic interpretation to a still wider view, as I proceed from one depth to another, calling upon deep after deep, and finding light after light, until I attain the highest pinnacle. When I study his panegyrics on our athletes, I despise the body, and enjoy the society of those whom he is praising, and rouse myself to the struggle. His moral and practical discourses purify soul and body, making me a temple fit for God, and an instrument struck by the Spirit, to celebrate by its strains the glory and power of God. In fact, he reduces me to harmony and order, and changes me by a divine transformation. Since I have mentioned theology, and his most sublime treatises in this science, I will make this addition to what I have already said. For it is of great service to the community to save them from being injured by an unjustifiably low opinion of him. My remarks are directed against those evil-disposed persons who shelter their own vices under cover of their calumnies against others. In his defence of orthodox teaching and of the union and co-equal divinity of the Holy Trinity, to use terms which are, I think, as exact and clear as possible, he would have eagerly welcomed as a gain and not a danger, not only expulsion from his see, in which he had originally no desire to be enthroned, but even exile and death and its preliminary tortures. This is manifest from his actual conduct and sufferings. For when he had been sentenced to banishment on behalf of the truth, the only notice which he took of it was, to bid one of his servants to take his writing tablet and follow him. He held it necessary, according to the divine David's advice, to guide his words with discretion, and to endure for a while the time of war, and the ascendancy of the heretics, until it should be succeeded by a time of freedom and calm, which would admit of freedom of speech. The enemy were on the watch for the unqualified statement, "The Spirit is God," which, although it is true, they and the wicked patron of their impiety imagined to be impious, so that they might banish him and his power of theological instruction from the city, and themselves be able to seize upon the Church, and make it the starting point and citadel, from which they could overrun with their evil doctrine the rest of the world. Accordingly, by the use of other terms, and by statements which unmistakably had the same meaning, and by arguments necessarily leading to this conclusion, he so overpowered his antagonists that they were left without reply, and involved in their own admissions, the greatest proof possible of dialectical power and skill. His treatise on this subject makes it further manifest, being evidently written by a pen borrowed from the Spirit's store. He postponed for the time the use of the exact term, begging as a favour from the Spirit himself and his earnest champions, that they would not be annoyed at his economy, nor, by clinging to a single expression, ruin the whole cause, from an uncompromising temper, at a crisis when religion was in peril. He assured them that they would suffer no injury from a slight change in their expressions, and from teaching the same truth in other terms. For our salvation is not so much a matter of words as of actions. For we would not reject the Jews if they desired to unite with us, and yet for a while sought to use the term anointed instead of Christ, while the community would suffer a very serious injury if the Church were seized upon by the heretics. That he, no less than any other, acknowledged that the Spirit is God, is plain from his often having publicly preached this truth, whenever opportunity offered, and eagerly confessed it when questioned in private. But he made it more clear in his conversations with me, from whom he concealed nothing during our conferences upon this subject. Not content with simply asserting it, he proceeded, as he had but very seldom done before, to imprecate upon himself that most terrible fate of separation from the Spirit, if he did not adore the Spirit as consubstantial and coequal with the Father and the Son. And if any one would accept me as having been his fellow labourer in this cause, I will set forth one point hitherto unknown to most men. Under the pressure of the difficulties of the period, he himself undertook the economy, while allowing freedom of speech to me, whom no one was likely to drag from obscurity to trial or banishment, in order that by our united efforts our gospel might be firmly established. I mention this not to defend his reputation, for the man is stronger than his assailants if there are any such, but to prevent men from thinking that the terms found in his writings are the utmost limit of the truth, and so have their faith weakened, and consider that their own error is supported by his theology, which was the joint result of the influences of the time and of the Spirit, instead of considering the sense of his writings, and the object with which they were written, so as to be brought closer to the truth, and enabled to silence the partisans of impiety. At any rate, let his theology be mine, and that of all dear to me. And so confident am I of his spotlessness in this respect, that I take him for my partner in this as in all else, and may what is mine be attributed to him, what is his to me, both at the hands of God and of the wisest of men. For we would not say that the evangelists are at variance with one another, because some are more occupied with the human side of the Christ, and others pay attention to his divinity, some having commenced their history with what is within our own experience, others with what is above us. And by thus sharing the substance of their message, they have procured the advantage of those who receive it, and follow the impressions of the Spirit who was within them. Come then, there have been many men of old days illustrious for piety, as lawgivers, generals, prophets, teachers, and men brave to the shedding of blood. Let us compare our prelate with them, and let us recognize his merit. Adam was honoured by the hand of God, and the delights of paradise, and the first legislation. But unless I slander the reputation of our first parent, he kept not the command. Now Basil both received and observed it, and received no injury from the tree of knowledge, and escaped the flaming sword, and, as I am well assured, has attained to paradise. Enos first ventured to call upon the Lord. Basil both called upon him himself, and what is far more excellent, preached him to others. Enoch was translated, attaining to his translation as the reward of a little piety, for the faith was still in shadow, and escaped the peril of the remainder of life. But Basil's whole life was a translation, and he was completely tested in a complete life. Noah was entrusted with the ark, and the seeds of a new world committed to a small house of wood, in their preservation from the waters. Basil escaped the deluge of impiety, and made of his own city an ark of safety, which sailed lightly over the heretics, and afterwards recovered the whole world. Abraham was a great man, a patriarch, the offerer of the new sacrifice, by presenting to him who had given it the promised seed, as a ready offering, eager for slaughter. But Basil's offering was no slight one, when he offered himself to God, without any equivalent being given in his stead. For how could that have been possible? So that his sacrifice was consummated. Isaac was promised even before his birth. Basil promised himself, and took for his spouse Rebekah, I mean the Church, not fetched from a distance by the mission of a servant, but bestowed upon and entrusted to him by God close at home. Nor was he outwitted in the preference of his children, but bestowed upon each what was due to him, without any deception, according to the judgment of the Spirit. I extol the ladder of Jacob, and the pillar which he anointed to God, and his wrestling with him, whatever it was. And, in my opinion, it was the contrast and opposition of the human stature to the height of God, resulting in the tokens of the defeat of his race. I extol also his clever devices and success in cattle breeding, and his children, the 12 patriarchs, and the distribution of his blessings, with their glorious prophecy of the future. But I still more extol Basil for the ladder which he did not merely see, but which he ascended by successive steps towards excellence, and the pillar which he did not anoint, but which he erected to God, by pillaring the teaching of the ungodly, and the wrestling with which he wrestled, not with God, but on behalf of God, to the overthrow of the heretics, and his pastoral care, whereby he grew rich, through gaining for himself a number of marked sheep greater than that of the unmarked, and his illustrious fruitfulness in spiritual children, and the blessing with which he established many. Joseph was a provider of corn, but in Egypt only, and not frequently, and of bodily food. Basil did so for all men, and at all times, and in spiritual food, and therefore, in my opinion, his was the more honourable function. Like Job, the man of Uz, he was both tempted and overcame, and at the close of his struggles gained splendid honour, having been shaken by none of his many assailants, and having gained a decisive victory over the efforts of the tempter, and put to silence the unreason of his friends, who knew not the mysterious character of his affliction. Moses and Aaron among his priests. Truly was Moses great, who inflicted the plagues upon Egypt, and delivered the people among many signs and wonders, and entered within the cloud, and sanctioned the double law, outward in the letter, and inward in the spirit. Aaron was Moses' brother, both naturally and spiritually, and offered sacrifices and prayers for the people, as the hierophant of the great and holy tabernacle, which the Lord pitched, and not man. Of both of them Basil was a rival, for he tortured, not with bodily, but with spiritual and mental plagues, the Egyptian race of heretics, and led to the land of promise the people of possession, zealous of good works. He inscribed laws, which are no longer obscure, but entirely spiritual, on tables which are not broken, but are preserved. He entered the Holy of Holies, not once a year, but often, I may say every day, and thence he revealed to us the Holy Trinity. And cleansed the people, not with temporary sprinklings, but with eternal purifications. What is the special excellence of Joshua? His generalship, and the distribution of the inheritance, and the taking possession of the Holy Land. And was not Basil an exarch? Was he not a general of those who are saved by faith? Did he not assign the different inheritances and abodes, according to the will of God, among his followers? So that he too could use the words, "The lot is fallen unto me in pleasant places," and "My fortunes are in thy hands," fortunes more precious than those which come to us on earth, and can be snatched away. Further, to run over the judges, or the most illustrious of the judges, there is Samuel among those that call upon his name, who was given to God before his birth, and sanctified immediately after his birth, and the anointer with his horn of kings and priests. But was not Basil as an infant consecrated to God from the womb, and offered with a coat at the altar? And was he not a seer of heavenly things, an anointed of the Lord, and the anointer of those who are perfected by the Spirit? Among the kings, David is celebrated, whose victories and trophies gained from the enemy are on record, but his most characteristic trait was his gentleness, and, before his kingly office, his power with the harp, able to soothe even the evil spirit. Solomon asked of God and obtained breadth of heart, making the furthest possible progress in wisdom and contemplation, so that he became the most famous man of his time. Basil, in my opinion, was in no wise or but little inferior to the one in gentleness, to the other in wisdom, so that he soothed the arrogance of infuriated sovereigns, and did not merely bring the Queen of the South from the ends of the earth, or any other individual, to visit him because of his renown for wisdom, but made his wisdom known in all the ends of the world. I pass over the rest of Solomon's life. Even if we spare it, it is evident to all. Do you praise the courage of Elijah in the presence of tyrants, and his fiery translation? Or the fair inheritance of Elisha, the sheepskin mantle, accompanied by the spirit of Elijah? You must also praise the life of Basil, spent in the fire. I mean in the multitude of temptations, and his escape through fire, which burnt but did not consume, the mystery of the bush, and the fair cloak of skin from on high, his indifference to the flesh. I pass by the rest, the 3 young men bedewed in the fire, the fugitive prophet praying in the whale's belly, and coming forth from the creature as from a chamber, the just man in the den, restraining the lion's rage, and the struggle of the 7 Maccabees, who were perfected with their father and mother in blood and in all kinds of tortures. Their endurance he rivalled, and won their glory. I now turn to the New Testament, and comparing his life with those who are here illustrious, I shall find in the teachers a source of honour for their disciple. Who was the forerunner of Jesus? John, the voice of the Word, the lamp of the light, before whom he even leaped in the womb, and whom he preached to Hades, whither he was dispatched by the rage of Herod, to herald even there him who was coming. And if my language seem audacious to any one, let me assure him beforehand that in making this comparison, I neither prefer Basil, nor imply that he is equal to him who surpasses all who are born of women, but only show that he was stirred to emulation, and possessed to some extent his striking features. For it is no slight thing for the earnest to imitate the greatest of men, even in a slight degree. Is it not indeed manifest that Basil was a copy of John's asceticism? He also lived in the wilderness, and wore in nightly watchings a ragged garb, during his shrinking retirement. He also loved a similar food, purifying himself for God by abstinence. He also was thought worthy to be a herald, if not a forerunner, of Christ, and there went out to him not only all the region round about, but also that which was beyond its borders. He also stood between the 2 covenants, abolishing the letter of the one by administering the spirit of the other, and bringing about the fulfilment of the hidden law through the dissolution of that which was apparent. He emulated the zeal of Peter, the intensity of Paul, the faith of both these men of name and of surname, the lofty utterance of the sons of Zebedee, the frugality and simplicity of all the disciples. Therefore he was also entrusted with the keys of the heavens, and not only from Jerusalem and round about unto Illyricum, but he embraces a wider circle in the gospel. He is not named, but becomes a son of thunder. And lying upon the breast of Jesus, he draws thence the power of his word, and the depth of his thoughts. He was prevented from becoming a Stephen, eager though he was, since reverence stayed the hands of those who would have stoned him. I am able to sum up still more concisely, to avoid treating in detail on these points of each individual. In some respects he discovered, in some he emulated, in others he surpassed the good. In his many-sided virtues he excelled all men of his day. I have but one thing left to say, and in few words. So great was his virtue and the eminence of his fame, that many of his minor characteristics, nay even his physical defects, have been assumed by others with a view to notoriety. For instance, his paleness, his beard, his gait, his thoughtful and generally meditative hesitation in speaking, which in the ill-judged, inconsiderate imitation of many, took the form of melancholy. And besides, the style of his dress, the shape of his bed, and his manner of eating, none of which was to him a matter of consequence, but simply the result of accident and chance. So you might see many Basils in outward semblance among these statues in outline, for it would be too much to call them his distant echo. For an echo, though it is the dying away of a sound, at any rate represents it with great clearness, while these men fall too far short of him to satisfy even their desire to approach him. Nor was it a slight thing, but a matter with good reason held in the highest estimation, to chance to have met him or done him some service, or to carry away the souvenir of something which he had said or done in jest or in earnest, as I know that I have myself often taken pride in doing. For his improvisations were much more precious and brilliant than the laboured efforts of other men. But when, after he had finished his course, and kept the faith, he longed to depart, and the time for his crown was approaching, he did not hear the summons, Get thee up into the mountain and die, but die and come up to us. And here again he wrought a wonder in no wise inferior to those mentioned before. For when he was almost dead and breathless, and had lost the greater part of his powers, he grew stronger in his last words, so as to depart with the utterances of religion, and, by ordaining the most excellent of his attendants, bestowed upon them both his hand and the Spirit, so that his disciples, who had aided him in his priestly office, might not be defrauded of the priesthood. The remainder of my task I approach, but with reluctance, as it would fall more fully from the mouths of others than from my own. For I cannot philosophize over my misfortune, even if I greatly long to do so, when I recollect that the loss is common to us all, and that the misfortune has befallen the whole world. He lay, drawing his last breath, and awaited by the choir on high, towards which he had long directed his gaze. Around him poured the whole city, unable to bear his loss, inveighing against his departure, as if it had been an oppression, and clinging to his soul, as though it had been capable of restraint or compulsion at their hands or their prayers. Their suffering had driven them distracted, all were eager, were it possible, to add to his life a portion of their own. And when they failed, for it must needs be proved that he was a man, and with his last words, Into thy hands I commend my spirit, he had joyfully resigned his soul to the care of the angels who carried him away, not without having some religious instructions and injunctions for the benefit of those who were present. Then occurred a wonder more remarkable than any which had happened before. The saint was being carried out, lifted high by the hands of holy men, and every one was eager, some to seize the hem of his garment, others only just to touch the shadow, or the bier which bore his holy remains, for what could be more holy or pure than that body? Others to draw near to those who were carrying it, others only to enjoy the sight, as if even this were beneficial. Market-places, porticos, houses of 2 or 3 stories were filled with people escorting, preceding, following, accompanying him, and trampling upon each other. Tens of thousands of every race and age, beyond all previous experience. The psalmody was overborne by the lamentations, philosophic resignation sank beneath the misfortune. Our own people vied with strangers, Jews, Greeks, and foreigners, and they with us, for a greater share in the benefit, by means of a more abundant lamentation. To close my story, the calamity ended in danger. Many souls departed along with him from the violence of the pushing and confusion, who have been thought happy in their end, departing together with him, funeral victims, perhaps some fervid orator might call them. The body having at last escaped from those who would seize it, and made its way through those who went before it, was consigned to the tomb of his fathers, the high priest being added to the priests, the mighty voice which rings in my ears to the heralds, the martyr to the martyrs. And now he is in heaven, where, if I mistake not, he is offering sacrifices for us, and praying for the people, for though he has left us, he has not entirely left us. While I, Gregory, who am half dead, and cleft in twain, torn away from our great union, and dragging along a life of pain which runs not easily, as may be supposed, after separation from him, know not what is to be my end now that I have lost my guidance. And even now I am admonished and instructed in nightly visions, if ever I fall short of my duty. And my present object is not so much to mingle lamentations with my praises, to portray the public life of the man, or publish a picture of virtue common to all time, and an example salutary to all churches and to all souls, which we may keep in view as a living law, and so rightly direct our lives as to counsel you, who have been completely initiated into his doctrine, to fix your eyes upon Him as one who sees you and is seen by you, and thus to be perfected by the Spirit. Come hither then and surround me, all ye members of His choir, both of the clergy and the laity, both of our own country and from abroad. Aid me in my eulogy, by each supplying or demanding the account of some of His excellences. Regard, ye occupants of the bench, the lawgiver; ye politicians, the statesman; ye men of the people, His orderliness; ye men of letters, the instructor; ye virgins, the leader of the bride; ye who are yoked in marriage, the restrainer; ye hermits, Him who gave you wings; ye Cenobites, the judge; ye simple men, the guide; ye contemplatives, the divine; ye cheerful ones, the bridle; ye unfortunate men, the consoler, the staff of hoar-hairs, the guide of youth, the relief of poverty, the steward of abundance. Widows also will, I imagine, praise their protector; orphans, their father; poor men, their friend; strangers, their entertainer; brothers, the man of brotherly love; the sick, their physician, whatever be their sickness and the healing they need; the healthy, the preserver of health; and all men, Him who made Himself all things to all, that He might gain the majority, if not all. This is my offering to thee, Basil, uttered by the tongue which once was the sweetest of all to thee, of him who was thy fellow in age and rank. If it have approached thy deserts, thanks are due to thee, for it was from confidence in thee that I undertook to speak of thee. But if it fall far short of thy expectations, what must be our feelings, who are worn out with age and disease and regret for thee? Yet God is pleased, when we do what we can. Yet mayest thou gaze upon us from above, thou divine and sacred person; either stay by thy entreaties our thorn in the flesh, given to us by God for our discipline, or prevail upon us to bear it boldly, and guide all our life towards that which is most for our profit. And if we be translated, do thou receive us there also in thine own tabernacle, that, as we dwell together, and gaze together more clearly and more perfectly upon the holy and blessed Trinity, of which we have now in some degree received the image, our longing may at last be satisfied, by gaining this recompense for all the battles we have fought and the assaults we have endured. Such are our words on thy behalf. Who will there be to praise us, since we leave this life after thee, even if we offer any topic worthy of words or praise, in Jesus Christ our Lord, to whom be glory for ever? Amen. End of Oration 43. End of Funeral Orations by St. Gregory the Theologian, translated by C. G. Brown and others.